Introducing Pubcoin. Pubcoin is the rewards program for pub sports contributors. Regular chat contributors share their play of the day, POD, in the YouTube chat, including the phrase POD in their message. At the end of the week, the amount of units earned are converted into Pubcoins. Pubcoin can be used as reward points for prizes, shop discounts, and contests.
Hey, what's going on, y'all? It's Mills here, Pub Sports Radio. Do you guys want to challenge the personalities here at Pub Sports Radio? Do you guys think you're better than them at entering in your MMA predictions and picks? Would you want to get paid for it? $100? Here's how you do it, man. You sign up right here at the link below. It's just this easy. PubSportsRadio.com. Enter your email. Pick your weekly picks. That's it. Oh, and you get bonus points if you can predict how they're going to win in what round. Every single week, a new winner's getting crowned. So every Saturday on Pub Sports Radio. So come on and check us out. You can win $100 just for signing up. Only thing you need to do is see if you can beat us here at Pub Sports Radio by entering your UFC predictions and picks weekly. Do it. I dare you. See you guys soon.
Your membership to Gold, you will be automatically entered in every horse race, every Wednesday and Friday. It is time to race horses. We are racing camels today.
Shout out to the Gold members. We're racing in San Antonio immediately here. And we're off. 2 minutes, 74 canals on this racetrack. It's wide. We're racing in San Antonio.
Matt Wally moving forwardly. Jeff Slaughter in the mix as well. And as is Randall Sheffield, who's put that beautiful nose out front.
But it's actually real grass here, Jimmy. Maybe Kentucky bluegrass. Oldie, no! There he goes. Oldie in the lead now. K. Wolf falls back. The horses love it. Sometimes they stop and eat it on the way to the finish line. That's why your horses start so far in the back. Here. Oh, look at Nussflush Allen bursting out here. J-Dub in the mix. Rude Boy up here as well. Jimmy, take it away.
There's Oldie. Oldie is moving to the front. We are past the halfway mark in our 2 mile. And there's Ricky Levy.
Oh my goodness, he's in the mix here. Jimmy, take it home. This is our first dog race ever.
19 seconds left in the horse race here. It's Fernando Mendoza trying to find the wire. 14 seconds left. Can Fernando Mendoza take this home? Here comes Kenny Ken. Kenny Ken wants a piece of the pie. Put his schnoz up front. Ricky Bobby, 9 seconds left. Can Donut Silks make a run? Can Res Mall make a run to be $50?
Bouquett, you son of a bitch!
Here comes Tori Coker. Kenny Ken, Smoke and Mirrors, Director 97. Home. That is why here comes Jason Meyer, the Eldorado Custodian, Billy Friedrich. Jones one all coming down the finish.
Coin! Nowhere!
Oh no! Fanatical Jim!
From the corporate Peter Low Shack, legendary sports handicapper, more dapper than a dawn. Father young phenom, known as Jimmy, who declared one day that the bag was here to stay. Information like a PSA when we all PSR, Pub Sports Radio, bizarre. Is a man named Slaughter and he flipped the script. No competition in this they quit the trip. But we say we be pubbing, better with the bag and you love it. We want a top 10, we above it. Leche.
What up, cappers, gamblers, punters, hustlers, low baggers? Happy Wednesday, October 8th to all of you. Thank you for watching Betting with the Bag right here on Pub Sports Radio. We are midweek. Week begins on Medicate Mondays alongside Dutch and Dabby Cab. And then Tuesdays, we have the Peter Loshak Show. And Troy and I have Bankroll Blitz. And then today we get started with betting with the bag, and we attack all the sports. I'm excited to be here with you guys. It was a long NFL show. We hammered it. Got 9 bets in this week. There's a few more that I want to make. Last night was the opening night of NHL. One of the tricky things to deal with in NHL is the swings that the empty net goals will give you. So last night, needed the empty net goal from the Panthers, didn't get it. I had about 2 minutes of power play time in the Kings Avalanche game with the Kings net pulled. So 6-on-4 and couldn't get the empty net goal there. So 1-3, could have been 3-1. I've attacked today's NHL card. And these are just swings that we have to deal with. Shout out to all the cappers in the chat. Justin Mcelvy, Talk Sports with JT, dropping action. Mr. McKelvey, stacks play day number 1. Polanco over 1.5 bases plus 150. Number 2, Alyssa Thomas over 14.5 points and minus 112. Our show, 4 sports we get to attack today. We're going to start with NHL. I'm going to hammer NHL quickly. Then we're going to go in to Major League Baseball with Wine Time Sports and Jose Bouquett, 4 playoff games for us to beat up. And then we move from MLB over to college football. You'll see under our video description the schedule of games. We're going to talk the 2 Wednesday night games, Missouri State, Middle Tennessee. Unfortunately, both of these games we are dealing with question marks around the quarterbacks, and it's crucial. So for the Missouri State spot, we don't know if Jacob Clark is in the lineup, and it's crucial information. And then a similar thing here with Liberty. We don't know if Michael Merdinger is going to be in the lineup. The hope is that Ethan Vasco. I mean, if you're backing Liberty, you want Ethan Vasco in the lineup. It appears Jamie Chadwell expects Vasco to play, but these are 2 huge things hanging over the Wednesday night games. Then we have Saturday action from Wine Time: Alabama, Missouri, UCLA, Michigan State, TCU, Kansas State, Florida, Texas A&M, Iowa, Wisconsin, Kansas, Texas Tech, Michigan, USC, Arizona State, Utah, Utes. And then we have Justin McKelvey joining me for Game 3 of the WNBA Finals. Talk Sports with JT in the house. Judge over 1.5 bases. He had his moment. He had his moment last night. Nico Horner over 1.5 bases. Julio Rodriguez over 1.5 bases. Philly, LA Dodgers under 8. And then we have, I imagine that's Montreal, Toronto under 6. That JT's writing there. And Boston, Washington under 5. And Canadians. Okay, that's what he was, CAN. So, interesting. We're going to get into the NHL right away. Old E in the house. Gorky, European basketball. Sholnoki Olosh Termets. Hope I handled that okay. Moneyline plus 106. And the Mariners on the run line at plus 140. Toby Lane says, I want to bet Montreal, but I don't know if I go over 2.5 goals or Montreal. Well, I can help you there because I bet both. And we'll get into that in a second. Ronnie Lofton in the house. Toby Lane also saying Liberty money lines also play. UTEP is terrible. Liberty have normally a much better lineup. I mean, I don't know if that's what we've seen through 5 games, Toby. I mean, Liberty was supposed to be one of the leaders in the conference, and they haven't proven that. So I look forward to capping that with you and with Wine Time Sports. Let me get that note here under Liberty UTEP. I'm leaning towards UTEP, honestly, but we'll talk this all out and figure it out. Gorky is on Missouri State and the Dodgers money line parlay as well. Vom Polo in the house says Yankees Brewers would be amazing. Let's see if somebody can beat the Dodgers first before we get too excited about all of that. I've been in this situation here where you got a ticket that could pay out an alarming amount of money. And it just doesn't seem to come to fruition. It was just 3 years ago. I had the Niners 33-1 for the conference and 66-1 in the Super Bowl. They lost to the Rams in the conference final. So I'm not sitting here expecting to cash the $27K on the Brewers. The Dodgers are a dangerous baseball team. Ross Pitts in the house. Irish King, serious business. Mike Wilkerson, Mariners team, total over. BT in the house, shouting out our guy Stacks. Let me get this all copied and pasted, and then we'll get right to work. Thank you guys so much for joining us here. Wednesday, October 8th. Let's go out there and get this money. Mike Wilkerson also on the first 5 over 4.5. Occupancy says we're going to win in NHL today. You know, I want to fade the Leafs very badly, and I'm going to do that a lot. We'll see how that works out here early. A little nervous about it, honestly. We have Slow Gems, Arsenal, Detroit, Cubbies, Phillies, 3-team parlay. Flank stake play of the day. The Brewers money line, also on the Bruins and the Golden Knights and the Aces. Get this all copied and pasted. Irish King here. Moving on the Yankees, first 5 plus a half, and Milwaukee money line. There's my guy, the nuke worker in the house, shouting out JT. Let's get this all locked in here. All right, thank you guys for joining us. I'm pumped up, man. I'm pumped up. Nordy says, what up, NHL, baby. AM says, I really want the Kings and the Flames today. I'm not sure if I can pull the trigger on them. Hopefully I can help at least with the Kings. My dude says, would you agree that the NHL is where reading the market will get you most paid than any other sport? No, and I don't read the market at all. I don't. But look, if it works for you, that's great. But I don't pay attention to this very small market in the NHL. When lines move in my favor in the NHL, I have a negative ROI. When I go up against market moves, I have a positive ROI. If I looked at the spots that made me nervous generally in other sports that I wouldn't bet, I would not make many bets in NHL. So no, I don't care about the market at all. But I mean, everybody's different. For me, NHL's an X's and O's situation. And anyone who's rocked with me for the last few years, or for all my, I mean, I wouldn't be here. I was given a 3-month opportunity down in Costa Rica. A 3-month opportunity. It started October 1st in 2017. And I got up 43 units in NHL in about 3 months. And that's why I got renewed. That's why I got to stay, was just because they were like, well, look at what he's doing in the NHL. Let's keep him around. So, you know, and I beat NHL. But I have evolved from the puck lines to the -1s, which I don't honestly know if it's helped that much. I kind of like being that wild cowboy in NHL, firing for those big scores. But, you know, my unit size has gone up since Costa Rica. So there's a lot to talk about within all of that. So let's get to work here. Thank you guys for joining us. Wager Detective in the house says he found a distinct edge in the Liberty versus UTEP game. He's leaning towards UTEP money line tonight. And UTEP Liberty is windy. Nasty Nate cashing the Panthers in regulation. That's another spot here. Gorky says, when can I have 5 minutes to talk college football? We will figure that out, Gorky. If I guess you're saying that Friday doesn't work for you anymore, please let me know. If Friday doesn't work for you anymore, if you need to change your schedule. Play of the day for Ron Crawford is the Calgary Flames. AM's with me on the Canadians. Von Polo on Vegas under 5.5. So let's get to work here. Let's get to work right now. Nutflush Allen says, for me personally, NHL is one of the most profitable live betting spots. It's spectacular. It's the greatest sport for live betting. Now, you could say NBA is better because of the 10-point swings, and there's nothing that I feel that's wrong with that. But without a doubt here, NHL, that's when you have, because there's going to be I'm going to be on a lot of -1s and a lot of big favorites. And when they go down 1-0, it's really a gift. It lets you jump in. And so I only bet it once. So that's my rule. I know people who keep hammering it. I only bet it once, but it's just phenomenal. It will add so much value to your favorites, to the teams you are sure are going to stomp or you believe are going to stomp. I thought the Panthers were going to play accountable, and I missed. I was prepping for NFL. I saw that they scored. I went over to my live account because I was focusing on prepping, and the Florida had already tied it up. But it's a great opportunity. Okay, strategic investments in the house. Chapidora, Vegas plus 4.5. So Gorky, can you message me? Can you not do Friday anymore? I guess that's what you're implying. So can you just let me know if that is the case here? Let's get to work in the National Hockey League right now. We start with the Montreal Canadiens and Toronto Maple Leafs, Scotiabank Arena in Toronto, Ontario. Sammy Montembeault going up against Anthony Stolars. We have our guy Slatsy in the house. Says, I know deep down you love the Habs, Jimmy. It's okay. It's going to be a fun year. I have no future bets on the Habs. I have none. Also, our guy TJ is in Montreal. He'll be at one of the big sports bars, maybe the Cage or something like that, for the hockey game tonight. He's got himself a Habs shirt. The reason why I didn't move on Habs futures is because the Habs are the most talked about team in the futures market. Everybody talking about the Habs. The Habs are the most exciting team. And for me, those teams don't play as well as expectations. And so that was the reason why I have no futures on the Montreal Canadiens, but I can't wait to watch them. They're a very good young hockey team. The first line of Caulfield, Suzuki, and Slavkovsky now has been together for a while. Those are the number one lines that start dominating and start playing at both ends of the rink. They can do so many different things here. Kapanen, Demidov, and Newhook, the second line. Now, we got a lot to learn about young Oliver Kapanen. Brendan Gallagher and Kirby Doc on the third line. You have Laine, Jake Evans, and Josh Anderson on the fourth line, the veteran-laden fourth line. I'm not sure how long Patrick Laine will be on this team. I guess it all depends on how he does on the power play, but he's not even listed on this first unit. Lane Hudson is a beast. I honestly, personally, the way I see things, I did not like the Noah Dobson pickup, because his contract is going to make Lane Hudson worth what? How much more than McDavid? Because McDavid just signed for 12.5, and I know that upset a lot of players. It upset a lot of players that McDavid just signed for 12.5, because what are they worth then? Is Noah Dobson worth the same amount as McDavid? It is a mess, and Lane Hudson's going to need the big contract. I'm just worried about contracts, honestly, when I'm picking up players in the offseason, and Dobson kind of messes things up. I have been a Dobson fan, of course, for a while here. So let's roll here. Montreal Canadiens, Toronto Maple Leafs. This isn't as much as a bet on the Habs. It's just that if you bet on the Habs and the Senators, every single time they played the Toronto Maple Leafs, you'd be wealthy. You'd be sitting and laughing. You'd be slapping strangers in the ass and calling people asshole for no reason. They step up. I want to fade the Leafs over and over again. I believed in Mitch Marner. I think he made this group better. I know there's so many people who disagree with me, and that is fine. But I think the Leafs are going to have trouble scoring. I really do. Now, you could say Nyes is ready to make that next step. Nylander is the best player on the Leafs. He's on the second line, so he'll give life to the Tavares, Bobby McMahon line. I think Austin Matthews is going to have a difficult season. He is. He's going to realize how impressive he being Mitch Marner was. The third line of Domi, Robertson, and Dakota Joshua. Listen, Dakota Joshua was picked up by the Canucks. He had cancer, and I don't. He got cancer. He beat it, and he found Jesus. He's a very religious man now. It's in his religion. It's not. I don't want to get into the religion that he's in, but violence is frowned upon heavily. And if you're tough guy is based in a religion where violence is frowned upon heavily and there should be no violence, I would trade you immediately. I don't mean to be an asshole or be insensitive, but I need you to play on an edge where you're going to hurt the opponent. And if that goes against your beliefs, well, here's a fucking plane ticket out of here. So I do not think Dakota Joshua's been a different player since he found Jesus. Again, I don't mean to look if Jesus can help your life, and I don't mean to be making any statements around that. I've gotten in trouble talking about Dakota Joshua before, and I could easily get in trouble for it now. But he is a different player since he found Jesus, and it's not the simple Christianity. He's in a sect, and it is what it is. I took the Montreal Canadiens team total over 2.5. I think that's maybe the best bet on the board. It's moved 2 cents against me. You can get that at minus 119 right now offshore. Now, some books have it much, much more expensive. I got it at minus 121. It can be much, much more expensive. Here at 365, it was minus 140, which is a ridiculous, like a very, very expensive price and a huge difference. Right now, let's take a look at what that team total is. I think it's a beautiful spot. And here, let's get to this team total. Sorry about that. Annoying. Gotta figure this shit out. Here, the Habs team total. And I'm also on the Habs. I think that we know how much pressure is on the Leafs. It's just they have to deal with it, and they deal with it year in and year out. And this year is absolutely no difference. There's a ton of pressure on them to deliver, and it's gone down 10 cents. So now it's minus 130. So look, this line is moving towards Toronto. Is Anthony Stolarz going to be the spectacular Vezina quality goaltender that we saw last year? I don't believe he is. So here we go. I am on the Habs on the money line. I got plus 146. I believe it's available right now at plus 150. And I also got the team total over 2.5. And we can roll on. I just want to pull up the line history for you guys here on this one. And then we'll move on. The line is moving towards the Maple Leafs. And I'm going to see, obviously, how this goes. But my plan is to fade the Leafs nonstop to start the year. This line opened up at plus 138. The immediate move was towards the Habs. This got down to plus 128. And then it moved against me. It's now at plus 143. So it's a 5-cent move away from the Habs, an 8-cent move towards the Leafs. And then this total is a 6 minus 109 to the over. This opened up a 5.5 juice to the over, and it's now a 6. I don't really want to mess with that. I sort of am because I'm on the Habs team total over. So there you go. That's my action. Brandon Cummings says Toronto 3-1 against Montreal here. Brandon Cummings says Martin St. Louis will be looking to carry last season's strong finish into the season. I'm excited about the Habs. It's just when everybody's so excited about a hockey team, I just stay away from them in the futures market. Is there going to be a spot this year while watching them we think we may want to move on them? Absolutely. Absolutely. So Jermaine says they only scored 3 once. Jimmy, last 5 versus Toronto. The pressure here is not on the Habs. The pressure is all on Toronto. The big market teams where the pressure is on them, they struggle off the hop. We saw a lot of people on the New York Rangers. I didn't want to be on the Rangers. There's a ton of pressure on them. They're playing at home. Shout out to Kent Davies. He was at that game. He said it was a library. He said nobody was, so I'm going to fade the Leafs to start the year, and we'll see how that goes. We'll see how that goes, but I'm going to fade them to start the year. All right, let's roll on. Next up for us, Boston Bruins at Washington Capitals, Capital One Arena, Washington, D.C., Swayman, Logan Thompson. I want unders when these teams play. The problem is I was very wrong on the Washington Capitals last year. We started making money on them, fading them in the playoffs and that sort, but I lost a ton of money fading the Capitals. This total opened up at 5.5 at a pick'em. That's a very low number in today's NHL. It's gone up 2 cents to the over. I would like to be on the under. I just want to see. I just want to watch these teams play. The Capitals opened up at minus 188. It went down to minus 180. So we've had a 9-cent move to the Bruins. If I had a free bet, I'd be on the Bruins. I do think that they're going to be better than we expect. I think to start with the Bruins, and this is what we need to look for with the Bruins. If Swayman is back to his Vezina form, we're going to cash unders with them nonstop. Remember, the issue with them last year was not only did they take a bunch of injuries at forward, but they got decimated on defense. McAvoy is an absolutely spectacular defenseman, one of the top 5 defensemen in the NHL. It's for sure a top 10 defenseman in the NHL. He was hurt for half the year. Hampus Lindholm was gone all year. That made Nikita Zadorov have to play more minutes than he should be playing. The only thing you want for Zadorov is him to bully players, to get out there and bully players. You don't want him playing top 4 minutes where he actually has to fucking all you want them to do is scare the opponents. And now they're set up. They're set up really nice now. They have McAvoy on one line, Lindholm on the next line, Zadorov on the third line. If Elias Lindholm is your first line centerman, you're not going to score much. I feel bad for Pasternak. Now, maybe Morgan Geekie can take that next step, but Elias Lindholm shouldn't be a top six forward. He's not a top six forward on a playoff team. You have Casey Middlestat, who's been passed around the NHL. Very high hopes for him, and now we see very shrewd organizations like Joe Sakic, Colorado Avalanche, not want him. Victor Arvidsson is not a top six forward. Pavel Zacha and Elias Lindholm, that's the making of a top third line, and here they're top six forwards. So how can they play against the Capitals? Well, they'll have to shut them down. And I think that they're capable of doing that, which does make me want to move on and under. I would take the Capitals team total under if I wasn't so afraid of a 2-1 or a 3-1 spot where they, Bruins pull their goalie and the Capitals then get an empty netter. McMichael, Dubois, Tom Wilson, Pierre-Luc Dubois was better than we expected last year. I don't think it's a very good hockey team. I don't think they're as good as they were last year. Let's just take a look at what they're. I would love nothing more than to say, yes, I was wrong last year, but let's fade this Capitals hockey team again. Let's just take a look at what their point total is at. And I know I have looked at it before. And the reason why I didn't sit with it for too long was just because I was sitting there going, they got me right in the goat hole last year. I don't want to take it again in the old bottom mouth. The Capitals here, 96.5. I'd love to bet that under. It's probably a pretty sharp line. Irish King on Washington in regulation. And Habs team total down to -116, -113. Obviously, that's scary, Slatsy. I wonder how you feel about that. It's scary. AM says Capitals -1 at -119. Capitals steamroll. The more I sit with this game, the more I want unders. Because that's the only way the Bruins can play. That's the only way the Bruins can play. Nate says, did Jose teach you about the goat hole? No. The term goat hole is something I've been using since I was a teenager. Now you're saying that his goat hole is different than others, I guess is what you're saying. I guess that's what you're saying, that he's got a deranged goat hole and that he has not told me about that in the history of our friendship. I would believe it. So
don't talk about my goat hole.
Wow. Okay. Maybe there's truth. To that. Mel is adding Habs to score in the first period of +160. I like that a lot. AM says Bruins can't match Capitals depth. Capital smash. Yeah. I look at this. Well, where's the depth? Ryan Leonard, Hendricks Lapierre, and Anthony Beauvillier on the third line for the Capitals. Fourth line, Dowd, Justin Sordiff, and Brandon Duhaime. Like the reason why the Capitals are so much better than the Bruins is because of Ovechkin, Strome, and Alexei Protas, and Tom Wilson. You have two wingers that are 6'6", and Tom Wilson will punch you in the face and take your girlfriend. That Connor McMichael is capable of taking the next step, but it's these two guys. Imagine what the Bruins would look like. They already have Zadorov. If they had Protas and Tom Wilson, well, you know what we'd be calling them? The Big Bad Bruins. They'd be the Big Bad Bruins again. So I disagree with that, AM. But that's part of the fun, us disagreeing with each other. The Capitals' depth. God, you're making me want to bet the Bruins. The Capitals. Look at who's got the better defense. Now with a healthy Bruins back end, the Bruins have a better defense than the Capitals. So you know what? Maybe a Trans Canada has. What up, Trans? So maybe I have to put my money where my mouth is. So maybe it should just be a Capitals team total under. I think I'll focus on the under instead. But the Capitals are a good hockey team. The Boston Bruins are not going to be able to score this year. They're not going to be able to score. So I'm either going to be on the under 5.5, or I will add the Capitals team total under. Let's just see what that is right now here on 365. look how many points the Capitals scored last year, and look what their total is this year. I mean, the market does not expect them to be good. Let's just see what this Capitals team total is here and see if we can move on it. Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. The 3.5 minus 145. It's just too expensive. It's just too expensive. See if I get a cheaper one as well. Ron Crawford says 2 good goalies under. Yes, I mean, is Logan Thompson going to be like he was last year? I find that I'm not sure. I think Swayman's the more likely one to step up, but I agree. I agree with the under. That will be an addition. I've got the 2 bets already in Habs, Leafs, and then we have the Bruins, Capitals. Let's move on to Flames, Oilers, Rogers Place in Edmonton, Alberta. Dustin Wolf and Stuart Skinner between the pipes. Now, the Edmonton Oilers don't look very good. Now, the whole city breathed a sigh of relief when McDavid signed the 2-year extension at a tiny price. And I imagine that every player in the NHL is upset. How can they sign a contract now if McDavid's getting 12.5? I'm sure he's thought about all of this, and he has said to himself, I don't care if I'm hated by all my colleagues. I want to win the Stanley Cup, and I want to give our hockey team the best opportunity to do that. But he's now going to be despised by every player in the NHL because how are they supposed to sign contracts? It's a very tricky situation. The idea that they're going to put Trent Frederick on the right wing with McDavid and Draisaitl shows you that they know they're not going to score that much. They're not putting a sniper on right wing. You have Mangiapane, Nugent Hopkins, and Matthew Savoie in the second line. Henrique, Tomasek, and Isaac Howard on the third line. Talk about a team with no depth. Noah Phillip, Kasperi Kapanen, Podkolzin is an okay fourth line. You have Ekholm healthy again. Ekholm, Bouchard, and Nurse. So you have some strength defensively. But for me, this is a very weak Calgary Flames hockey team. And I want to fade it very badly. Markel in the house. Christopher Carter, great to see you guys. Occupancy said, am I seeing this right? Calgary 4-1 head-to-head in Edmonton last 5. Calgary had Edmonton's number last year. Had Edmonton's number. But look at this hockey team. Nobody wants to play in Calgary because of the conditions of the rink and the facilities. And at every end of the season interview, they tell that to ownership. They say, look, it's like playing at you have better facilities than a lot of AHL teams. You have Kadri, Farabee, and Klapka on the first line. Coronado, Morgan Frost, and Gradin in the second line. This is weak. Now, this third line looks excellent. Connor Zary, Michael Backlund, and Blake Coleman. And you could say, look, that's actually the second line. It's not the Morgan Frost line. That's completely legitimate. I think this defense is pretty weak. Hanley, he stepped up in a big way, but he was ditched by Dallas. Mackenzie Weegar, Rasmus Anderson, they are capable of stepping up. Jake Bean can do more. And then they have great goaltending in Wolf. I think that this is a great opportunity for the Oilers to get the season off to a good start. So I am on the Oilers -1 here. I think this Flames team is weak. There's going to be a lot of times when the Oilers are going to be susceptible, and they've been susceptible against the Flames. The Flames step up when they play the Oilers. But I do think that McDavid signed. If McDavid hadn't have signed that contract, I do think it'd be a bit of a different feeling going into the home opener. But now the Oilers are setting up to figure out now how this is the amount of money we have. How can we support Draisaitl and McDavid, who will be able to get whatever they want here? Now, Kadri is a good defensive forward here. But I'm on the Oilers on the -1 line, and it was very costly. And it's something that I started opening up in MLB. So far in my whole career, the -135 has been a threshold for me, which would mean that I would have to be on the -1.5 spot for the Oilers. I'm not, though. I'm on the -1, and maybe it was the Panthers game that kind of upset me. But now I'm going to go under the rule of if I've got a favorite, anything under -150, I'll move on the -1 line. And then again, that goes back to how easy it is to live bet NHL. Your team goes down. Like if the Oilers go down 1-0, it's just immediate bet. You got to run and make that bet. 40 Kid has a Mangiapane goal versus old team. That's a really fun look. Mangiapane going back against the Flames. That second line looks so weak for the Oilers. I mean, they need Mangiapane to score 30. I mean, Nugent Hopkins was a 100-point scorer 2 years ago. How is he supposed to do that with this group? It's a very, very weak group right now. They need Zach Hyman back badly. And don't forget, and they probably need Janmark back for that forward group, but don't forget Jake Wallman's day-to-day too. So this Oilers defense is going to be very, very good. So there we go. I'm on the Oilers -1. Let's get into Kings Golden Knights T-Mobile Center in Las Vegas, Nevada. We have Anton Forsberg here making his Kings debut in net. Aiden Hill for the Golden Knights. And Justin McKelvey is on Edmonton regulation. And I've had a lot of talks with people on whether you want them. Why do you want the -1? Why do you want regulation? For me, I watch these games. Basically, I'm working, so I'm usually listening to them. But sometimes I watch. And the main thing for me is I'm a big fan. I enjoy watching hockey and gambling on hockey very much. And when it goes into overtime or a shootout, I want the push available. I want to still be right there. That's just my preference. A lot of people prefer regulation. I respect that very much. Talk Sports with JT says Kings came off physical game last night to go against another good physical team in the Golden Knights. I think the Golden Knights are going to be, a President's Trophy winning hockey team. I think Mitch Marner, everybody's going to see when he leaves Toronto just how exceptional he is. And I know, again, people are probably watching that going, he doesn't step up in the most important moments, all that stuff. And it's hard to argue that. But Matthews has done squad ass nothing in the playoffs. And who worked their way up to the first line on Team Canada, who set up McDavid for the game-winning goal. That was all Mitch Marner. Eichel, Marner, and Barbashev is dangerous. Carlson, Stone, and Riley Smith. Now we'll see how healthy these guys. Will any of these three guys play 60 games? I was surprised Stone played over 60 games last year. Hurdle, Saad, and Dorofeev. Dorofeev is hurt right now. Sissons, Brett Howden, and Keegan Kolesar is a great fourth line. I want to be on the Vegas Golden Knights. I have them to win the Pacific, but I can't have three teams in the Western Conference, and I am still holding out to find the right time where I think the Oilers can do it. And obviously it's not set up right now, but I want to do it. No, D-Trip, I do not use models. And that's another conversation that I'd love to have. I understand that the models get you started, and then you use different factors. Here, the models is just kind of what gets you to the table. Then you use different factors, and your models can beat line movements. I have friends who've spent 10 years building their models, and they'll still tell you, well, it's not as good as the books models. It's not as good as an MIT student's model. If why play it being a losing battle? I love the psychology and the situation gambling. That's my favorite. That's the only spot where I think that will I ever have an advantage over the books? I mean, that's why we put all our records up here to show accountability and honesty in this very fraudulent industry full of touts and pretend numbers and no accountability and not putting your record up. So, and then shows that are hugely, popular with no one puts their records up, right? Because they don't want people to know how difficult it is. They want people to think, oh yeah, I can beat the books. And the whole thing with Peter and I, and it's always been that way, is we want to honestly portray gamblers in this industry and show that it is possible to beat the books. Or maybe it's not, it is possible. Maybe is it possible? Maybe it's a question and not an answer. So going back to this Kings Golden Knights spot, I think the Golden Knights are a very, very good hockey team. But the Kings were embarrassed at home last night. And, the steak knives are already out for their coach to be fired. It's Kopitar's last season. and they no-showed. And this is my situation that I love so much is the team that lost in the first leg of a back-to-back to back them first period. You know, there's question marks around how heavy legs are on back-to-backs early in the season. I used to think that legs were much heavier early in the season. I've kind of backed off of that, but still, I just think that the Kings are going to be extremely committed in the first period, and I expect the Knights to get better as the game goes on. And we certainly saw that from the Avalanche last night. They got better and better as the game went on. The first period was pretty ugly. We remember Marner, who's such a big piece of this puzzle. This is new to the team. The power play is going to be a little different, and the Kings are an angry, physical group that just got embarrassed. I was thinking, I was very curious yesterday, because, you write the script. I always, if I lose this, how will I attack it the next day? And in my script, I was like, well, I'd love to be able to double up on the Kings first period, to bet them on the money line and to bet them first period plus a half. The problem is they're just too expensive plus a half. And it doesn't make sense. But I would have bet it if I got, under minus 140, which I didn't get. I did get the first period at plus 140. It's still available right now. The plus a half here at 365 is minus 160. Mel says if Jimmy's right and the Kings score first, that she will be hitting Vegas live. I completely get that. Slatsy says Marty Natchez in last year's contract playing with Nathan McKinnon scores twice last night. What a gift for him. He looked like a sniper that just wants to prove everything to everybody. Talk Sports with JT is leaning to the over 6 here. So let's see. Crip Key says Kings plus 1.5. Gorky has Vegas to win by margin here. AM says he likes the Kings first period. Moneyline, hardly any travel, and Vegas have a lot of talent. Don't expect Marty to gel with the lineup right out of the gate. And yeah, look, I'm right with you guys. Thank you, 40 Kid. Thank you for rocking with us. Another season begins here in the National Hockey League. I 1-3 to start off, not the way I wanted to start off. Unfortunately, the last 2 seasons, I've been 500 at the 60-game mark and then gotten hot, or even down a little bit at the 60-game mark. I must change that. I don't want to come out of the gate quite like that. I do have a plan to handle things slightly differently this year, and I am going to add a little bit of volume to my NHL action. For instance, last night, I wanted the Penguins first period under and the Penguins first period and the under 6, but I was like, I can't start out the first game of the first night of the season, tripling up and doubling up on these spots. And I did double up on that Kings Avalanche spot, which, was hurt me, obviously. I did get in live on the over 4.5. That's another thing when we're talking about live betting. So we talked about if you're on a big favorite that you really like, that you think is a powerhouse, they go down 1-0, it's got to be an immediate bet for at least a half of the unit that you put on it at a minimum. So you always have to be, I think you always need to have bullets in the chamber to fire at that. The other spot that I love so much is when I'm on an over and it's 0-0 after the first period. Now, Bobano, he bets the second period over. That's his go-to. For me, I just bet the over 4.5. I bet the over 4.5. So, for instance, last night after 0-0 in Colorado, LA Kings, the over 4.5 was plus 100. You bet it. You bet it during the intermission, and the ROI is insane. The live betting NHL, just like Mikey Allen is saying, is I think it's the best sport possible because you have these powerhouses that go down 1-0 and you can attack them. So again, in NHL, I'm going to add the under in the Bruins Capitals game. What else am I going to bet? Because I would like to challenge the Capitals. I know it didn't help me last year, but I'd like to do that this year. Robert Cherry, great NHL capper. Great to see you. Thank you guys for rocking with us. We got Jose Perez, Gorky, Mally, Mal. We have Wager Detective. Mel says the Kyle Connor contract has all of us here in Denver panicking. I wouldn't panic, Mel. We know where Kyle Connor's going. He's going to be on the Detroit Red Wings next year. He's a Michigan boy. He doesn't want the spotlight. He enjoys Winnipeg. And Steve Yzerman is going to give him a boatload of money to come back to Michigan. So anybody now, I mean, if the concern is that he's going to score 65 goals, and I guess that's valid. He's a sniper of the highest quality. But we know what team he's playing for next year. He's going to play for the Detroit Red Wings. He's, trying to keep it under wraps a bit, but We know he's a Michigan boy that just wants to go home. And Steve Yzerman's licking his chops to have Kyle Connor playing with Dylan Larkin. Thank you guys for joining us. Oh, we're panicking because of Nachus, because of the number. Okay, I feel you. But I mean, look, now you can say, well, look, McDavid's getting 12.5. God, McDavid's going to be hated. I can't tell you how hated he's going to be by the entire hockey league, which I guess he doesn't care about, which is fine. All right, let's roll. So 5 spots here for me in the National Hockey League. I bet 4 of them already. That is the Habs team total over 2.5 minus 121. You can get a better number now. I'm on the Habs money line. I got plus 146. You can get a better number now. Then I moved as well on the Kings first period at plus 140. And I moved. Sorry, let me move over here. And I have the Oilers -1. So the Oilers go down 1-0 to the Flames, immediate live bet. If it's 0-0 after the first period, I'm not going to bet the over. The Oilers don't have the offensive firepower, really. They have no depth. I mean, what's going to happen when McDavid and Draisaitl aren't on the ice? So remember, it has to. So if you've capped the over and it's 0-0, then you move on the over 4.5 after the first period. Every time your ROI is going to be through the roof. What hasn't worked for me is if it's a high scoring first period and you're on the under and betting a live under. I have a negative ROI doing that. Sometimes you're just wrong. Your cap is wrong, especially when you're I bet a lot of unders. Now, what you can do for you guys, and I don't mean to harp on all this shit because poor in the beginning of the year. If you have capped the under and there's a goal scored in the first 4 minutes or 3 minutes of the game, you can then easily bet bet a live under at a better number. But if there's a high scoring first period, I just fucking let it go. And then as we go on through the year, we'll talk about the 2-2 tie. The 2-2 tie between division rivals going into the third period. They play for the point. The under 6.5 is the single best live bet in all of hockey. There's no better live. It's better than your favorite that goes down the goal. It's the 2-2 going into the third period, the under 6.5 in a division game where they're playing for the point. But we'll get into all of that. Thank you guys for rocking with us, man. I am pumped up here. We have MLB playoffs, and just the gentleman, we need to get that cash. Please welcome the backbone here of Pub Sports Radio, the producer of the show, ready to rock and attack these 4 playoff games, Mr. Jose Bouquett. Jose, how are you?
Excuse me, I'm doing all right. A lot of goat hole talk to start the day.
Yeah.
Expect that. My goat hole is leaking right now.
Oh, God.
But I'm excited to talk baseball.
Wow. I'm going to pretend that didn't happen here. Spreadsheet play of the day in MLB for Ronnie Crawford is the Toronto Blue Jays. I'm excited to cap these games. There's a lot of excitement here up north about this Blue Jays Yankees series.
God, that was annoying yesterday. I bet the overs in both games, so that was nice. But
that was great.
Fuck, man. I was disappointed to see them come back.
Yeah, Judge had his moment.
That hurt the most, obviously. I'm praying, just end it tonight so we can all forget about that. Let's all forget about that with a victory from the Blue Jays tonight.
Unfortunately, that goes in the lore of the New York Yankees, and that will exist forever, Jose. There's nothing we can do about that.
It would be funny if it was in a losing series. It's like, oh, yeah, remember that Judge home run? Oh, yeah, they still lost 3-1.
Sounds like a Red Sox fan talking, but I look, I want them to lose too. Let's bring on our next guest, the star of our hit show Walk Off Wagers, alongside Morgan Spooner. Please welcome from Los Angeles, California, Wine Time Sports. Wine Time, what's good, man? How are you?
Jimmy the Bag, Jose Bouquett. Good to see you guys on a Wednesday. Excited to cap. We got 4 games today, so excited, man. MLB Playoffs has been a beautiful thing for me to start so far, so hoping to keep that rocking and rolling. And that Yankees-Jays game, that was a crazy one yesterday, and that was insane. But excited to cap the card with you guys today. We got a lot of college football to talk about after that as well, so ready to get right to it.
It was funny. My brother-in-law asked me to put in a sizable bet on the Jays, and so he's sitting on the couch, after I came out of Bankroll Blitz, and he's like in the dumps. He's in the dumps, and I was like, Dude, the Jays lost, but you won. 5-run early payout. He cashed this. He couldn't believe it. He could not believe it. He was just like, everything changed. He was like, "Are you kidding? What?
You should that's the great news to give to someone right there. That was probably like seeing Ella open like her gifts on Christmas Day. Like that was probably the same feeling right there.
It was fucking great. It was great. He couldn't believe it. He was just like, he couldn't, like, because he was just like this. He was like, all sad. I was like,
you told him Santa was real.
Yeah. All right, fellas. Thank you guys for joining us. I also could have kept it from him.
You definitely could have.
I don't know. I'm sure he's thought about that at some point.
When did you think about that?
Well, I saw it. I knew it. It was. I just couldn't talk to him. I knew they were watching the game. I knew. I was playing it all out in my head. I was like, "Oh, this is gonna be perfect." It was in my account. It popped. My account, jumps up. And they lose, and he's in the dime. It was great. Let's roll here. Oh yes. So Gorky, that's another part about us trying to get you off of a pro line. There's perks with these books that they give us, but that's one of them. Up 5 runs, you get paid out. So every single person that bet the Jays Yankees side on the money line, every single person that bet 365 got paid.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
And it doesn't matter to them because we know 99% of these accounts are all losers. So, it's just sometimes your local wants you to get a little happy.
Yeah, that's how I felt yesterday.
Yeah. Let's roll. 3:08 p.m. Eastern. This one popping off in 2 hours and 16 minutes. ALDS Game 4. Mariners, Tigers. Mariners 90-72, 39-42 on the road at Detroit. Tigers 87-75, 46-35 at home. We're at Comerica Park in Detroit, Michigan. Let's get into the weather here as well as the ballpark pal expectation. 62 Fahrenheit, feels like 61, 9 miles per hour out to right field, dies down to 8.3 miles per hour. I have not refreshed this in about 6 hours. Let's see if it changed at all. Yes, it changed a little bit. 8.7 miles per hour out to right, dies down to 8.1, and then it starts building up a little bit again. Ballpark pal has Comerica minus 7%. It is a minus 18% home runs, minus 6% doubles and triples, and plus 5% singles. Let's get into the line history and the cash flow, and then we will hand it off to our experts. Let's move back to Major League Baseball here. We have Casey Mize against Bryce Miller. You guys know, I'm a big fan of Casey Mize and watch closely, want to back him, but this is a very difficult market to trust him in. The Tigers opening up at minus 120, and now they're minus 105. So the Mariners have gone from plus 109 to minus 105 with a pitcher who's, clearly got worse numbers. Now, one thing for me is that historically, I've not let the market push me as much in the playoffs. And so if I can explain why the line is moving, I'm very comfortable with that. I don't really understand why this is soaring towards the over and it's moving towards the Mariners, unless the only reason is because the Mariners offense dwarfs the Tigers offense. That's it. Because this is not, even though we see the wind blowing out, this is run suppressing weather. But not everybody will know that. They'll just see the wind blowing out hard and these two supposed possible gas cans on the mound, especially Bryce Miller. We've seen this move 11 cents towards the over. And my first feeling was I would like to fade that. But again, I'm hesitant here, and I'll listen to you guys. 66% of tickets are on the under, and 61% cash is on the over. So big bets are clearly coming in on the over. 58% of tickets are on Bryce Miller, and 55% of cash is on Casey Mize. So I'm curious to hear what you guys think about the difference between the trusting the regular season market and not trusting the playoff market as much. I mean, if you were so focused on the playoff on the way we generally cap MLB, you would have been on the Phillies in game 2. But I didn't want to be on the Phillies in game 2. So I'm interested in fading all of this stuff, but I want to hear from you guys. Strategic investments on the over 8.5. Justin McKelvey on Carpenter over 1.5 bases. Justin McKelvey on the Mariners game over 8.5, and he beat that line move at minus 105. So Bryce Miller, 4-6, 5.6 ADRA, 1.41 WHIP. His last start was a while ago. It was 6-1 loss at home versus Dodgers. 4 innings, 5 hits, 4 runs, 2 homers, 2 Ks, 2 walks. On the road in this season, he's only had 9 starts, and he's not been good. Points hitting 273 against them. It's strange that he allowed 10 home runs at home and only 7 on the road. It's strange that he was so bad at home. And we know that lefties get him. Lefties hurt him. Lefties are hitting 258 with an 863 OPS. And they're lefties here. Carpenter, Green, Keith, McKinstry, and Meadows. So there are batters that can hurt him. For Casey Mize, 3.87 ERA, 1.27 WHIP. We only saw him for 3 innings in that wild card round against the Guardians. So, obviously there are some trust issues here with Mize and with Hinch. 3 innings, 1 hit, 1 earned run, 1 homer. That's all he allowed was the solo shot, and they pulled him. At home this year, he had 14 starts, and he was good. He allowed, 30 runs and 73 in the third. So it's you expect better, I guess. 11 home runs he allowed. He only allowed 10 on the road. And his splits are pretty straight, pretty regular, no extremes here. Mariners are hitting, last 30 days of the season. I don't want to get too much into the playoff numbers because they're such a small sample size, but they are important. Mariners in the last 30 days of the year hit 262, 818 versus righties, and the Tigers couldn't hit righties, 217, 631. The Mariners bullpen has been much better than the Tigers bullpen over the last 30 days. Let's get started here. Jose Bouquet, game 1. Mariners, Tigers, take it away.
So I obviously initially have leaned towards the Mariners here. Line opening up minus 120. Detroit at BOL. We're seeing even both sides now. So my initial lean is and then, it's interesting. BOL always opens their lines earlier than everyone. So 10 o'clock last night, it was minus 120. But I have not moved on this game yet. I definitely lean Mariners, though. I just don't think the Tigers can get this game. And I think I'm not as a big of a a Casey Mize believer as you are, Jimmy. The fact that there's 58% of the bets and 75% of the money on Detroit here, and again, the lines moved against them, makes me want to bet Seattle. I just haven't moved on anything yet. And now, I guess that I finally found some confidence betting some totals in the postseason here. It's interesting that there's, split on decision bet money lines, totals here. 66% of the bets on the under and 61% of the money on the over. So I find that fascinating. I would lean towards the over in this game with that money, the seemingly bigger bets on the over, but I think I'm just going to make Seattle official here. I just need to find the courage. Want to hear Wine Time and you guys talk about it a little more, but it's Seattle or nothing for me.
Before you move on, I'd like to ask you 2 questions, and I'll ask Wine Time some similar questions. First off, what should the difference be on the first 5?
There probably won't be one, would be my guess. If anything, it'd be 5 cents in Seattle's favor would be my assumption.
It's 10 cents in Detroit's favor. It's a pick'em, and Detroit's minus 120. Now, that's just at a public book, 365. We can check other books. Is this line moving towards the Mariners because Bryce Miller is going to have a better start than expected, or just because the bats are so much stronger?
I think Casey Mize struggles, so I would lean more towards the bats doing well.
So you have an expectation that Bryce Miller pitches better than Casey Mize because of the market, not because of the X's and O's.
Yeah, I would assume Casey Mize go, and if he does struggle, AJ Hinch will get him the fuck up out of there quickly. So my version of struggling would be 3 innings, 1 earned run. Bryce Miller goes 5 innings, and then the rest of the game is just bullpen.
Just before we get over to Wine Time, this is what this is all about. This means more to me than, and it's not about, I made a bet, paid my mortgage, or paid my car payment. It's my bankroll is bigger than it's ever been. My unit size is going up. That's my dream for all of us. And I love reading that, DC, my man. Wine Time, take it away for us here. And so you have moved officially.
I haven't moved yet. I want to hear all what you guys have to say, but it's Mariners or nothing for me.
And you were right about that 72% of the cash because that was not there, and then it refreshed here as 72% of cash on Detroit and on Casey Mize. BJ says clear Mariners side or nothing, not going against the market, especially more bets and money on Detroit. So here we go. A Goon Collector says, I guess you got to start listening to Gorky's hockey takes after he got you against your LA Kings bet. Do you remember what Gorky said? He didn't say that I'm certain that I wasn't fighting the idea that the Avalanche would beat the Kings. He was saying that a journeyman Finnish hockey player is better than first ballot Hall of Famers on the Kings. So Goon Collector, that's what, now Gorky has extreme takes, and that's fun. Extreme takes are fun, even if they sound fucking ludicrous. They're fun. Extreme takes are fun. So Gorky added fun to the show by saying a journeyman Finnish player is better than the superhero first ballot Hall of Famer Anze Kopitar. That's fun. It's a fun take. Fun. It's fucking stupid. Wine time. Take it away.
Yeah.
Joe Flacco is starting.
Wow.
Go ahead, wine time.
As expected. Yeah, guys, I mean, who's controlled this entire series? It's the Seattle Mariners. I mean, you even look back at game one, Tigers were able to tie it. In that fifth or sixth inning, they go to extra innings, take care of business there. Seattle's controlled this entire series. I mean, yesterday, they just completely dominated the entire game from start to finish. Yeah, a couple hiccups in that ninth inning when you're up 8-1. But, I mean, you guys heard me talk so much crap on guys like J.P. Crawford, Julio Rodriguez throughout the season. Didn't like those guys. Playing some big-time ball, especially J.P. Crawford. He had himself a game yesterday. You got the big thumper over there in Cal Raleigh, who's just demolishing baseballs right now. It's just crazy to see what he's doing right now at this high of a level, and to see him do it consistently throughout the season, now carried over the playoffs. It's very impressive. I'm getting 20 cents difference on the first five in full game in this right now. I'm getting a minus 105 for the Seattle Mariner, for the Detroit Tigers full game, first five, minus 125 right now. So which makes me think Casey Mize might pitch a little bit better here. It's a tough game. I mean, I told Jimmy before I came on here today, this game's entirely tricky. I came on here with 0 bets today. And that's not like me. When I was capping this card, it's so tricky. And I was on the under in this game yesterday, thinking there wasn't going to be runs, and there was a lot of runs scored. Kind of want to go to the well with the Mariners just because, I mean, from the eye test and from an X's and O's standpoint, I mean, they're the better ball team right now. I mean, at this point in the season, this is the better team. Do you have the better starting pitcher on the mound? That's a little bit of a question mark, I think, because Casey Mize is I like Casey Mize better than Bryce Miller. So, but I think the bats are an advantage for Seattle. I know it's in Detroit, and I know like Detroit needs this win right here. You know, it's win or go home here for them. You still got to go back to Seattle for game 5, even if they do take care of business here. I just think the Mariners have kind of taken these guys as souls at this point. Tigers got lucky and took care of business against a team that took the division for them. And I just think this is a letdown spot. I think the Mariners are a better team. I want to be on the Mariners in some sort of fashion here. I can get a minus. It's minus 105 both ways for me right now at my book. I'm close to moving on the Mariners, guys. I don't know if I can do it. From the X's and O's standpoint, I mean, the market telling us the Mariners too? I mean, this line's moving towards the Mariners with the majority of the money on the Tigers, correct?
Yeah, I'm surprised that there's that much money on the. You stop, Gorky. You said that Kivrianta was better than any player on the LA Kings. So let's just stop. Let's not pretend that's not what you said. That's exactly what you said. And Von Polo can agree that Joel Kiviranta, the fourth line player on the Colorado Avalanche, who played 10 minutes last night, is better than Anze Kopitar and Drew Doughty and Mac and Adrian Kempe and Fiala. Look, that's what he said. So let's not fucking beat around, pretend he said something else. He said the fourth line player on the Colorado Avalanche was better than any player on the LA Kings. Stop, period, end. All right? So let's not fucking pretend something else was said. Sorry, one time. Keep going.
Oh no, you're good. It's an extremely tricky spot here, guys, because it's been a playoffs that I've been able to read pretty good, especially more so on totals. Like my guy Jose was saying, been on totals more this postseason, and I really can't get to the window here on the under or the over on a total. And the only team I can move on is the Mariners, because I just think, why take it to a game 5 in Seattle, where I do think they will take care of business no matter what here. But I think we are seeing money come in on the Tigers because it's win or go home here. So I think the Mariners are the right side here. I just don't know if I could actually throw a full unit on this, give it out. I might throw a half unit on this. We'll see. Maybe we can look back over this game after we're done capping the 4 games, because this game doesn't go off for another 2 hours. I kind of want to see what the market does a little bit. Might persuade me into making a bet, might take me off the game. It's going to be a pass for me right now, but it's a definite lean towards the Seattle Mariners. It's just the bet. They're the better team right now.
Oh, God. Okay. It's not, look, Von Polo, if you want to talk about how much fucking sleep I've had, Von Polo, you just backed up what he said. You said he was right. So, look, that's great. You guys can back up Gorky's comments, VP. You can support that Joel Kiviranta is better than any player on the Kings, and then you can say, "Oh, I guess you're taking this a little too seriously." Fucking suck my fucking dick. Okay, Jose, are you going to move?
Yeah, I think. Jesus, I hurt myself. Yeah, I am going to move on the Mariners minus 105.
Why don't we both watch our mouth, Von Polo? Why don't we both? I mean, how when you say a fourth line forward is better than a first ballot Hall of Famer, when I'm just supposed to say nothing? All right.
I'm also a little sketched out that obviously this line opened up at minus 120. The same with the next game we'll talk about here. Maybe it's one of those spots where it opens up in an interesting place and the line movement doesn't matter because it opened up at that spot. So we'll see.
You're obviously VP, you're trying to get in my head, obviously. Like, oh, you're not getting enough sleep, you know. All right. Okay. So sorry, you were saying you may move on.
Oh no, I moved on Seattle minus 105.
Okay.
I might see up the window on that one. We'll see. I don't know if I'm going to do it. I'm going to take an hour and a half and see what this market does. I might end up staying off this one, but I definitely agree with you, Jose, on the Mariners.
All right, Mariners a minus 105 here. Mariners minus 105. Okay. Look, I will get a grip, VP. I will get a grip. All my fault. Let's move on. 5:08 p.m. Eastern, NLDS Game 3, Milwaukee up 2-0. Brewers 97 and 65, 45 and 36 on the road. Cubs 92 and 70, 50 and 31 at home. Wrigley Field in Chicago, Illinois. Let's get into the weather here. 61 Fahrenheit, 8.2 miles per hour in. Gets up to 9.6 and then drops down to 8.9. I have moved on the first 3 under 1.5 plus 105 and the full game under 7. I did pay for it. It was minus 130. I could have sent it in at minus 129, but I could have made it liquid at minus 129, but I sent it in at minus 130. Minus 25% runs, minus 34% homers, minus 12% doubles and triples, and minus 6% singles. Let's get into the line history here. This total moved to 6.5 very quick. It opened at 7. You could have got the under pretty cheap, but it moved by about 5 p.m. to the 6.5. Since it's moved to 6.5, it's pretty much stayed there. There's been moves to the over, and every time it comes back, 7 or 8 cents. So let's get into the money line here. We have a minus 107, a clear move towards the Brewers. Brewers go from plus 110 to minus 103, plus 110 to minus 103. And then cash flow wise here, we have 55% of tickets, 68% of cash on the Cubs, 67% of tickets on the under, and 85% of the cash on the under. Priester 13-3, 3.32 ERA, 1.24 WHIP. We haven't seen him since that loss at home to the Reds, which stopped his streak of Brewers winning every game that he was on the mound for. 5 innings, 9 hits, 3 runs, 4 Ks, 1 walk. On the road, 14 starts. He's pitched in 16 games, 28 earned runs. That's all he's allowed on the road. He's been excellent. 247 opponents batting average, and lefties hit him with more power than righties, but the splits are pretty normal. Jamison Tyone on the other side, 11-7, 3.68 ERA, 1.06 whip. Last start was in the wildcard round against the Padres, and he looked great. 4 innings, 2 hits, 4 Ks, no walks. They didn't let him see a lineup a third time. At home this year, he's been very, very strong. We have our guy Troy Torrance taking his pops to this playoff game. Great opportunity for them to hang out. And he gets hit by righties. Tyone has an issue with righties. He's been shutting down all lefties, but righties been much more difficult for him. The righties have been much more difficult for him. In this lineup, there's not a ton of righties. You have Churillo and Contreras, some big bats, and then Vaughn, Durbin, and Ortiz. The Brewers versus righties, 248, 713 last 30 days. Cubs, 241, 743, and both bullpens have been excellent. Wine Time Sports, take it away, Brewers Cubs.
Brewers have been a beautiful thing these last couple games, being on their side of the action, especially the other day when they go down 3-0 in the first inning. You get them on the live bet plus 3.5, and then they take care of business, end up winning that game. Shout out to my guy Troy Torrance. That's going to be a fun game at the ballpark today, man. What is it going to be? 2 o'clock here, so 4:10 there. Wrigley's going to be rocking and rolling, guys. This is what it's all about right here, but this Brewers team, I mean, this team's good, guys. We're seeing it firsthand. They got that first round bye, and they still haven't missed a beat yet. Really impressive what this Brewers team is doing so far. Love to see my guy Jake Bauers is in the projected lineup for this playoff game again. You got Yelich at the top. You got Churillo. It's just crazy to me, guys. Brewers are such a good team. Going into this season, I was looking at their roster, and I was just thinking, like, how are they going to be able to, actually make a deep run? But they play a good brand of baseball. They do everything the right way, and it's rare to see baseball teams do that consistently nowadays. And this is a team that does it. Quentin Priester, we saw that streak of them just winning every single game he goes out there. Yeah, it snapped, and he hasn't been out there in quite some time here. Just probably the only reason why I'm not on the Brewers here in this spot. I'm not on them quite yet. I wanted to get back to the window on them, get a 3-0 sweep here. It's just I know that the Cubs they have to give them their best effort here. Are they going to be able to keep the bats in check? They haven't been able to do the first 2 games. Is Talon going to go out there and pitch well? We'll see. We're seeing this total at 6.5. I mean, if I could get a 7 at any 4 of my books right now to -125 or -130, I would take it right there with you, Jim. Maybe I can build this. We'll see. But I'm only getting 6.5 at plus 100. I think there's not going to be a lot of runs scored in this ball game. I think it's going to be probably a quicker ball game. We're going to see a lot of quick outs at Wrigley Field here, and I think this game probably doesn't score. There's not a lot of runs scored in this ball game. Want to get on the Brewers. Couldn't end up getting back to the window. I've kind of made my money with them, and we'll see if Cubs do take care of business here. We'll see if I move on in game 4. But this under 6.5, it is appealing. I just don't know if I want a 6.5, but at the same time, maybe I do. Maybe it's that low for a reason. I think it is low for a reason. I'm pretty close to this under 6.5 at plus 100. I think both these pitchers can go out there and pitch pretty well. It's just if the Brewers, I mean, they've been mashing the ball these first couple games. Can they continue to do so? We'll see. It's a pass for me right now, but I have a lean towards the Brewers, but more of a lean towards the under. And if I can find a 7 somewhere that I could actually place, I will bet that and give that out.
Yeah, I wonder what it's moved to here. Let me just check, because I didn't bet it that long ago. So you can't use alt lines?
I can. I'm going to search for that right now, actually. I just got to look at another book really quick. MLB alternative run lines and totals.
It's moved. It's kept moving. It's now -135. I can understand that's
okay. Yeah, here we go right here. I got it pulled up here. Mariners, Tigers. That's a 9.5. Let's see. Well, give me a 7. Give me a 7. It's not giving me a line on that 7. It's giving me a line at 9.5. It's giving me a line at 8.5 at -250. No 7.5. Oh, wait, here we go. Let's see. No, they're not giving me shit on here. Of course not.
Yeah, it's a problem, man. It's annoying. But I hear that. Let's hear. And you're not interested in the first 3 under 1.5.
I can get that, actually. I was looking at that too right now. The number currently that we're sitting, I think it was plus money plus 120, I believe, on that first 3 under. Let me pull it back up. Let's see. Yeah, under 1.5 plus 120. I don't know. I like that. Maybe
That's
even,
a much better number than I'm getting.
Oh,
and that I
wow.
bet.
Yeah, I
Much
can get an under 1.5 at plus 120 right now. The over is minus 160. Yeah, maybe I move on this under first three. Get in and get out with both these pitchers going out there. They can get through both the top pops, the lineup at least once, and without giving up a run each. I think this is low for a reason. Yeah, I might move on this under.
Let's hear from Jose Bouquet. Brewers, Cubbies, take it away.
Yeah, excuse me. Yeah, the same situation that we had in game one, we have in game two. Minus 120 opener for the Cubs. Again, I was a little surprised that it opened that way, but whatever. There's 54% of the bets and 68% of the money on the Cubs here. We've gone trickling down here. Minus 107, minus 103 at Bet Online. Excuse me, at BOL, I should say. But I feel like if I bet the first one, I kind of have to bet this one as well. I feel a little better about this one because at least it's the Brewers, and I generally like the Brewers a little more than the Mariners. Who knows? But minus 103 for me, Milwaukee Brewers here, full game.
I get it with the line movement. This weather is hugely run suppressing, and this is more than normal because it's cold. I mean, we've seen 18, 19 mile per hour winds coming in that aren't, minus 25%, minus 34% home runs. It's enormously run suppressing here. And it's just 8.2 to 9.6. That's all it is. That's all it is. So what did you get on the Brewers?
Minus 103.
Jose on the Brewers minus 103. He's on the Mariners minus 105. I doubled up on unders. I took the plus 105 on the first three under. I've been getting terrible lines from 365 on these first threes, which haven't hurt me too bad, but I must make a change. Wow, now it's plus 115. God, I don't know how it's interesting that the line's gotten, So the full game total has become more expensive and the first three totals become cheaper.
Interesting.
All right. Von Polo liking the over here in Brewers, Cubs. We have a lot of people liking the over here. I'm surprised at that. I mean, it's just such run suppressing weather. Just my 2 cents. Winner go home parlay. Tigers, Cubs at plus 255. Mally Mal asking what Tyon's K prop is at here. Again, I'll just give it to you at a public book here, but the K prop for Tyon is 2.5. Minus 160 to the over, but they don't think these guys are in much. If we get to the outs, look at these,
9.5.
No, 11.5.
Oh, wow.
It's crazy because if you look, both of these guys, they're outs. It's 12.5 for Priester, 11.5 for Tyon. Neither, they've gone over that in every single one of their last 5 starts. You keep going, but I guess it's just playoff time and they think they're going to get pulled earlier. So, all right, let's roll on Brewers minus 103 for Jose, Mariners minus 105 for Jose. I've got the unders in the Brewers Cubbies spot. And I still do have some interest in the Tigers, honestly, but I guess in this market, you just can't move on it. Let's move on to 7:08 p.m. Eastern, the big one. Toronto Blue Jays 94-68, same record as the Yankees, 40-41 on the road. Yankees 50-31 at home, Yankee Stadium in the Bronx. The same psychology behind why we took the Tigers to win the series against the Guardians is at play here. The Yankees had all the pressure on them in the world, and everything's been going, poorly in New York sports. They've been getting, just the sports section is just horrific. And now there's something to celebrate. And that's a problem. It's a problem in baseball when you can heat up and teams can heat up and they can start believing in each other. And it's a real problem. We're in the Bronx here for this one. 63 Fahrenheit, feels like 57, 8.1 miles per hour left to right. 8.1 down to 7.5 miles per hour. From a line history standpoint here, we have minus 169 right now. Opened up at minus 160. It got up all the way to minus 181. It was minus 181 at 7:43 this morning, and it's come back towards the Blue Jays. From a total standpoint here, we have an 8.5. Oh, God, it's moved to 8 here. Wow, interesting. So this moved to 8 at 8:46 a.m. I didn't know it's not the most legit 8 plus 102 to the under. Now it's plus 105 to the under, but we've got a slight move towards the under. And then what was that? I just want to see the overall move towards the money line here. It's a 9-cent move towards the Yankees. We get to the cash flow here in this one. We have 68% of tickets and 79% cash on the Jays. That surprises me. 67% of tickets on the under, 58% cash on the over. I don't want to back Schlittler after the finest performance, one of the finest, playoff performances we've ever seen. 8 innings, 5 hits, 12 Ks in a game 3 of the wild card series against the rival Red Sox. It just doesn't. But he's been spectacular all season at home. He's had 8 starts at home, and he has allowed 14 earned runs. Lauer 9-2, 3.18 ERA, 1.11 WHIP. He's been so good this year. But we just saw him in game 2 for a third of an inning. He allowed 3 earned runs. He's not been getting starts, so he's not in the rhythm of anything. And on the road this year, he's been really good. 61 innings, 21 earned runs. He's been better at home. And he's got the regular splits. Righties started hitting him a little bit more as the season went on, but just 224, 700 OPS. The Yankees are destroying lefties. So they're not hitting righties as hard over the last 30 days. Righties 257, 769. So they have Louis Varland in as the opener. And Louis Varland in Minnesota, when they picked him up, his numbers were spectacular. 2.02 ERA, 1.10 WHIP. Hit 47 strikeouts in 49 innings. He only allowed 3 home runs in 49 innings. He's come to Toronto and it's changed. With Toronto, 4.94 ERA, 1.39 WHIP. He's allowed the same 3 home runs, but only in 23 2/3. He's walked almost as many batters as he did in the 49 innings. I understand why they're using an opener here, but I'm shocked, honestly shocked that the public's all over Toronto. And I understand that there's market spots here in these 3 of the games. That's why Jose's on the Mariners, and that's why Jose's on the Brewers. If he was using that ideology here, would he not be on the Yankees?
Yeah, it sucks, huh? It feels like it's Yankees Dodgers, just parlay them up again, sit back and watch it happen again here. But Jimmy, this is one of those spots where I don't think the market can quantify a guy having the best start of his life in the biggest moment of his life, taking a victory lap on Twitter, replying to Boston Red Sox fans, jerking himself off for the last week, for him to fucking implode here when it matters again. He is going to struggle here today. There's no 8 innings, 12 Ks here again. I will be not shocked, but I don't expect him to go 5 innings. Maybe I should look at his outs prop. I haven't looked at it. I don't know. But I did want to move on an over in this game here. I don't trust the Blue Jays with this market money line here, but I just don't think Cam Schlittler pitches well. Again, show me that you can have back-to-back amazing starts at home here, rookie. Show me that after jerking yourself off for a week, you can come back with some lube on you and maybe throw some balls well here. So I'm thinking over. The only reason I'm not on the Blue Jays money line is because this market is moving towards the Yankees. But I want a little overaction perhaps. And I do like Eric Lauer too. I've liked Eric Lauer all year. I think he's a capable pitcher that can do a job on the Yankees. So again, just another battle between having the conviction of betting Blue Jays money line going up against the market and over, or just staying off. But it's a battle in my head I've had right now.
Yeah. Varland's the opener, wager detective, and I don't think Lauer goes for very long. Wine time, take it away, Jays, Yankees.
Yeah, this is a good one. It's kind of just seems a little bit too easy to take the over at this point. Every single game in the series just sailing over. We saw a 7.5 and 8.5 in game 1, go down to a 7.5, back up to an 8. Now we're at an 8.5 here in game 4. It was interesting yesterday when I was watching the game and I was watching the live move when the Jays were up 6-1. I think the Yankees had a runner on base and the Yankees were plus 400 live. And I was like, what is going Why is that so fishy? Or like, there's no way the Yankees are going to come back here. Of course they did. Took care of business, won the game by 3 runs. It was crazy. Jays got to take care of business here, man. I don't think they want to go back to a game 5 back at home. They should want to take care of business here. I don't know if they do here, though. You mentioned it, public kind of coming in on the Jays. I mean, at plus money, at plus 155, how can you kind of not? At the same time, that's not a number I want to take the Blue Jays out in this kind of situation. Blue Jays plus 155 against anyone. That just seems a little bit wrong, especially against the Yankees here. I know Yankees kind of just took their souls yesterday, and it's back in Yankee Stadium today. It's a tough game sideways. I'm rooting for the Jays. Made me some cash and some futures this year, so shout out to them. But this total is a little interesting too, because one of my books has an 8 right now at plus 105, and my other book has 8.5 at minus 110 to the under. So that's kind of a big difference there. I was a little bit surprised to see that. A part of me, I mean, I kind of mentioned I was on the under in this game yesterday, and it sailed over. So I kind of want to move on the under in this spot, and I don't think anyone's going to want to move on the under. Jimmy, one more time, can you read me off the market for the total in this game?
Yeah, you have 66% of tickets on the under.
Wow.
But 57% of cash on the over. The surprising thing to me is that 68% of tickets are on Toronto and 79% of cash on Toronto. I mean, the only
that surprised me too. Do you still have the other service?
Yeah.
I wonder what they have to say about the money line at least here as well. Because it would have been great if there was a bunch of money on the Yankees here, but
well, let's look here. The
other purveyor of lines and percentages.
They have 47% of the tickets on the Jays and 23% of the cash
on the Jays. Wow. God. Yeah, I mean, I personally thought everyone would be moving on the Yankees, expecting this comeback to happen here, at least to push it to Game 5. Which, by the way, if it does get to that point, I will be betting the Blue Jays that day. But whatever, yeah. We'll get to that when we get to it. But I personally think the Blue Jays win today. As of right now, I'm off.
I'm going to pass on it as of right now too, guys. But I mean, a part of me wants to take this under 8.5 at the minus 110. I know it doesn't really sound too appealing. And when you read me off the mark, I was a little bit surprised in that because we've seen so many runs scored in this series so far. I would think people are going to assume that they're just going to keep scoring. I don't think so today. It's going to be a pass for me as of right now. It's crazy. I don't have a play yet today, but don't want to force anything. We'll see if we move on the next game.
What should the price difference be for Schlittler?
20 cents.
I would say 10 to 15.
They're 15 cents cheaper. The Jays are 10 cents. So if you want, the Jays are more expensive first 5, 10 cents more expensive.
Yeah.
The Jays.
Yeah, well, I just, maybe again, I don't bet pitcher props specifically, but I just don't think the shit man, Adolph here can get it done.
So what do you think are the outs for Schlittler?
12.5 would be my guess. Because that was what it was last time, and he smashed it, obviously, but 12.5 would be my guess again.
It's 14.5, heavily juiced to the under.
Yeah. What about his earned runs? 2.5?
Let's take a look.
Lucas Ryan is right. Jose talking lubes and balls. Typical Wednesday. Welcome to the program, Lucas. Nice to see you.
Sorry, let me get to that.
Jake Burns, I don't think they walk Judge today. Though they should.
They should have yesterday.
Yes,
Near the base open.
Very annoying.
They're not giving. Oh, here we go. Sorry. Earned runs.
If it was 1.5 at a decent price, I'd love that. But I'm assuming it's 2.5.
Oh, here we go. No, I'm not getting it.
And Nuke Worker, let me tell you right now, if the shit man has seen the Blue Jays here, I can look that up real quick here. By the way, it's nice to have a new enemy. And Cam Schlittler, him going around and tweeting at all the Red Sox fans really engendered hate towards him. So it's nice to have a villain again here. The shit man Adolph pitched against them twice. One in August. What's the month before August? The month before August, 5 innings, 7 hits, 2 earned runs, 3 Ks, 2 walks. And then September 5th, inning and 2/3, 5 hits, 4 earned runs, 2 Ks, 2 walks.
Oh my God. Sorry, I'm just getting fucking monologues from Gorky here being messaged me. Monologue after monologue. Let me say, I apologize to Von Polo. Okay, I apologize. Look, Gorky has nothing to do with you winning your bet. It's just that when you say Kivrianta is better than every player on the Kings, you're an on-air personality here. So when you say something that is obvious, it's just so extreme. Like if you were not on-air personality, I would just ignore it. And maybe that's what I should do now when something is just extreme, just ignore it. It's nothing to do with the Kings Avalanche. It's just, you had Kopitar, the first ballot Hall of Famer, playing his final home opener, and you said that this fourth line player plays 10 minutes is better than him. That's all. And I apologize to Von Polo for Von Polo agreed with him. He said, well, Gorky was right. I was like, well, what do you mean this? So apologies to Von Polo. And I guess moving forward, Gorky, I'll just ignore. Maybe that's the best thing. You can compare a fourth liner to a first ballot Hall of Famer, 38-year-old, and I'll just pretend it's not there. And that's what I guess that's the best thing, because calling out is nothing to do at all with you winning the bet. And nothing at all. I want you to win bets. What you think? I lose lots of bets. It's just you made a statement that was ludicrous beyond measure. It doesn't. It's like speaking a different language. Like it's beyond comprehension. Ludicrous. It has nothing to do with you winning a bet. I'm happy that you won the bet. Jesus. What? And if you're going to send me monologues, if you could wait till after the show. Okay. 9:08 p.m. Eastern, NLDS Game 3. Philadelphia Phillies 96-66, 41-40 on the road at the LA Dodgers 93-69, 52-29 at home at Dodger Stadium in Los Angeles, California. Let's get into the weather here for this one. We have 70 Fahrenheit, 5.1 miles per hour out to right field. It dies down to 1.9 miles per hour. We have Dodger Stadium at -4%, plus 16% homers, -15% doubles and triples, and -5% singles. A monologue is like a speech. I could give you other terms for it that are more confusing, like soliloquy. That's basically what he gave me. Sent me. But it's like a speech. It's Aaron Nola going up against Yoshinobu Yamamoto. Let's get into the line history here for this one. We have the Dodgers opening up at -160. They're now -174. -60 to -174. 14-cent move towards the Dodgers. From a total standpoint here, we have a 7.5. It's not a real 7.5. It's -128 to the over, plus 108 to the under. But this was a real 7.5 last night at 6:50 p.m. So it opened up -115 to the under, and then it was a legit 7.5. As soon as it went down to 7.5 at 6:50 p.m., we've had 13 cents of movement towards the over at 7.5. It's not a real 7.5. It's more of an 8. Let's get to the money line here once more. Sorry, -144, -174 for -160. Going into the cash flow here, we have 69% of the tickets, 67% of cash on the Dodgers, 72% of tickets on the under, and 70% of cash on the under. Talk Sports with JT on the under 8. We have the Godfather on Yamamoto under 7.5 Ks here. The biggest question mark for me and an issue for me is, and I've talked, with Spooner and TJ about this, is just that if you love baseball, you give yourself storylines that support, the beautiful sport that it is. And in that storyline, with Wheeler hurt, Aaron Nola comes in. I know he's just 32, but he feels like he's 38. He comes in and he delivers.
I will say this.
Yeah.
Shout out to our guy Sharpie. Apparently, all of Nola's props are just dummy low. He surmises that it's Aaron Nola and a Ranger Suarez tag team kind of thing here. So we might be getting Aaron Nola for 4 innings here, 5 max maybe, and then a Ranger Suarez here as well comes in. So that shout out to him.
Yeah, well, let's go to the outs and see what we are dealing with here. Pitcher outs 8.5. Choose to the under.
I mean, that's insane. See, like that comparing that to the Adolf Schitler's fucking outs prop just feels insanity. But yeah, it seems like it's definitely going to be that tag team there.
He's coming off the beautiful start at home. 2 of his last 3 starts, he's been lights out at home. You know, lefties hit him very hard, and there are some very dangerous lefties in this lineup, of course. Ohtani, Freeman, Muncy.
Yeah, I just don't think they trust him. He's been bad kind of all year, had that good start at home when they needed it. I just don't think they trust him. And admittedly, I have a Dodgers to win the series future, I guess. So I'm not really sweating that, but it just seems like this is open and shut, especially because the line movement as well is screaming Dodgers here as well. 67% of the bets, 64% of the money on them here. And the line at BOL opens up at -160. We're at -174 now. So I think the Phillies are cooked personally.
Yamamoto looked so good even in that last start. The 2 runs weren't earned. His splits are phenomenal. I was saying at one point where I thought that he was struggling at home. And it was probably unfair. He has been better on the road than he's been at home. Nola's Ks are at 2.5. Phillies versus righties 272, 817. Dodgers versus righties 248, 766. This Phillies bullpen has been quite a bit better than the Dodgers bullpen. I know we don't probably trust these numbers for the Phillies. So what did you have the Dodgers series at?
I have them at -120, -125, something like that. So that's why I'm probably going to end up staying off. Like if I'm betting this game, it's just put the Dodgers in a parlay -1, whatever it is here. By the way, I just looked up Nola's home road splits, 6.97 road ERA this year compared to a 5.26 home. So it's not like he was much better, but like, good God, I think all of those lines tell you that it's 3 innings, 1 time around through with Nola. It seems like. Hopefully another time around through with Ranger Suarez. They'll probably try to push him, and then they'll take the bullpen will take the wheel from there. And that just does not feel like a winning recipe to me. They're going to run out of arms.
God, I don't see. I mean, I find it so hard not to move on the Dodgers on the -1 line here. So hard. Or even the Dodgers double result. Wine Time Sports, take it away. Phillies, Dodgers.
Yeah, Dodgers took these guys' souls ever since the game 1 when Philly goes up 3-0. I mean, I think of the Phillies, Padres, and the Dodgers kind of I don't feel sorry for these teams when they lose early in the playoffs because this payroll is just absolutely like, look at the batting order for the Phillies. How do these guys not win a World Series? It's a joke. I don't know. I don't know how it's insane. They do this every single year. With that being said, I think Dodgers absolutely have already taken their soul and they take care of business. 3-game sweep. Get this 3rd game at home right now. Those Philly fans were they weren't too happy leaving their 2 home games with a loss, especially the way they did in close situations. You know, the Phillies could have probably tied the game in that final inning if Nicky C doesn't get thrown out. I think that this is a Dodger spot. Our guy TJ, we know how much money he's got on this series bet. He told me before the series started. So I'm rooting for the Dodgers here because I want my guy to cash. And it seems like that was the right play because they are the better team. They're back here at home. They want to take care of business, get a couple of extra rest days in there for their older guys like Mookie and Freddie. It don't really matter though, man. These guys are built for the playoffs. They just got to get there and win it from here. This Dodgers team is good. I don't really know who's going to take them out, honestly. It's going to be interesting to see. But I could only bet the Dodgers on a -1 line here, some sort of fashion. I'm not going to do it, though. It's too expensive, and I'm not going to take the -1. I don't want the -1. I'm just going to stay clear in this one. Yeah, it's going to be a pass for me in this one, unfortunately, guys. Couldn't really find any value in this game. Looking at the play, if I was going to move on something, I guess it would be the Dodgers -1, but what would I get? -130 maybe? -135. I'd have to get the calculator out.
I think that's a fine price.
It's not bad. What's the double result right now?
Well, the double result at 365 is not first 5 full game.
Oh, okay.
It's first 4.5.
Oh, wow. What?
It's the only book that does that. It's not first 5 in full game. So the Dodgers double result is +140.
Good God.
Wow. Let me see what I can get right now. I'm pulling it up.
I was thinking about, like, in my head what the double result price would be. And at first I was like, oh, like -120, but I was like, it can't be -120 if it's a 2 parlay play, basically. So yeah, that's surprising. And first 4.5 is nuts.
Yeah, I'm getting a plus for mine. I'm getting first 5 double result. It says first half. It's first half. So that's full 5 innings, right, Jim? If that's what it says for me.
Almost all other books are 5 and
so
9.
Yeah, I'm getting the same price as you, full 5 and full 9 at +140 right now for the Dodgers. Might be something I move on.
Then you're getting the 4.5.
Oh wow.
You won't. You got to check that. Like it's.
Okay.
I would like that. That's not to be ahead after 5. It doesn't make sense, because if you were to do an SGP, for instance, that was just the Dodgers first 5 money line, and then the full game money line.
What would that be?
It's +110, which is better than I thought. Do you know that? Oh, but you can't. Yeah. You can't tie. You can't push that.
Yeah, Spoons just said first half is 4.5. Wow. So my book's doing the same thing, and this is the only book that I could actually take a double result out of the 4 that I have right here opened up. Let me see. I'm going to look around a little bit more here. But yeah.
Well, so the double result then after 5 innings is +110. The double result here, the legitimate double result at 365 is +140. But there are a lot of books that do it for after 5 innings and after 9 innings. So it's something that needs to be established. BJ says need confirmation to move on the Dodgers here. Doesn't it feel like that the Dodgers and Yamamoto have such a huge advantage? What is your script here? So Nola, Suarez. If it is here, and we have Dodger Stadium -4% overall, +16% home runs, -15% doubles and triples, and then you pull Nola at the very first sign of trouble and bring in Suarez. Doesn't this game probably go under, unless it just gets away from the Phillies?
That's what I originally, when I was looking at this game last night and this morning, I kind of wanted to move on the under 7.5. I'm getting a +100 right now. So that was definitely appealing as well. Didn't end up moving on it, but yeah, that does sound appealing.
In my head, I think those props are, because I think Rob Thompson wants 5 innings from Nola. In his ideal world, he'd get 5 innings and then go to Ranger. But those props makes it feel like he's going to get touched up, and his almost 7 ERA on the road makes me feel like he's fucked. And then they're going to bring in Ranger earlier than anticipated. They're going to keep using those arms, and they're going to run out of arms.
What has Nola done historically in the playoffs? I know it's tricky to compare him, because he's having a horrible season. But historically, when we go take a look at his stats, his postseason stats, he has only had one good year. That was in 2023. Last year, he had 1 start, and it didn't look good. And then in 2022, he had 5 starts, and was okay. I mean, my concern here is that the Dodgers are a slam dunk and we're leaving money on the table.
Yeah, Ohtani hit a home run plus 150. I think Ohtani's probably going to take this guy deep in the first inning. I might take a little prop on Ohtani. It's just not a lot of value at plus 150. But at the same time, at Dodger Stadium, this place is going to be rocking. I think Ohtani's probably going to go yard at some point in this game. Probably the first at bat against Nola. I mean, Nola's not a good. I can't believe that he's actually starting this ball game. I mean, if Suarez has come in, I get it. But I mean, this guy's trash. When he said he's 32 years old, I thought he's 35 at least. It's crazy how much of a downswing he's taken over the last couple of years. Yeah, the more I look at it, I kind of want to move on this under. I'm actually, one of my books is giving me a plus 108 on this 7.5 to the under, which is the best number I can find right now. I'm surprised, but I'm also surprised that they're giving me that much plus money. And it's a book that usually the juice isn't towards your favor. So that's interesting too.
I guess we just, I guess we just take the Dodgers on the -1 line and just let go.
That would be my assumption. I just looked up Nola's numbers against the Dodgers. Mookie Betts hitting .391, 2 home runs and 23 ABs. Kike, postseason destroyer, by the way, 3 home runs in 11 plate appearances. Miguel Rojas even hits 306 against him. Freddie Freeman has seen him 1,000 times, hitting .237 against him, but plenty of familiarity there. So yeah, I mean, Ohtani is 143 against him, shockingly enough, but does not have a home run against him yet. So might be that time.
Yeah, I think honestly, Jim, if you are going to move on the Dodgers in this spot, I think the -1 would be better than the double result, because you want the Dodgers, I think, for a full 9 innings, not in the first half. Like, the Dodgers could be down a couple runs and they easily get back in this game and win this ball game. I think you need them for a full. I think if I was going to move on them, I would do the -1 over the double result for sure.
The Dodgers bullpen's been, is worse than the Phillies bullpen. Do we think that's changed, or we think that the Dodgers bats trump all that?
I just think the Dodgers bats trump all that. I mean, we see what happens. All they need is a couple innings to get a couple of these guys on base, and it's just hitting so contagious at some point during the game for these guys. Well, all they need is 1 to 2 innings to get back in it. It's crazy. They're a good baseball team. That payroll definitely it's definitely working right. So
I guess I think that when we come to the playoffs, that we shouldn't focus on the market as much. I really do. I mean, if we focused on the market in game 2, it would all be on the Phillies. I'm sure some of you guys were, because the market was screaming that. Here you have a situation where in the regular season, if the Dodgers had Yamamoto going up against Nola, the Dodgers full game were -185, and first 5 they were -170. We wouldn't be on the Dodgers. They should be -185 and -210 first 5 or something like that, because they have this huge advantage. But should I let that get in the way? I feel like it'll get in the way. What it could be saying is that the longer the Dodgers play against you, the better chance they have because of their offense. I feel like if that in the playoffs, it maybe should just be focused on X's and O's and let this stuff go. But I wish I had proof of it. Erwin Simmons ready to talk college football. We're going to get there here shortly. So are either of you guys moving on the Dodgers?
I am not, but I'm making an addition right now. I just got to place it on. I'm going to split it up on a couple of my books right now. The Mariners money line -105 is the best number I'm getting. So that's going to be my play I give away here. We're going to be on the Mariners money line -105.
Mariners. So we have both Jose and Wine Time on the Mariners -105. So Jose and Wine Time locked in. BJ says the market helped with the Mariners yesterday. No, I feel that. Strategic Investment says Philadelphia's getting 93% of the money on 32% of the bets. What site is telling you that?
Man, what is that? The other site we were looking at, Jimmy? The one I asked you to look up earlier?
No. Oh, yes, it is.
Yes, it is. I just checked as well. Yeah, wow. 32% of bets, 93% of money, according to Action Network.
That's insane. That's absolutely insane.
Yeah, that's funny. And just again for comparison on wager, we have 66% of the bets, 65% of the money on the Dodgers. Very
It makes me think, and now BJ says I like the Dodgers even more. It makes me think that it honestly makes me not want to use any of these sites.
Yeah, I don't think we can trust any of them, Jim, at this point. I mean, how do we know that this is 100% accurate? I used to believe that a couple, and I still do look at it and pay attention to it, but at this point, too many different sites are telling us too many different things at this point, and we don't have actual proof that they're telling us the truth on these. You know what I mean? So they
can't legally lie to us, but they're not being audited.
Yeah.
That's the problem, is we don't believe they're being audited, but they can't lie. But
I still have faith because I give myself up to the market lords.
So what market are you using?
I'm still using Wager. Wager's been giving me good results so far in the postseason. So I got there with the totals, and you know it's interesting. That's why the money line splits, I believe, more on Action than the total, obviously, because I'm Jimmy, we talked about the other day how the under seems like it's the more popular or whatever. It's like everyone bets overs in every other sport, but seemingly in baseball everyone wants to bet an under because I don't know, pitching duels, who knows. But yeah, that's I give myself up to it, so I have to believe.
I mean, a lot of the time what I'll do too, especially I guess for college football more so, is that like I'll watch stuff. I'll look at comment sections. I'll look up different articles, and I'll kind of like do my research on, I guess, what the public side is. It's not always accurate. I feel like that might work the best for me at sometimes, but sometimes it doesn't too. But I feel like I can, at this point, I mean, 5 years in, like kind of looking at the market and stuff, I have a good idea of where the public is going to be. Don't always know for sure though. But that's the same way with using these sites. I guess you never know 100%.
And we're looking at a different book now, or a different site, letting us know now. This is sent to me from Ron Crawford. This site says 30% of the tickets and 44% of the money is on the Phillies. I think that any way you slice it, if this was a regular season game, I would run from it or be on the Phillies. Just be based on the cash flow in the market and all that, and what we've seen. People expecting the Phillies just to play dead here. And so I guess I'm just going to need more time. We got to get into college football now. Let's review all of this here. BJ comfortably fading the Phillies. A lot of cappers are. So let's just review all action here in MLB. Jose and Winetime both on the Mariners. I would like to be quite badly on the Tigers here. But again, I would also like to be. I think the one thing it's telling us, though, is that the Brewers-Cubs game is very likely to go under. And the Phillies-Dodgers game is likely to go under. And the fact that the Toronto Yankees game is kind of sitting here at this 8.5 at a pick 'em, and we've only seen offense there. And the fact that there are people, that there's that many tickets and cash on the Blue Jays is insane. And again, I think it probably best just to focus on X's and O's here at this point. Davfan is on the Tigers -112. Ron Crawford play today is the Blue Jays. Strategic investments on the Dodgers. Dougie Wise on the Dodgers. JM on the Dodgers. BJ on the Dodgers. Then we have Brewers money line here for Jose, and shout out to Troy, going to be there with his pops. That's a nice father-son thing, man. And then Jays Yankees, I'm off. The only thing I have is the unders in the Milwaukee game, and I guess I'll just sit with the market for a little bit longer. Okay, and if we were to do a friends and family spot in baseball, what would you say is your best angle?
That's an excellent question. I guess Man, I guess it would be Seattle. And that's just based on there's a little more bets and money on Detroit than there are in the Cubs game. There's lower volatility in that game, so we'll see. But my guess would be Seattle money line would be my official one if I had to do that.
And then for action, of course, like why we stopped doing it in the first place, every game has minimum 79% on the over. And in the Phillies game, it's 86% tickets, 85% cash on the over. And then we have wager that's saying that 75% of tickets, 72% cash on the under. You know, it's so strange that in the Action Network, every game has all the action and cash on the over, and wager has almost every game all the action and cash on the under. I mean, it means it's annoying.
Yeah, it's interesting, and then obviously we have to remember that it doesn't seem like there's going to be one tracking site like that where you can get all of the odds from all of it seems like you're going to get like DraftKings numbers, and then wager will pull from like FanDuel or whatever, and it seems like it's tough to do that unless you pay like $100 a month like TJ does or whatever it is. So yeah.
Okay. Well, let's roll on to college football. And Ron Crawford says outlier over 2. We just got word here from Johnny Guns that no Lamar Jackson this week. So that's what we talked about on our show last night. So I moved on the Rams to -7 and the double result -134. And we said, well, hopefully it'll be 9.5 or 10. Why would he come back a week before the bye? And then what we have to do then is after they get crushed, before it's announced that Lamar Jackson's coming back, is take the Ravens to make the playoffs on like Monday or Tuesday. I think is
I couldn't believe that they were still the favorite in that division like this week or last week. Like they were still like top of the division odds, and I was like, oh my god. But yeah, it's very interesting.
Let's move on to college football. Jose, great job in MLB. Wine Time and I will take over, and then we'll get into WNBA with Justin McKelvey. Jose, any last words for the Capper supporting the show?
Nope. Good luck, everyone.
All right, and Von Polo knew it. He took Lamar. He knew what Lamar was going to be out. He took the Rams in the look at. What did you get, Von Polo? I'd be very interested to hear what you got because I was happy with the 7. Okay, wine time. Let's get into college football. Now, for all of your games, all of your best bets, I do have the weather. For whatever reason, I don't know why. I guess I was just rushing. I don't have the weather for tonight's games, and I've heard that it is important. So let's start with Murfreesboro and see what the weather is here to get us started in our first game on the board. And we have winds, high winds. Not high, not that bad. Okay, it's nothing. So we have this game popping off here. We have about 67 Fahrenheit, 10 mile per hour wind. So nothing too big. Let's talk Missouri State Bears, 2-3, 0-1 in Conference USA at Middle Tennessee Blue Raiders. So again, from the chat here, the most important thing that we need really is as much information as we can get, as anybody can find on whether or not these quarterbacks are going to be in the lineup. There's a lot of uncertainty around Jacob Clark. Yes. And so at this point, like the whole game is sort of hanging on Clark. He left the Western Kentucky game with a knee injury. And if he can't go, it's the true freshman, Deuce Bailey.
I don't think he's playing in this one, Jim. He was on crutches 2 weeks ago. I get they had a week off to recover, but I don't think it was enough time. I don't see him suiting up for this game on a short week on a Wednesday. I see Deuce Bailey getting the start here.
Okay, well, let's take a look at the line history and the cash flow, and then we will go from there. But that is the key. If anybody in the chat can see if they can dig up any last-minute action, but then the expectation here. So then this line was then set with Deuce Bailey as the starting quarterback.
He's listed day-to-day 2 hours ago. I was looking at information when I was capping this last night and this morning from yesterday. So there is some news coming out. I mean, he could be ready to go for this game, actually. I mean, he's day to day, so it is a short week. They did have the week off yesterday, but when you're on crutches, I mean, I don't know how much time you need to recover from that, but continue.
It's wild. So the line opened with Missouri State -1.5, and that was on Sunday at 1:19 p.m. And then they moved to 3. It felt like at that point, I know that there were limits that the people with inside information thought he was going to play. Then it drops back to 1.5, which is the original opening line. I hate this so much because it's hard to put together your script unless you have an idea of what the hell is going on. The total is of 49.5. It opened up at 49. It got up to 52, and it's back to 49.5. You would think that they're telling you that he's not in. And Jake Clark was supposed to be, top 3 quarterback Conference USA this year after what he did at FCS last year, FCS level, 26 touchdowns, 6 interceptions. But I guess, God, I know you guys understand the situation. You guys are right about Deuce Bailey being a dual threat in that game against Western Kentucky. He was only 7 of 16 for 57 yards and a touchdown, but he ran for 61 yards on 8 carries. So we got to figure out what the hell is going on here with the quarterback. And I guess it's telling us that there was a thought he would be in and now they don't know. Or do you think this line was, what would the line be if Clark
I'd say -3.5, but we're seeing 1.5s right now.
Okay. Well, I guess that then kind of makes sense. So I guess let's think that it's probably a Deuce Bailey starting for Missouri State, and that's why this total has gone down here. So let's act as if it is Deuce Bailey. Let's start with this Missouri State Bears squad coming up that 27-22 loss versus Western Kentucky. They started the year at USC and got demolished 73-13, but it helped them because then they went into Marshall and beat them 21-20. They lost 28-10 to SMU. There's no harm in that at all. Of course, this is their first year here at the FBS level. They took out UT Martin Skyhawks FCS competition. They dominated them, and then we had the game versus Western Kentucky last week. They lose 27-22. They lose their quarterback. They were 3.5-point dogs, so they still almost covered despite losing their quarterback. Then we have Middle Tennessee coming off back-to-back losses. They played Marshall at home and got destroyed 42-28. So, again, we should probably look at what Clark did in that game. Clark threw for 359 yards and 3 touchdowns. He was excellent, 21 of 31. He did throw an interception, but he was excellent. So maybe we shouldn't use the common opponent at all. They lose 24-16 at Kennesaw State last week. Pretty ugly, but Kennesaw State were 7.5-point favorites. Kennesaw State's pretty good football team. So Gorgie says that Clark may be ready for the upcoming game. Okay, so let's go. Missouri State comes in. As we talked about the competition that Beard wanted, he wanted tough competition early, and we have, against a Middle Tennessee team that looks really weak, really, really weak. They're scoring 16.4 points per game. They have no ability to block on the offensive line. They can't run the ball because they can't get any blocks, and that's putting all this pressure on Vadiato, who does not look good. He's not even, connecting at 60%. So this is the situation. Let's take a look at the cash flow. We saw it go from 1.5 to 3, 49.5 to 52, back to 49.5, which probably tells us that he's not in the lineup. We have, at this point, 58% of tickets on Missouri State, but only 50% of cash, 58% of tickets on the under, and 54% cash on the under. Wine time, take it away. Missouri State Bears, Middle Tennessee Blue Raiders.
Yeah, this is actually a pretty fun game here, guys, between both these squads here. On a Wednesday, it's cool that we got Wednesday football back. Next week, we're going to have some Tuesday night football, so that's going to be interesting. So shout out to that. We're going to have football every single day of the week. Yeah, everything I don't think Jacob Clark's going to be in there for this one. I do think Deuce Bailey's going to be in there, the true freshman from Bowling Green, Kentucky. Went to Bowling Green High School. Guy's a dual threat. He's really good with his legs. He struggles. His pocket presence, he struggles big time. He even did at the high school level from a little bit that I read about. Didn't watch his actual high school tape, but he is a dual threat. And he's electric when he gets going on the ground. We saw him when he got under pressure last week. He was quick to move out of the pocket and just kind of run around. And, you know, you can kind of see the true freshman in him. And I do think he's going to be playing in this one. You do got some receivers he can throw to on the outside. You got Makai Cope from Sacramento State. He also went to Utah at one point. He's from Culver City, California. Big-bodied wide receiver. Got to get the ball to this guy in open space. He's 6'3", 210. Looking at Middle Tennessee, though, guys, this quarterback, Nicholas Viatio, this guy's like a fifth-year guy. This guy's been here for forever, never hit the transfer portal. This is his fifth year in school. He got a redshirt year because he got injured a couple years ago. This guy continuously throws for over 3,000 passing yards every single year. It's just the turnover to touchdown ratio isn't too good for him. Don't think he's a horrible quarterback by any means here. And he does have a couple weapons he can use here. Let me pull up this guy really quick. Yeah, Marion Walker from Michigan. This guy's 6'4", 180. They have three receivers that are 6'2" to 6'5". They're wide receiver 1, 2, and 3. They're all over 6'2", 6'4", 6'5". You got Nazi Cox as well from the junior college level. He went to Fresno City College. This guy's really explosive with the ball in his hands too. I just don't really see either of these teams moving the ball, though. The weapons that I mentioned, I mean, these aren't any guys to write home to. You got some guys from, you know, the Michigan level, the Power 4 level, but these aren't programs that I really think are just going to be able to put points up, especially if Missouri State side they've been playing decent football, you know what I mean? I do like their quarterback, not the guy that's going to go today. I think Jacob Clark, this guy can make all the throws. He's a gunslinger out there. We saw this team play decent against SMU too. I don't think SMU really showed us everything they wanted to on offense that game. Don't even think they scored 30 points, but they still hung around with them. Also, they took care of Marshall, and MTSU actually lost to Marshall. So it's a tricky game here. I want to move on something in this. I just don't know what it is yet. If it's going to be the under, everything points to the under for me in this game, just because the backup quarterback, and I don't really know if Missouri State hasn't really even been able to move the ball this season, even with their quarterback too much, been able to score points. I mean, Tennessee Martin, 42 points, 22 points against Western Kentucky, but also their quarterback went out in that game. So I don't think either of these teams can really score points here. And we've got a total that's a lot lower than we've been seeing in these Missouri State games, I think, because the quarterback's out. I want to be on the under. Two different books are giving me two different numbers right now. I'm seeing a 49.5 minus 110. I'm also seeing a 50 at the same price at minus 110. Kind of close to moving on the under in this spot. It won't be for a full unit. It'd probably be for a half unit, just because I don't have a strong say in this game. But I lean towards the under pretty heavily, and I do think I'll end up playing this one. And I think Middle Tennessee is live to win this ball game. I think they've got the better quarterback play. I think they got the better weapons at the receiver position. As I mentioned, they've got some good athletes, long-bodied wide receivers that can go out there and get that ball. So I do have a lean towards Middle Tennessee as well. I do think I'll move on the under. You know what I'm going to do? It's just going to be for a half unit, but we're going to give it up for a full unit on the show here, guys. I'm going to tweet it out as well. It's all counted for a unit, but I'm going to be on the under 50 minus 110 because I don't know how much longer we're going to see 50s on the board. I'm going to place this really quick and see if it stops me.
Line time on the under 50 at minus 110. He'll let us know if this gets confirmed. We're in Murfreesboro.
Yes, it is confirmed. We're taking the under 50 minus 110 through 250 on it. Half unit. I think it's going to be hard to score for both these teams today, which is why we're seeing a total of under 50. I think if Clark was in this game, I wouldn't take the under. I would probably be on the Missouri State side. But since he's out, I think Deuce Bailey's a big downgrade, honestly. So, yeah.
Wager Detective and Strategic Investments on the other side of the total here. Let's roll on to our next spot on the board here. I looked at a couple articles where it's just, they're just playing coy. They're not giving us any information, unfortunately. Ryan Beard, and I would too. I would want them preparing for two different quarterbacks because they're very different.
Oh yeah.
You have a very good quarterback in Jacob Clark who could throw the ball over the field. And then you have a true freshman who's going to be a dual threat and struggle to throw. So let's roll on to the next spot on the board. Now, Toby Lane has given us Liberty money line. He says UTEP is terrible and Liberty have normally a much better lineup that should get back to their winning ways against the bad UTEP team. The issue here is we have a bias towards the Liberty Flames. There's Rod Zwacky in the house here. Says he's on the over. They got a nice over trend here for that first game. Curious what he has for Flames Miners. We're at the Sun Bowl in El Paso, Texas. The weather looks really nice. 10-mile-per-hour winds, but it looks really nice. Kong said I would only be on UTEP here, but I can't consciously put my money on them. Liberty is really, really bad. The expectation coming into the season was that Liberty was going to be a opportunity to win.
Roster's not bad. If you look at, I was looking at their roster. I was like, dude, they actually got some dudes on this roster.
But they've not been good. They opened up at -2, get to 1.5, get back down to 1, and now they're at 1.5 again. So overall a half-point move towards the Miners from it. So we have two very short home dogs in Middle Tennessee and UTEP. This total has been dropping. It opened up at 48. It went down 47.5 and then got up to 49. This was a 49 yesterday, and then it's dropped. It's now 46.5. Let's get into the cash flow for this one. We have 64% of tickets and 90% of the cash on UTEP. And again, the wager talk board, they just get it from Odds Logic. It takes 10 or 15 minutes of a delay. 68% of the tickets and 81% cash on the under. So I think that we, all agree that we respect Odds Logic more than the Action Network, numbers wise. But the Action has 21% of the tickets on Liberty and 64% of the cash. So a very different story. I prefer not even to look at them because it just kind of confuses me. 58% tickets, 50% cash on the over, according to the Action Network. And Wager says, yes, UTEP it is. UTEP it is. We have Liberty has beaten UTEP. We saw them beat them last year, 28-10. And in 2023, they beat them 42-28. And this was the favorite in the preseason in the Conference USA. I mean, it's crazy how bad this team has been. And again, we have a starting quarterback that's dealing with an injury. It's Ethan Vasco. He didn't play against Old Dominion. Let's go over what has happened to these squads over the last little while. But obviously, it hurt not having Vasco in the lineup. And Merdinger came in, Michael Merdinger, and he's bounced around different college squads. He was a 2-star coming out of high school, and he isn't really to be trusted. They put up 7 points in that loss at ODU, but we know ODU is a good football team, and they showed that last week. I had them first half minus 10.5. What was the score at halftime? Like 30-0, 35-0. UTEP's also off of 2 straight losses. They're both coming off of their bye week, which we know because it's a short week, which generally happens. And this is UTEP's 3rd straight game at home, which should help them. They're coming off losing badly 30-11 to La Tech. They were 3.5-point dogs, and they did nothing. They didn't put up a point until late in that one. They could do nothing. And, Locklear at quarterback went 4 of 6 for a touchdown in an interception. This is they're just an absolute mess right now. And Locklear came in because Walden looked so bad. So Walden, it wasn't even around. It was Walden pulled Malachi Nelson because Nelson looked so bad. Sorry. Nelson was a 5-star prospect from Boise State who now, he's looked terrible. 4 interceptions in that last spot, 18 of 38. I think you got to go back to him, but let's set the table here. So we have UTEP playing their 3rd straight home game, which I like. I don't know. I think everybody likes that. You 3 straight home games, and you're coming in off of a bye week against the Liberty squad that's lost 4 straight. They lose, at Jacksonville State. They lose at Bowling Green. They lose at home to James Madison. Then they put up 7 points at ODU, which we should respect. ODU looking really, really good. So let's just go through some X's and O's here. We know that it's probably Merdinger, but do we have that? Is that official? Because Chadwell was saying that he thinks Vasco can play this week.
I did
Vasco,
not. Let me look at that right now.
Okay.
Let me do a research one. Continue.
So this is Liberty can run the ball, but I think you need to have Vasco in the lineup so that defenses aren't loading the box against you, which they will against Merdinger. They're third in Conference USA, 167.2 rushing yards a game, and Evan Dickens with 340. They have a bunch of guys who can run. Caden Williams, too, with 210. The thing is there's only one thing that UTEP does well, and that's defensively and stopping the run. They're pretty good defensively. They lead Conference USA in sacks, and they only give up 3.6 yards a rush. So if it is, in fact, Merdinger, then you can load the box and stop Liberty from running, which shouldn't be too difficult. Who cares who's at quarterback? I mean, then I guess we just focus on the under. UTEP can run the ball too. Hashawn Wilson has run for 205 yards and a touchdown. Liberty's defense is terrible. They have 5 sacks in 5 games. They've been pretty good against the pass, but they can't stop the run. They're allowing 225 yards a game. Like when I studied this, it got me on the side of the UTEP Miners, but I don't know if I can move on it. Take it away.
Yeah, Malachi Nelson, shout out to him. Los Alamitos graduate high school where my dad went. I think there's a reason why this guy was a 5-star because his best friend was Mekhi Lemon, who's over there playing for USC right now, where he was. They both committed there, just juniors in high school. Los Alamitos is big for their program over there because Los Alamitos, I mean, to have the 2 5-star comes out at the same class is something that doesn't happen for them, and it did. Of course, it didn't end up working out. Nelson was trying to compete there for his redshirt year. I think it was against, who was it with? Miller Moss. No, it wasn't Miller Moss. Who's the guy? It's Caleb Williams. I think he sat behind Caleb for 1 year redshirted, and everyone's like, oh, it's his team next year. Miller Moss comes into town, beats him out, ends up transferring over to Boise State, loses the job there. Didn't even, he went through summer and spring and fall workouts and couldn't win the starting job. I don't know what he's doing at UTEP. They must have thrown him a nice little check, but it's also a little bit more to his competition. I mentioned he threw to Mekhi Lemon in high school his whole life. Mekhi Lemon's going in the first round of the NFL draft. I know he doesn't look like an NFL wide receiver when you look at his body type, but you look at him when he moved with the ball in the football in his hands, man, it's electric. He might be one of the best receivers in college football right now. He doesn't have any of those guys over here at UTEP, which has me on the under. I want to be on the under I wanted to be on under in both of these games here. I think I'm going to do a half unit on each. I'm going to do the same amount of money I did on the first game in this one. And we're seeing 46.5. I just want to look around. I want to see what this first half is really quickly, because I think I might want to move on the first half instead. I think that these teams both come out pretty slow. See, this is just unbelievable, man. Some of these books just don't even have a total available on this one. This is fucking insane, man. Let me go to this one really quick. First half Wednesday games. Apologize, Jim.
Would you want to wait? Because it feels like
2.5. I'm seeing a 22.5 for the first half right now.
Doesn't it? Let's see. If Vasco plays and they confirm him, this number is going to go up.
And I do think that, I do think Vasco is going to play, because I was reading an article was saying that he was almost going to play against ODU and ended up not playing. And he got an extra, maybe they wanted to hold him out for this game right here. So we'll see.
Yeah, he's going to play.
He's going to play, right?
Yeah.
Did he get injured in that game, or was he? Let's see. Yeah, so he didn't even play. That's right. So he didn't even play in the game last week against ODU. Yeah, he's expected to play from everything I'm seeing right now. So might keep me off this right now then with that in mind. I kind of like this under 22.5 first half minus 110. It's a really weird number at the 22.5. And I don't know. We've got a full game of 46.5 right now. I don't think there's going to be a lot of points scored because both these teams are probably going to move the ball slowly. They don't really have a lot of explosive players on offense. Although I do think the Liberty quarterback is – I don't know who's better between both these quarterbacks, honestly, from an eye test. You would think Malachi Nelson is a 5-star guy, but at the same time, he just hasn't really shown anything, especially against better competition. He's had a couple games where he threw for a lot of yards and touchdowns against Middle Tennessee. Anyone could really go out there and do it. So I'm going to stay away from this one, but I think more so I'm going to stay away from the full game. If I do move on this under, it will be in the first half.
Wow, it's funny, Rod, that you have 16.1. I just looked at 10 miles per hour winds. Interesting. Also, Evan Dickens isn't going to play. Now, that's not confirmed. Yeah, that's not confirmed, but he has been dealing with, he's in concussion protocol. So he was wearing a no contact jersey all week.
Wow. And who's the backup? Julian Gray? Who is this kid? NC State transfer, 5'10", 195 pounds. Didn't really play a lot of NC State. He's got 14 carries for 76 yards, 5.4 yards, averaging a rush and a touchdown so far. Oh, this guy's been getting in. Oh, wow. He's been moving out of the backfield, though. He's already got 10 catches out of the backfield for over 100 yards receiving on the season. Might have to do might have to do some props looking on this guy. This guy might be actually kind of explosive here. I'm going to look at the prop market really quick, but that'll be something to keep in mind too. See if he's going to play or not. See if Dickens is going to get the start or not, or if he's going to be held out, because it is this team they've had a week and a half to recover. So I don't know if that's enough time. Let me see whose rushing props are up right now for this game. Let's see. Rushing. Nothing for the Liberty side. It's only UTEP. It's a Sean Wilson. So yeah, they don't know if he's going to play either. So we don't know if their quarterback's going to play or if their running back's going to play. I think their quarterback will play here, but again, his props aren't even listed yet. Probably have to give it some time. I mean, what time's this game at, Jim? This game's 5 o'clock my time, so 8 o'clock East Coast. Really, I'm sure we'll know in the next hour or two.
And again, I do not have the wind that heavy, so so we'll see. It looks like one site says 12 miles per hour, the other site says 10 miles per hour. But I do think
that says 12 is action saying 12 miles per hour right now.
I do think this is an under.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I think this is a first half under, honestly. Could be a double up spot, first half and full game. I just don't see how points are really going to get scored here. Malachi Nelson's been – I don't even know if he can move the ball against this Liberty team. I mean, Liberty, who's had the tougher strength of schedule so far? I mean, Liberty's played ODU, James Madison. UTEP did play Texas. Outside of that, I mean – scored 11 points against Louisiana Tech, like at home, like as a +4. They lose outright as a -5.5 at home against ULM. It's concerning. This UTEP offense, honestly. So yeah, I like the first half under and the full game under.
But there's so much money on the under, and it opened up at 47. It climbed up to 48.5. This at circa climbed up to 49 and then came back to 47. So it's just from where we started. But they're the only book at 47, circa. Every other book's moved it to 46.5.
I have 46.5 at all four of mine right now.
I don't know why circa wouldn't move that. Yeah.
I'll keep an eye on this one. If I do add this, I'll end up tweeting it out. If I do move on this, guys, it might be a double up spot. It's not going to be a full unit on each. It would be a half unit on the first half and half unit on the full game. It's all counted as a unit on here, but just for all the viewers out there in the chat, I'm not going to throw a full unit on the first half and the full game.
All right. Well, I knew we were dealing with quarterback injuries. So basically, when it comes down to it, we don't expect the Missouri State quarterback to play. We do expect the Liberty quarterback to play. And you guys can deal with that how you want. I don't think the market's giving us a clear enough statement that the under is the play. I don't think it is yet. And maybe that will change. But it's not. There's all this money on the under, and yet it climbed, and then it's just come back from where we started. It means there's going to be turnovers. It's going to be sloppy. So it's not a very appealing gambling situation. But I would only look to the under at this point. And I do have interest in UTEP, but again, I think that is too based. It's solely based on how bad they looked without Vasco. So, all right, let's move on to Best Bet Saturday with Wine Time Sports. Thank you guys for joining us here on Pub Sports Radio. We start with a massive game. The Alabama Crimson Tide heading to Columbia, Missouri to take on the 14th ranked Missouri Tigers. The undefeated Missouri Tigers, 72 Fahrenheit, cloudy, mostly cloudy, 5 mile per hour winds. See what we are dealing with from a line history standpoint and a cash flow standpoint, and hand it over to our guy Wine Time. the Crimson Tide have looked very good. Obviously, they started with the loss at Florida State. It was ugly, and they've looked very good since. They won at Georgia 24-21, and they beat up Vandy to get revenge from last year, 30-14. And Missouri is rolling, but strength of schedule. I mean, yes, they had to face South Carolina, but they faced South Carolina at home, and that's a pretty comfortable place to. They were also 10.5-point favorites. Missouri just hasn't been challenged. Yes, they've looked very good. Shout out to Kyle Fields joining us. Yes, they've looked very good, but they haven't been challenged. And I know a lot of people are getting higher and higher on the Crimson Tide as the season goes on. Let's take a look at the line history and the cash flow. Line history wise, we have a total of 52. It is juiced to the under. This opened up at 52. It climbed up to 53, dropped down to 51.5, and now we're just back from where we started. So there's been a 5-cent move on the under, not much there. And from a point spread standpoint here, we have, I just blew past it. From a point spread standpoint, we have the 3 at a pick'em. This opened up with Alabama minus 3.5, and then it dropped to 3. There's been times where Alabama's been heavily juiced at this 3, but now we're down to a straight pick'em. So it's a pretty big half-point move towards the Tigers, undefeated so far this year, and now get a very, very tough matchup. Cash flow-wise here, we have 50% of the tickets on either side. Exciting. 58% of the cash is on Bama. Then we have 72% of tickets on the over, but just 53% of cash on that over. Shout out to Ross Pitts. Our friend Ross Pitts back in business with us. Thank you for being a member, my friend. Take it away for us here, my man. The Crimson Tide at the Missouri Tigers.
Yeah, you kind of mentioned the strength of schedules for these teams a little bit different. Missouri hasn't necessarily been challenged too much this year. Don't get me wrong. I mean, but we also got to think about the mistakes they made in that first quarter against Kansas, being down, I think it was 21-6, fighting their way back. Losing the lead at some point in the fourth quarter, I think with 4.5 minutes to go, they get 2 touchdowns in the final 4 minutes to end up covering that spread, and ultimately lost me some money on that Kansas bet. And they're hanging tight with them. And you guys kind of know I like Kansas this year. So I do think that was a pretty good team. Missouri, coming off the probably most impressive win is South Carolina, which was a couple weeks ago. Took care of business there. It was the day when Sellers got back from injury. Seemed to take care of business there, and this place should be rocking and rolling here at Memorial Stadium. Shout out to my guy Dabby Cab. We've been going back and forth on this game all weeks long, and this is going to be a fun one, man. You got Bay Pribule in there, the transfer from Penn State, the 5th-year guy. Needed to get to a program where we could play right away because obviously Drew Aller was going to stay for this final year. I think Pribule has kind of shown what he can do through the air. We knew what he could do with his legs. He's been able to get the ball to his playmakers, guys like Kevin Coleman, redshirt senior coming over from Mississippi State. This guy's kind of been everywhere. He went to Mississippi State, went to Louisville, Jackson State. This guy's 5'10", 180 slot receiver. Really quick, really fast with the ball in his hands. This is the thing that we have to talk about, guys. Is this the best running back in the SEC? He might be. And he is a true sophomore. He's 19 years old, and his name is Ahmad Hardy. He's first in the nation in yards after contact, and it's by a long shot right now. Mizzou is 60% on third down, which is number 1 in the nation. They don't get themselves behind the chains ever. They're constantly moving forward, giving the ball to Ahmad Hardy right now out of the backfield. You got guys, can't forget the redshirt sophomore, Jamal Roberts. This is potentially maybe one of the best 1-2 punches out of the backfield we're going to see across the country, and people don't really talk about it enough. A lot of talk about Ahmad Hardy from ULM. This guy ran for nearly 1,400 yards last year. He had 13 touchdowns. He makes the leap to a Power 4 program. This is a big step up for him, but he's been able to show it, man. I mean, if you look at his yards after he gets hit, it's just crazy. He's so hard to take down. He reminds me of Cam Scattaboo, except obviously not like Cam Scattaboo's level, but just the way he's not afraid to take contact. He wants contact because he knows he's going to bounce right off you, and how explosive he is. Those legs, man, how they just keep moving. When you hit those defenders, man, you just got to keep those legs moving forward. Something they teach you quite often. And he's just been taking care of business, but you can't forget about the other guy out of the backfield too, who's also really good. You can get the ball to either of these guys. This is the best defensive line, I'm going to say, that Bama has faced. And we saw Bama face Georgia. Georgia's defensive line has taken a tremendous step in the wrong direction this year. when we talked about them a couple weeks ago, I expected them to be better when they played Tennessee. They showed me nothing. That pass rush against the run, they're not getting it done over there like they usually do. Don't get me wrong. They're not bad on the lines of scrimmage, but this isn't the Georgia from 3 or 4 years ago on that defensive line with all those NFL first round picks. It's a lot different. Missouri, I think that they're telling us a story here, guys. I mean, we have to think about this. Missouri played at Alabama last year. Alabama was a 16-point dog. Alabama wins 34-0. We're at Missouri, and this is a 3-point spread. I mean, this is telling us everything we need to know. The last 3 meetings that these teams have faced, it's been a spread of 20 or more. Besides last year when it was 16, it was 28. It was 28 for Bama. They historically dominate this. I think that Mizzou can win this game outright. I'm on them on the money line plus 140, and I'm on them +3 minus 110. I think this is a good team. Listen, guys, I know Alabama. That telling Dabby Cab, I was like, I think Alabama could lose this game and still make the SEC title game because they lost to FSU. Guys, this is college football. Non-conference games don't mean anything unless it's for your own well-being and your personal, how you feel about how the team's going forward. Only thing that matters in college football is conference games because you have to ultimately win your conference to go to the college football playoff. You might get lucky, yeah, but at the same time with these cupcake schedules that some of these teams are getting, you really shouldn't be rewarded to college football playoff. You go 3-0 outside of conference. With that being said here, this is a key game for Mizzou. Like if Mizzou gets this game here, guys, watch out for them to maybe make an SEC title run as well. I like their schedule going forward. There's a couple spots where you might have some hiccups along the way, but you're playing at Mizzou. This place is going to be rocking and rolling, 62,000 strong. Mizzou hasn't really been this highly touted in quite some time. I mean, they were a couple years ago when they had that running back, but this is a good Mizzou team. This is the best Mizzou team we've seen. I think this is going to be the best. I don't know if Mizzou's better than Georgia along the lines of scrimmage. I will say Mizzou's better, which is a change, but Bama's got every weapon at their disposal. You got Ryan Williams. You got Bernard over there. These guys are all going to be playing in the NFL. You got Jam Miller back, but at the same time, Jam Miller got the ball, I think it was 16 times for 45 yards last week. I mean, he looks a little out of, he doesn't look like he's quite in that football ready shape yet. There's a difference between being in shape and being in football ready shape. You know, when you're in football ready shape, when you go out there and take that ball, put it in your hand 16, 17 times and run at these big linebackers and defensive linemen and get hit so often. I don't know if he's quite used to that yet. Maybe he's got his footing back for this game. I don't think so. I think he's still going to be a little bit rusty. We're going to see more of a come out game for him in the next week or two. Give me Mizzou. I think that they're going to take care of business. Who's the better team here, Jim? Alabama. I think Alabama is the more talented team, and I don't think it's actually really up for debate. I don't really think anyone could tell us that Mizzou is the better team. You got a home field advantage, though, and this is a must-win game for Mizzou. Bama coming off some big time wins against Vanderbilt, Georgia. Is Vanderbilt really that good? I don't know. I don't think that that's a team that's going to be competing for an SEC title by any means, but Mizzou is definitely better than Vanderbilt. Give me Mizzou on the spread and give me a money line. I think they win this game.
Big balls action from Wine Time Sports backing the Missouri Tigers. Now we head from Columbia, Missouri over to East Lansing, Michigan. We head to Spartan Stadium. UCLA with hope. I did message you yesterday or last week when UCLA was delivering the impossible. What a crazy roller coaster ride of a season they've had. Penn State comes to town. They take them out 42-37. It was extremely impressive considering they lost by 25 points at home to the Lobos the last time they were at home. Wild. 42-37 victory with the new coaching staff. Can they continue that against an angry Michigan State squad that comes home after losing at USC 45-31 and at Nebraska 38-27 on Saturday? They came on late in that game. They were 12.5 point dogs, and they covered. And they had a chance to win that game before Nebraska kind of took over late. But they did get the late cover with a couple minutes left, and which helped gamblers who were backing them. So that is the situation. Let's get into the line history. We also have light rain at this point on East Lansing, Michigan. 56 Fahrenheit, light rain, 10-mile-per-hour winds. Keep an eye on that and see if that changes as we get closer to kickoff. We have UCLA right now plus 8.5. They opened up plus 7.5 and moved to 8.5. Initially, the line did move towards Michigan State, but that stopped pretty quick. Let's get to the total here. From a total standpoint, we have the Spartans Bruins total very high at 55. This opened up at 54, went up to 55, down to 54.5, and back 55. It's climbed 1 point since the opener. And when we get to the cash flow, we have 66% of tickets, 61% of cash on Michigan State. Then for UCLA, Michigan State total, we have 83% of tickets on the over and 90% of cash on the over. UCLA's now believes in themselves after beating Penn State. The problem is this is a very angry Michigan State team that's coming home expecting to win. Now, we've seen this team not look very good at home. They beat Boston College 42-40. They needed overtime. They were 3.5-point favorites, and they didn't cover in that one. We also saw them right after that against Youngstown State. The Youngstown State Penguins, not known for their quality football, 27.5-point favorites, and it wasn't easy. They won by 17, but it wasn't dominant by any stretch of the imagination. Take it away for us here one time, Bruins Spartans in East Lansing.
Yeah, there isn't a team out there that's getting more national attention than UCLA right now. And I've really noticed that probably over the last 24 hours just on like my YouTube feed. Tim Skipper got National Coach of the Week, Neuheisel Coordinator of the Week. Nico got every award possible that you can get for an offensive player. They look good. I think it was the change of coordinators, guys. It was Jerry Neuheisel. I talked about it, last week on the show. I was there. I was at AT&T Stadium when Jerry goes in there. Brett Hundley goes down in the first quarter. Jerry Neuheisel comes out, struggles in that fourth quarter, a minute and a half left. Miles Jack gets that huge return after it was Ishmael Adams. If you guys remember him, got that big return. Then Jerry just throws a beautiful bomb to Jordan Payton to win the ball game, and they carry him off the field. We're all screaming Jerry in the stands. They did the same thing after that game at UCLA. It was really cool to see. What I like about Jerry's offense is he does everything that Chip Kelly was doing. We know Chip Kelly is a head coach. This guy's not a good head coach. Offensive play caller, he knows what he's doing. He just won a national championship. NFL, I think we have some question marks there, but the college level, he can score, and that's what he did do. What did he do? He ran the ball, and he ran the ball at will this last week. What I wanted to see Deshaun Foster do, because Deshaun Foster was such a running backs guy, they ran the ball 52 times compared to throwing the ball 24 times. They got the running backs involved. Not just that, Nico called his own name up the middle. The guy's 6'6". I mean, when you watch him run, it's almost like if he just had an extra 30 pounds, that's Cam Newton out there. Because just the way like he runs, how long he is, and he's hard to take down in open space. I don't know. I'm on UCLA. Guys, listen, I'm on them plus 8.5. I think it's too many points here with a Michigan State team that I think is a bottom feeder as well in the Big Ten. I'm not saying I think that Michigan State does win this ball game because they are coming off 2 losses. UCLA, this is kind of a letdown spot. Big win at home against Penn State. All the national attention coming to them. Did they show their entire playbook for Michigan State, which is a very good coaching staff? We like Jonathan Smith over there. It's a guy I kind of wanted to maybe even take the UCLA job a couple years back. Aiden Childs, he can make every throw on the football field. This guy's got a gun, you know what I mean, for a right arm. But at the same time, he does make mistakes. This defense has been struggling. I think an over here is worth a look, but I'm on UCLA plus 8.5 here. I know it might be a letdown spot here. Coming off the big win. I just think it's too many points. And Jimmy, can you do me a favor and read me off the market in this one more time?
Sure. We have 66% of tickets, 61% of the cash on the Spartans.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Which is kind of crazy to me because I would think that the public, after seeing everything they've seen on UCLA, would be hammering UCLA. So I actually really like to see that right there. Miss Tomatoes, I wish I was on Penn State plus 25.5. I was on the under in that game. I wish I was on UCLA plus 25.5, but I wasn't on that spot. So shout out to you though, my guy. I like UCLA here. I think they take care of business on the spread. I don't know if they win this game outright because Michigan State might be an angry team, and this is kind of a tough travel spot going to East Lansing in Michigan against an angry crowd as well. But I still think UCLA is able to cover this game. Plus 8.5, minus 110. Give me that. I don't know if they win this game, but I think they cover the spread.
You are in business backing your Bruins in East Lansing, Michigan. We roll on. We head over to Manhattan, Kansas. Bill Snyder Family Stadium. TCU Horned Frogs, 4-1. Now 1-1 in the Big 12. At the Kansas State Wildcats, 2-4, 1-2 in the Big 12. There was a bounce back from TCU. They hosted the Colorado Buffaloes, took them out 35-21. Hoover threw for 2 of his 4 touchdowns to McAllister. It was an impressive performance by Hoover, throwing for 4 touchdowns, 23 of 33. They were 14.5-point favorites, so they did not cover, and they didn't look very good until the fourth quarter. And of course, McAllister was not available in their loss against Arizona State, which bothered our friend Dabby Cab to no end. It didn't bother us because it gave us the push on Arizona State, but it bothered our friend Dabby Cab very much. On Kansas State side of things, they're coming off a 35-34 loss at Baylor. They played very well. 4.5-point dogs were in that, of course. And Johnson threw for 344 yards, ran for 72 yards. He looked very, very good. And they were, completely in business until late in that game. So that is the state of the Wildcats. They seem to be getting better as the season goes on after disappointing everybody in that loss at home to Army. They followed that loss up with another loss at Arizona. So they have lost 3 of 4 games. They haven't looked good. Is this a chance? I mean, I'm not sure exactly what TCU is. It was not a very overwhelming performance against the Buffaloes. Let's take a look at the line history here and then hand this over to Wine Time Sports. We have a total at 56. It's juiced to the under at -115. Opened up at 57.5, and we've dropped a 1.5 down to 56. And we get to the point spread here. We have the spread sitting. Oh, sorry, blew past it there. We have the spread right now sitting at -2 for TCU. Lukewarm road favorites. Opened up at -1.5, now at -2. And then when we get to the cash flow here, we have no information on the total, but we know that 52% of the tickets and 77% of the cash is on Kansas State. Well, if that was the case, you would expect this line to move towards them, which we haven't quite seen. AM says this line is absolute TCU public bait here. Let's take a second here and stop for a second. Barry Smith rolling with us. So sorry to hear, man. Just heartbreaking news. His mom passed over the weekend. Sorry, Barry. Thinking about you and your family, and words. There are no words that can be said, but we care about you, and it's just these are. There's nothing more difficult than going through that, and so. Our thoughts are with you and your family, and we welcome you with open arms and thankful to cap with you, and hope that when we cap with you, we can take you away from some of the hurt and some of the pain that you're feeling. And I know that you are going to carry your family through these very difficult times. So our thoughts are with you, Barry. And if everybody in the chat, you can see everybody in the chat caring so much about our community, and, anyone in your family is a part of our community. So our thoughts are with you, Barry, my friend, and that, our thoughts are with you, and wishing you strength through this difficult time. And any time that you want to get away from it and cap with us, we are thankful for the opportunity and welcome you with open arms. Our friend Barry Smith here in the chat, going through some tough times. 81 years, lived a great life, at least lived a great life, Barry, your mom. So our thoughts are with you and your family. Wine Time, I'm sure you want to say something to Barry and then break down our next spot, TCU, Kansas State.
Yeah, Barry Smith, praying for you and your family, my friend. So sorry to hear that. Like Jimmy said, no words can really explain, make anything better, but we're thinking about you, my man, and appreciate you for being here and capping with us, my guy. As far as this game goes, guys, TCU, Kansas State here. I'm on Kansas State. I got on them +1.5, -110 here. Listen, what have they been doing lately? I mean, Cleatless Joe Jackson has been running really well here for this Kansas State team here. He's kind of taken over the running back one position, so to say. Dylan Edwards coming into this year was supposed to be like a guy that people were saying he's one of the best running backs in the country. He's going to forego his senior year, get drafted. He's now running back 2. It's looking like Cleatless Joe Jackson's out there balling right now. Shout out to him. And you got Jaron Tibbs at the wide receiver position, who's playing some really good football. He came over from Purdue this last year, 6'2", 212. This guy's a really good receiver on the outside edge of the field. You also got a guy like Jace Brown over there. This is probably their best receiver on their team. Is the slot receiver at 6 foot, 180 pounds. He's got 30 catches, nearly 400 yards through the air and 3 touchdowns. Very impressive start to his season this year. This kid is a highly touted wide receiver as well. I think he's really good. Listen, guys, Kansas State, they've had a lot of disappointments this year, guys. It goes back to, I wouldn't even say Iowa State was a disappointment. We were on Iowa State in that game. We cashed on the money line, cashed on the spread. It was more so the academy game against Army at home, at your home field, losing the game 24-21 to a team, that you said that you prepared for the triple option, couldn't really do that. Then you go on the road to Arizona. Arizona's a pretty good team. I think they've kind of proved that so far this year. They did definitely lay an egg against Iowa State a couple weeks ago, but they're a good team. UCF, we were on Kansas State a couple weeks ago, guys. We've just had such a good read on this Kansas State team. Other than last week when we were on Baylor, Kansas State probably should have won that game outright at Baylor in Waco. I think Baylor's a good team. It's funny. I think when people say that Baylor's not a good team, they've probably had the toughest schedule in the nation so far. The teams that they've played so far this year are very impressive. And I don't think that's no slap on the wrist there. I think that's a pretty good loss there in Baylor. You probably would have gotten the win at home. TCU, on the other hand, struggled throughout the whole game against a bad Colorado team. They had every opportunity to win the game in ASU. We were on ASU on the money line, thankfully, not the spread in that one. We got that cash on that. We sweated that one a little too much. And when we talk about ASU later, it's not going to be how I talked about them a couple weeks ago. They took care of business against an SMU team that has taken a significant number of steps back from last season. Their program, they lost a lot of guys. Don't get me wrong, they upgraded their running back game, but Kevin Jennings is out there playing hurt. They don't really have as many weapons as they did, and a lot of guys have been going down. I think this is a pretty evenly matched team. I think matchup. I think that the line is where it should be. I probably think that Kansas State should be the favorite here at -1 because they are at home here. But I don't care that they're the +1.5 because I think everyone from the outside public thinks TCU and Josh Hoover is this powerhouse Big 12 program. I mean, how have they shown us that? I get it. Josh Hoover can make all the throws on the field. He's got McAllister. Don't forget about Joseph Manjack out there, guys. The manliest wide receiver out there in college football. That guy don't wear no gloves. You never see gloves on his hands, and he goes out there and catches everything in sight, man. It's cool to see. They've got weapons. Don't get me wrong, but running game, I'm not a big fan of Jeremy Payne, Trent Battle over there. I think Kansas State has the clear-cut running game advantage here on the running backs. And how did ASU beat TCU, guys? They slowed that game down. They ran the ball. They got the hands in the playmakers in open space. That's what they got to do. Get the ball to guys like Jace Brown. Let Cleatless Joe Jackson go out there, do his thing. Let Dylan Edwards go out there and get some touches too, because Dylan Edwards, this guy would be starting for most Big 12 programs right now. The fact that he's kind of RB2 just shows you how good Cleatless Joe Jackson's been out there. Avery Johnson is definitely a question mark, guys. I've never been high on this kid ever since he took Will Howard's job and forced him to go to Ohio State and won a national title there. So many people were high on this guy because of his legs and that he can make all the throws. I don't really think he's shown us that he can make all the throws, but at the same time, you don't need him to do too much with this offense. Get the ball to Jace Brown, get the ball to Jaron Tibbs, see what they can do in open space. You got 2 running backs back there. Can't forget this defense as well. I do like Austin Romine out there as well, the middle linebacker for Kansas State. This guy's probably going to get drafted. Probably, if he wants to go this year, he'd probably go maybe 2nd or 3rd round. But this kid is a highly touted linebacker that will be playing in the NFL one day. And I just think Kansas State's going to have the home field advantage here. They're playing for a little bit more here. Kansas State, what was it, the game where it didn't count for the Big 12? It was Arizona. That game did not technically count as conference play for them because it was scheduled prior to the conference realignment. I think Kansas State needs this a little bit more. Don't get me wrong, TCU needs this win just as much because if they lose here, I mean, TCU I think is going to be in trouble. And I do think they lose this game. This was almost a double up spot. I almost was going to take Kansas State, not just on the +1.5, but on the money line too at +100. Didn't end up moving on the money line. I'm just going to take the 1.5 in my back pocket with what I think is just as good of a team. And if they want to slow this game down, run the ball and just burn the clock, keep that offense off the field. That's your key here because this defense isn't that good from TCU. And I think they're going to have a hard time stopping their run game.
It's a very appealing breakdown here on Kansas State from Wine Time Sports. Kansas State plus 1.5, minus 110. I am extremely interested in joining you here in this one. Let's roll on. We head over to Kyle Field, College Station, Texas for Gators Aggies. What a beauty. The Gators exercise demons against Texas. What will they do as a follow-up here? We have Florida plus 7.5 at minus 120. They opened up at plus 7.5. They got up to 8.5, and now they're right back at 7.5. So we've had 10 cents of movement towards the Gators. Let's take a look at this total cash flow and set this one up. The total right now for this one is a 46.5, minus 113 to the over. Open up 46.5, drop down to 45.5, and then back at 46.5. And then cash flow wise, we have 60% of tickets and 67% of cash on the Florida Gators. A lot of people believing what they were seeing. You had a great breakdown in Florida, Texas. I moved on the Texas team total under 26.5. I think it was 26.5. And it felt like a no sweat casher. Florida snapping their 3-game losing streak, losing to USF at home 18-16, losing at LSU 20-10, losing at Miami 26-7. So it's 3 games in a row that I've cashed on unders in games the Gators have been involved in, although it was only a Texas team total under for me last week. Texas A&M looks very, very good. They look very good. It was a tight game, but they got the job done at Notre Dame. They defeat Auburn 16-10 at home. And then they take out the Mississippi State Bulldogs at home, 17.5 point favorites. It took them a little while to get going. They're down 3-0 after the first quarter, but they just slowly took the breath out of Mississippi State. That is our situation here. Wine Time Sports, Florida Gators, Texas A&M Aggies. Take it away.
Yeah, this is going to be a fun game here, guys. It doesn't get much better than football home atmospheres in College Station at Kyle Field in College Station, Texas, man. 102,000. I mean, it don't get too much more hostile than this. And we saw it kind of take a toll on Mississippi State's offense. Mississippi State offense, we know what Lobby likes to do over there, and that's put up points. They couldn't put up any points against this A&M team. This A&M team's been rocking and rolling this season, guys. I like everything that they're doing. I've been wrong on them at times this season. This Florida team, though, guys, I don't know if you guys remember last year. They had a slow start to the season. They ended up making the change at quarterback to DJ Lagway, and things quickly turned around. We heard in the summertime that DJ Lagway wasn't even practicing. He missed all of fall camp. He pretty much went into that week 1 game unprepared, not playing with his receivers. It took him some time to really get some reps under their belt. What happened? Texas comes to town last week. It seemed like I don't really know anyone that was really on Florida in that spot. Everyone said Texas was the better team. I came on here on the air and I said Texas isn't going to win 8 games this year. They might win 8 games max. That's the ceiling this team has. It starts with Arch Manning over there. The guy's he's not ready for SEC play. Talking about Florida A&M here. DJ Lagway. This guy had a much better game last game. And don't forget about Jaden Bogg, this true sophomore running back in the backfield. Both these kids, 19 years old, the quarterback and the running back. Jordan Bogg, I mean, this kid's having a good season out of Atlanta, Georgia. This kid's 6 foot, 230 pounds, and he's an absolute bulldozer to take down. You do not want to take this guy down. His yards after contact is impressive too. And he's just had a really good season. I mean, you think about this guy as a true freshman. Last year, he averaged 5.1 yards a carry. He had 7 touchdowns on the ground. He had almost 700 yards on the ground. This guy's a highly touted prospect. This is one of the underrated running backs that you're going to see in the SEC, kind of like Ahmad Hardy. There's a lot of these young guys that are kind of coming up, these 19-year-old kids, and you're just, dude, like these kids are almost ready for the NFL. It looks like it's crazy. What is Florida doing a little bit different? They're inserting Dallas Wilson, playing him a lot more, and Vernell Brown, the 2 true freshman 5-star wide receivers coming in here. Both those guys were really explosive with the ball in their hands. You can't forget about a guy like Eugene Wilson as well. Going into the season, people were saying Eugene Wilson was one of the better receivers in the country, and he's very elite with the ball in his hand. But that just shows you this wide receiver room. Don't forget about J. Michael Sturdivant, the UCLA transfer. It seems like this guy is always open. It's just he's always so downfield. It's if you can get the ball in his hands. I think they do. When you look at these receiving core guys, A&M's got the better receiving core. I don't think it's by much, but they do have the better receiving core. Quarterback-wise, DJ Lagway, I mean, last year he was one of the best quarterbacks in the nation, throwing the ball 20 yards down the field. This year he's taken a significant step back, but we already talked about it. It was kind of the reps that he missed in the summer and the fall camp that he didn't necessarily get, and he wasn't prepared going into the season, which, you know what I mean? That's still on you. You got to be ready for the season, but you got a guy like Tyreek Sapp at the defensive end position. You got George Gums. You got Michael Burrio over there. Jaden Robinson, the middle linebacker. This is the best defensive line that A&M has faced by far, and A&M has faced Mississippi State, Auburn, Notre Dame. None of those defensive lines are this kind of defensive line that Florida has over here. These guys are 4 or 5-star guys all the way around. These are guys that have been with the program for a while. Look out for Tyreek Sapp. I know he hasn't really caused a lot of ruckus so far this year. I do expect him to pick it back up. He's getting a lot of pressure on the quarterbacks. He just hasn't really been able to capitalize on some of these sacks. Only got 1 sack so far. I just think this Florida team is ultra talented. And let me get to Texas A&M now, guys. I mean, Ruben Owens, this guy's an absolute stud out of the backfield. We know what Le'Veon Moss is going into this year. We knew Casey Conception was going into this year. We didn't really know who Mario Craver and Terry Bussey were going into the season. I mean, we knew Mario Craver from Mississippi State, but we didn't think he was going to make this much of an impact coming over here. Guy's really explosive with the ball in his hands. It's crazy. Marcel Reed has taken a step forward in the right direction so far this year. I definitely think he's made some improvements, especially in his passing game. And listen, guys, they probably have the best defensive player on the field here in Cassius Howe. First-round pick this year, probably at the end. Yeah, he's a senior. First-round pick at the end of the season, I'm going to guess. Second round at the absolute latest. This guy's very hard to take care of, but Florida's got a pretty good offensive line over there. And I think they're going to be hold up and protect DJ here. You gave me 7.5 points out of -110. I'm going to take that all day long here. That's what I got when I tweeted this out on Tuesday. Florida plus 7.5, -110. I think you can get -115 at some places right now. Don't have it pulled up right in front of me right now, but it's still around that same 7.5. I think if you're getting over a touchdown, it's good money here with Florida. I think Florida could. I don't think they're going to beat them outright. I think A&M probably wins this game, but I think Florida is going to go blow for blow with them, and they're going to be able to make some stops on defense that the other teams couldn't. A&M has very much improved. When we talked about them against Notre Dame, I said how many missed tackles they had. They're not missing too many tackles now in open space. These guys are wrapping guys up. They're playing good football. This is the number 5 team in the nation for a reason. I just think Florida has just as much talent as A&M, probably not as much, and not as much experience, more younger talent than anything, but Billy Napier needs this win here, guys. I mean, if he gets this win right here for Florida, I mean, this is big time for the program. That means he's got his job set up for the rest of the season. Don't know if they win. I didn't take the money line. I didn't even sprinkle it. I might sprinkle it. We'll see. But I moved on the 7.5. I think it's good money with Florida. We've been kind of on Florida in some of these spots because I just think they're a lot better team that they've showed us. We showed that they can play well against a Texas team that, like I said, they're not great by any means, but you still have a top 15 team come into town. You take care of business rather easily too. Texas really scored in some prevent defense time. So give me Florida plus 7.5. I think they stay within 1 possession in this game.
What's keeping you off of the total?
So we are currently seeing right now, are we seeing 46?
There are some flat 46s. There are some 46.5s. There's some 47s.
I would lean towards the under because Florida's defense is good and A&M has a pretty damn good defense as well. I think Florida's going to cause them some problems on the run game, and Marcel Reed is probably going to have to be forced to throw the ball in the pocket to some of these guys. And we know he's got pass catchers out there that he can get the ball to, and they can work in open space or even vertically down the field. What was Florida's? I mean, Florida's been an under team all season long, it seems like, other than the last game when it went over by a touchdown. Yeah, this has been an under team so far this year. I would lean towards the under. It's kind of a lower total too for an SEC type game, I feel like. So I would be on the under here, 46.5. That's what I'm getting right now, but didn't end up moving on it. But it was definitely something I was talking to Cab about because we're like, we got to agree on something. And we were both saying like, what about this under? And then I kind of wanted to see what the market was going to do, if it was going to move up, if it was going to move down, if it was going to get to 47.5, maybe I stay away. If it goes down to a 46, maybe that's when I move on it. So I didn't end up getting to the window on that, but it was something I'm looking at right now. Best number available under 46 -107 right now. And the best number I'm seeing for Florida plus 7.5 -115. So I'll stay away from the total in this one. But I definitely think if Florida is going to cover this game, it's got to be an under type game, because I don't think Florida is going to be able to go blow for blow with Texas A&M's offense. I think A&M has the better offense here. I think Florida has the better defense. And if Florida wants to stay within 7 points, I'd see like a 23 to 20 type of ball game, you know what I mean? Which is to the under. That's what I see. I see this as a 3 to 6 point game here for A&M. They probably squeeze this one out at College Station at Kyle Field, but I have a lean towards the under as well.
And the fear, obviously, is that you're buying Florida high.
Especially coming off Texas. But at the same time, I mean, A&M, I mean, I was kind of thinking about this, Jim. I was like, who have they really beaten this year? I mean, Mississippi State, I mean, we don't really know what they are, I guess, yet. Auburn's not a good football team. Auburn might win 7 games. Notre Dame, I mean, do we think Notre Dame's a good football team? Maybe, they probably win out, but like their schedule's rather easily. Utah State, UTSA, they haven't really played anyone. You know what I mean? I mean, Florida has played by far the tougher schedule in playing Texas, Miami, LSU. I mean, it's crazy to look at the competition that they have faced compared to Texas A&M. All 3 of those, Texas, Miami, and LSU, are all better than Notre Dame, Auburn, and Mississippi State, in my opinion. So I think Florida has played the tougher schedule, and they also kind of hung tight there with LSU for a while. LSU probably isn't as good as the media portrays them to be, but they still stayed within that game in a very hostile environment. LSU, they've been into these hostile environments, guys. They went into Miami. They went into LSU. Now they're going to College Station. I get it. It's one of the most hostile environments in college football. It just seems to me that the number 5 team in the nation should probably be a 9.5 here. And seeing that it is a 7, what was the highest this got to, Jim?
The total, sorry, let me go back there. The total, I think, got up to 47.5, but let me double check that. No, it never did. Sorry. Opened up at 46.5, dropped down to 45.5, and we're back at 46.5. But I do see a 47 out there. A different book.
Yeah.
Wine Time moving on the Gators plus 7.5. Kyle Field in College Station, Texas. Before we move on to our next game here, I did just hit the under hard in Detroit, Seattle. I hit the first under 2.5, the full game under 8.5. It's sort of again, I know the game's just about to pop off. It does feel sort of like my wheelhouse here. We have a pitcher with the horrible numbers and the line moving towards him. And you could say, well, that's because of the offense. And that's fair. You have Casey Mize, a pitcher who I think can succeed in all pressure on him situation. This is number 1 overall pick. I think he's capable. I don't know how long he'll be in for. But one thing that I really, really like about it is that if you look at the weather, and again, we go to, like, if you look at Swish Analytics, like, not everybody has ballpark power or cares about ballpark power. So what do you see when you see Swish Analytics? You see 9.1 miles per hour out to right field, always 8 or 9 miles of, out to right field. Wow, that must be very offensive weather. But we know that it's cold in Detroit. And then we get the here we go. We get the ballpark pal saying that Kamara is actually minus 7%. It's minus 18% home runs. Would anybody looking at the 9 miles per hour out to right field think that it would be minus 18% home run?
Sheesh.
So you have coming off of an over. So everybody saw a bunch of runs just last game. And we have pitchers with very pedestrian numbers. And then we see the sharpest books making a massive move towards the under 8.5. The sharpest book down in Costa Rica has this under 8.5 at minus 122.
Wow.
The book that we use for our market standpoint, the under 8.5 was minus 103. I went back, it's minus 114 now. The public is going to be betting the over. And now, look, just because it gives me confidence or whatever, it doesn't mean that it's necessarily going to cash or anything like that. But I didn't just – I wanted it. I was trying to get there, and then finally the book said, no, go bet it. So I did. So I'm on the first 3 under 2.5 and the full game under 8.5, and it pops off shortly. And again, when you look at a game and you think, oh, these pitchers are gas cans, it's got to go over. Oh, the wind's blowing out. That's when I'm like, yes, I want to peel back the layers and think, okay, well, that's what everybody is seeing. So is the market going to open up their arms to that kind of cash? Sorry, I just wanted to go over that quickly here. So
You're
I did
good.
double up.
I just tailed you on the under first 3, under 2.5 minus 120. Didn't make it official. I threw a half unit on it. I'm on it with you.
Well, let's get it, man. Let's go get it. Okay. So sorry, let me just. Sorry, my computer kind of froze up there. Yeah, and Zoe saying that win though, it's absolutely perfect. That everybody's seeing it blowing out to right field, but it's cold. And it's minus 18% home runs with that weather blowing out. So it's not what your first, it's like Razors Gamblers first glance. So we'll see if it pays off, but I have just moved on and it's starting here very shortly. Okay, so let's move on. Let me just get this. I had it all set up. Let me make sure that it's still all set up. It isn't because I moved over to the line history. I mean, it's exciting. I'm very, very excited about this.
Go.
Okay. All right. Let's roll on. Let me just set this up before we get into it because I know we're cutting this. Make sure I've got it all ready to go. Here we go. That is set up there. And then, okay. We've got Wine at Time Sports, our next spot on the board, 7 p.m. Eastern. We head to Camp Randall Stadium, Madison, Wisconsin. We just talked about a game where I cashed the team total under on Texas, thanks to your breakdown. Well, I did it with Wisconsin, too. Now I paid for the 13. They were offering me the 12.5. I decided to pay for the 13, and they scored the early touchdown. Whiskey scored the early touchdown to make me uncomfortable, and then they did squat ass nothing all game long. At Michigan, 3 straight losses for Whiskey, and we have Iowa coming off a loss at home and their bye week. You would expect this to be an angry Iowa squad. Now, they were 8.5-point dogs, and they did cover, and it was a late touchdown that Indiana scored from Fernando Mendoza to give them. There was a minute and 28 seconds left, so I imagine that Iowa was sitting in that anger for a long time. And I also think that, and this could be a mistake, but I don't care what Wisconsin is feeling. I don't care if they're angry. They're incapable of putting up points. Now, this total is extremely low. You could say, well, Iowa has just as much of a problem putting up points as Wisconsin, and that would be fair. We have Iowa minus 3.5. They open up minus 4, get up to minus 5, and now we're down to 3.5. So we had overall a half-point move towards Wisconsin and a 1.5 from the high water mark. From the total, I was telling you it is very low, and it is very low. This total is at 36, and I see a 35.5 out there. It opened up at 37.5, and it's only moved to the under. There was a little bit of buyback on Monday when it went back up to 37, but now we're down to 36. That's a pretty legitimate move towards the under. Then when we get to the cash flow here for Whiskey Iowa, let me see if I could get it. Sorry, I didn't have that set up as I was getting that MLB action in. We have no information on the total, but we have 72% of tickets and 91% of the cash on Wisconsin. Why would that be? A nice coin. I love to hear it, man. I'd love to hear it. Why would that be? Why would the public want to back Whiskey so badly? Marked Up Production says both teams struggle to score. No doubt. I mean, this is the lowest total by far on the board. Take it away for us, Wine Time. Hawkeyes, Badgers at Camp Randall.
Yeah, battle of the 2 Midwest programs, blue collar programs that, I mean, these coaches are, they're strict coaches, Coach Kirk and Coach Luke. Coach Bickle, man, he's on the brink of getting fired. I mean, I'm hearing it every single week. I mean, he got extended this last year. I don't know if they're going to fire him this year. I guess depending on what happens, if it is going to be a dumpster fire type year and they don't win another game, because I don't see any other winnable games on their schedule remaining the rest of the year. It all started week 1. You lose your quarterback 1. It seems like he's done that every season he's been at Wisconsin. But guys, we have to remember, Gronowski did go out of the last game against Indiana. He was hurt. I believe he had a sprained knee. Is that what they're calling it? They had a bye week. Everything that Coach Kirk said in his press conference yesterday, there's a reason why I watch his press conferences every single week, because he's very honest. And when reporters ask him about players, how they're doing mentally, how they're doing physically, he opens up and he actually it's like he has nothing to hide, which is wild because so many coaches do that and they still can't figure out what this guy wants to do. You know what I mean? He's such a good coach. And he said that he pretty much did not do any physical activities last week. Really came in the training room, got stretched and all that stuff, but didn't do any kind of activity, did not touch a football all week last week, which is why I think we might be seeing the spread so low, because I know these are two low scoring teams, but Iowa, I mean, they're 2-3 plays away from being 5-0. They probably should have beaten Indiana. They were in control. Like that second half, it seemed like everything was going their way. You know, when Indiana's going to march down the field, when they have an opportunity left, they get a touchdown, Fernando Mendoza, and Iowa just didn't have enough offense to respond. But it was a very respectable game. We were on Iowa on the spread in that one. They covered, probably should have won. But this Wisconsin team, man, I mean, this is a very, very bad offensive football team. Defensively, they're not awful by any means. I think they've actually got a pretty good defensive line. I've talked about that. They actually hung really tight against Alabama's run offense. So I like everything from there. Talk about Wisconsin, though. They got a couple running backs they get to out of the backfield. Dylan Jones. They've got Darian Dupree back there as well. They're going to go with the quarterback, Hunter Simmons, though, today. I think he's like a true freshman or sophomore. Played a little bit last week, made some mistakes, made some mental mistakes, but he is going to have a home crowd behind him in this one. I don't think Edwards or Danny O'Neal are going to get a snap in this game. They're both injured from what I'm hearing. They don't have too many offensive weapons to go to, though, either. I mean, look at these wide receivers, Chris Brooks, Vinny Anthony. I mean, these guys are decent, but these aren't anything to write home about. And I moved on a teaser in this spot. I moved on Iowa plus 2.5, and I moved on the under 42.5 at minus 110 here. I think that this is a clear cut. I think Iowa's the better team here, and I think this is going to be a low-scoring affair. Two teams that like to run the ball and not force anything either. They're not going to turn the ball over. Iowa's never going to beat themselves with penalties. Wisconsin, they'll have some penalties here and there, but they're a pretty hard-nosed football program. Give me Iowa plus 2.5 in the under 42, minus 110 in a teaser. Tease it up 6 points. I think Iowa wins this game. If you're going to give me plus 2.5 points and give me an under, and I can get something under a 40. When this came out, I wanted the 37.5. I was texting Moose. I was like, do I move on the under? He's like, no, don't do that. Like, Iowa can score. Iowa can score. I'm like, what are we seeing that Iowa can score? Who have they scored against this year? Other than the horrible programs that they faced, they haven't been able to score against anyone. So that was my ultimate worry. Can they even get over 20 points in this game? I don't know. But I do think that they're going to win this ball game. I know this line's a little fishy. I know it's Wisconsin. I know it's Madison. You guys hear me coming on here all the time. Madison, Wisconsin is a hostile place. Fan base is kind of losing it, though, with them over there. I don't know how much this place is going to be rocking. It probably should be rocking because these are two rivals that go way back. This is a rival, Wisconsin, Iowa. So I'm on Iowa. I think they're going to take care of business. I wanted to move on in some way. I wanted to move on Iowa for a unit. I wanted to move on the under for a unit. But by the time it got to a 36.5 or whatever, I think it was a 35.5. 36 or 36.5. I was like, it's dropping too low. I want this teaser. I'm just going to throw a unit on it rather than 2 units, and I'm going to get an extra 6 points in my back pocket. Don't really give out a lot of teasers a lot, guys, but this is a spot that I think no matter what, if Iowa loses this game, it's probably going to be on a last-second field goal. I wish I probably would have had that 3, but I still like the 2.5. I think Iowa wins this game. Very winnable game for Iowa. Give me the teaser.
Iowa plus 2.5, the under 42.5 for Wine Time Sports. Teaser at Camp Randall. 58 Fahrenheit, partly cloudy, 5-mile-per-hour winds on Saturday night. We roll on. Next up for us, 7:30 p.m. Eastern with the Kansas Jayhawks 4-2, 2-1 in the Big 12 at the number 9 ranked Texas Tech Red Raiders, who look very, very good. We're at Jones AT&T Stadium in Lubbock, Texas. Beautiful weather on Saturday night. 83 Fahrenheit, sunny, 10-mile-per-hour winds. Let's get into the setup and hand it over to our guy at Wine Time. Kansas coming off a 27-20 victory at UCF. Came on the heels of the loss at home to Cincinnati. Jayhawks may get some confidence. They were down early. They shut out UCF in the second half, so the defense looked good. They opened up as 4.5-point favorites, closed as 3.5-point favorites, and got the job done. Then, on the other hand, Texas Tech looks better every time they're on the field. Those were not easy road games at Utah and at Houston, and they demolished the opposition. Combined score 69-21 on the road. They haven't. Now, Utah was challenging them for a little while, but they really, other than that, have they been challenged yet this season? And is Kansas capable of delivering a challenge? Those are the key questions here. Let's get into this line history and hand it over to Wine Time. We have an extremely high total, opened up at 60, moved up to 60.5 for a second. Now we're back at 60. Let's get to the point spread here for this showdown in Lubbock. We have Texas Tech minus 14. Big favorites. They opened up at 14.5, dropped down to 13.5. Now they're back at 14. It is juiced to the 14. And then cash flow wise, we have 81% of the tickets on Texas Tech and 94% of the cash. It's moved a half point towards the Jayhawks. This is not the type of cash flow situation that makes the favorite appealing for me. Take it away, though, because I fear fading the Red Raiders. I was on Utah, and that hurt me. Take it away, Wine Time. Jayhawks, Red Raiders in Lubbock.
Yeah, I think I've talked about this Kansas team every single week. I don't know. Just I love this team, man. The Jayhawks over there. I love their stadium. I love their blue uniforms out there too when they're playing at home. They're not going to be playing at home in Lawrence City. They're going to be playing in Texas this weekend. They're going to be playing in Lubbock. This is 60,000 strong, but it really feels like an 80 to 90,000 crowd there, especially when you're 5-0. Joey McGuire, he got backed this last offseason by a lot of NIL donors. Guys that are around my age, 30, 32, that sold a bunch of gasoline, all that kind of stuff out there in Texas for billions of dollars. And they're all just piling money into this program, pretty much saying, whoever you want, we will write the check for it. And they've made it clear here. And they're making a statement. They lose their running back one going into the season. I remember talking about it with Moose, and I was like, Cameron Dickey and Jacoby Williams are pretty good out of that backfield, and they've definitely shown it. Byron Morton, this guy could make every throw on the field pretty much. He was out, I believe, in that fourth quarter when they played Utah, and the backup came in and played really well. Actually, probably played a little bit better, but I don't really think they were game planning for Will Hammond at the same time either. It was more so just for Byron Morton. But this Texas Tech team is loaded, guys. They've got guys everywhere on the defensive line. They've got a lot of transfers this last offseason. There's a reason why they're 5-0 and the favorite to win the Big 12. And I see no reason why they don't go to the Big 12 title. And even if they don't win that, I think if they go undefeated, which I think is very possible, maybe even one loss, they still get to the college football playoff just because how talented this team is and how much experience they have on this team. It's offensive line, very experienced. A lot of guys have been here for a long time. Let's get over to the Kansas Jayhawks now, guys. You talk about my guy, Jalen Daniels, fifth-year guy. We talked about Coach Zabrowski. He's the QB coach the last 4 years, got promotion to OC, running a lot of the same things that Daniels was comfortable with a couple years ago with Coach Kolonicki, who's not doing so well over there in Penn State. But listen, you got LaShawn Williams to hand the ball off to. This guy's a transfer from Iowa. Last year, he got hurt going into the season, and Caleb Johnson took over that role, and Caleb Johnson ended up going in, the second or third round in the NFL draft. LaShawn decided to make a transfer, go to a Big 12 program that's going to use him a little bit more to his strengths. And going into the season, he wasn't even supposed to be RB1, but Daniel Highshaw is hurt. And so LaShawn has just been taking over the backfield for them. Not only that, they went out and grabbed Emmanuel Henderson, receiver from Alabama, one of the most explosive football players with the ball in his hand in the Big 12, probably not in the nation, but in the Big 12 for sure. Watch this guy work in open space. He's magic, man. The return game, I think he has 2 return touchdowns already this season. You get Cam Pickett back, wide receiver from Ball State, who was a big key in their last game as well against UCF. Kansas just went to UCF in the bounce house and took care of business when they were down in the second half. To me, that's impressive despite UCF not really being a good team. It's such a tough place to play. And the fact that they got out of there with the win, especially being down, I think it showed a lot of character. DK McDonald, the DC over there. I've heard a lot of people say this Kansas defense is bad. I don't think that is by any means. I actually like a lot of the guys. I like Bagley Kamara coming off the edge. I like Justice Finkley coming off the edge. I like their corners as well. Both of their starting corners are playing in the NFL right now from last year, and they replace these guys pretty well. And that Missouri loss, it's like, how do you lose that game? You're up 21-6 at the end of the first quarter. You kind of slow down. You got out of your rhythm. Your offense got out of that rhythm, and Missouri was able to hit on some explosive plays and really capitalize and kind of force Kansas to do things they didn't really want to do necessarily. And then that Cincinnati loss, it's explainable. Cincinnati should be ranked. Cincinnati should be the 20th team in the nation, if you ask me. That's a sleeper in the Big 12. We might see them in Texas. That'd be cool to see them in Texas Tech in the Big 12, but we'll see. It's kind of a hot take. But with that being said, guys, I'm on Kansas. I wish I got the 14. I got the 13.5 on Tuesday morning, minus 110. I got it when it came back down because I thought this was only going to move towards Kansas. It was going to get to a plus 13, maybe a 12.5, which it still has time to do that because all the tickets are coming in on Texas Tech. I get it. Texas Tech is the more talented team, but I mean, are they from a wide receiver position? I mean, Kansas has the clear-cut better wide receivers out of the two teams right here. Quarterback, I'm going to say it's probably about even. I kind of have a bias on Jalen Daniels, though, at the same time. So give or take that. I think they can stay within 2 touchdowns in this game. I know it's a road game. It's going to be a hostile environment. I want to get down to Lubbock one of these years, probably for a basketball game rather than a football game. But I want to get down there one day, experience this crowd, these people. Everyone from the city goes to these games, guys, and these guys are going to be rocking out there. I think Tech probably takes care of business and gets the win. I don't think they win this game by double digits. I would have this probably win this game by like 7 to 10 points because Texas Tech is the better team here, but I think Kansas can stay within 10 points in this game. You're giving me a 13.5. You're giving me a 14 now. Give me the 14, but mark me down as the 13.5 because that's what I bet.
It's a very appealing spot, even though Texas Tech has just taken our cash anytime you've tried to fade them, or I've tried to fade them. Kongs Clip says best bet Texas Tech double up first half.
Wow.
Full game.
Ooh.
Texas Tech double up. This is interesting. Doug Wise saying there are some 14.5s available out there as well. 94% of the cash. Kyle Field says plus homecoming game is where the boosters see their money shine. Win at homecoming and the NIL grows next season.
I mean, the NIL is only growing, Jim. Like I said, they got guys my age that are selling oil out there at 30, 32 years old that went to Tech and that just they all own multi-million-dollar houses out there. It's their city almost. They're going to give whatever money they can to that program to get it to win.
God, I may get there with you. I'm going to let the market kind of do its thing, but I love the look. Let's roll on wine time. Next up for you, we go to the West Coast for our final 2 spots in college football. Well, West Coast for the first one, Salt Lake City for the second one. Ooh. West Coast, Los Angeles Memorial Coliseum in Los Angeles, California. The Trojans 4-1, 2-1 in the Big Ten, hosting the Michigan Wolverines. Let's get this one set up. The Wolverines coming off that 24-10 victory at home over Wisconsin. They were in control of that one. Much more difficult the last time we saw them on the road. They defeated Nebraska 30-27. They lost the first time we saw them on the road at Oklahoma 24-13. So they're just 1-1 on the road. Against Nebraska, they opened up as 2.5-point favorites, closed as 1.5-point favorites. So, Nebraska's a tough squad, and they got the job done in hostile territory. For these Trojans, they come in off their bye week. So we, thanks to your guidance, faded them at Illinois. I got the plus 6.5. I got the plus 6.5 at plus 101, and Illinois won straight up. So they've been sitting in this loss, their first loss of the year. It's probably a nice opportunity to back a squad when they've been sitting in the anger. Dougie Wise says USC wins this game. We also, one of the fun things about using this it's a book we used to play poker at as a channel, using them as our line shopping because Penny's no longer available at the site that I use. We get look aheads in a lot of these games. There was a look ahead for this. There was a look ahead. You could have bet this, before the season started. It became available in mid-August, and the look ahead was a pick'em. It was a minus 110 each way. Since this line reemerged on Sunday at 2 p.m. as USC minus 2.5. It did make the important move 2-3 on Monday, but it's come back. So there's been no movement. It's sitting with USC under a field goal, USC minus 2.5. From a total standpoint here, let me move over here. From a total standpoint, we have a 57.5. This opened up at 56.5. There was no look ahead for totals, obviously, just a side thing. 56.5. It dropped to 56, got back up to 56.5, and then climbed up to 57.5. It has not moved since Monday, but 57.5 is the number. And then when we get to the cash flow, we have both side and total information. 78% of tickets on the over and 88% of cash on the over. And the market is doing something about it, moving it up. Then we have 63% of tickets on Michigan and 56% of the cash here. Take it away for, that's all set. Take it away for us. Wine time. Wolverines, Trojans, 76 Fahrenheit, 75 mile per hour winds.
Yeah, this is a perfect get right spot for USC guys at home, coming off, a bye week. They go to Illinois, Champaign, what we talked about a couple weeks ago. They lost on the road as they usually do in Big Ten conference games, especially against good Big Ten opponents. Speaking of which, USC traveled to Michigan, traveled to Ann Arbor last year, guys. And what happened? I mean, USC was in control of that whole game. And Michigan found a weak point in that defense, which I think every team in the nation probably should do. Run the football. On that last drive of the game, they ran the football on every single play because USC just had no answer for them. Michigan marches down the field, scores a touchdown, wins the ball game. At home, everyone was on USC in that game. It's a little bit different of a script here. We talked about it. Michigan coming off an impressive conference win at home against Wisconsin. You got USC hanging out at home, hanging out in LA the last week and a half. Lincoln Riley's been hearing all that crap, been talking about him, as he should. Everyone should. I mean, to me, I'm surprised this guy still has a job for them. With the amount of money that he's getting paid, I guess it's kind of hard to get rid of him. Same time, this is the perfect get right spot for USC Trojans here, guys. Jaden Mayave, this guy can make pretty much every throw on the field. There's a reason why Lincoln didn't go out and grab a quarterback. I mean, how can he make every throw on the field? Because he's throwing the ball to Jacoby Lane and Mekhi Lemon. We talked about this preseason. Outside of Bama's 1-2 punch and Ohio State's 1-2 punch, this is the third best 1-2 punch in all of college football at a wide receiver standpoint. Both these guys are going to be playing in the NFL. Mekhi Lemon, very explosive with the football in his hands. And can't say enough about this running back, Wayman Jordan, JUCO transfer coming in. This guy's made his mark already, especially running the ball and catching the ball out of the backfield. He's averaging 7 yards a carry right now, guys. This guy's got 77 carries for 537 yards, 5 touchdowns. He's got 50 yards through the air on 6 catches. I remember watching this guy's community college tape this summer when I was capping USC, Hutchinson Community College in Kansas. This guy couldn't get tackled. He's so fast out of the backfield. Another key point, guys. This is something that I texted my guy Jimmy about a couple days ago. Who does USC get back in this game? Kamari Ramsey, UCLA transfer, came over with D'Anton Lynn. This guy's going to probably be a second-round draft choice whenever he decides to go off for the NFL. He can still stay another year, which I probably think he will because you're making so much money in college. But he was throwing up the morning of in Champaign, Illinois. Wasn't expected to be crossed out by any means. He had gotten sick, like food poisoning the night before, something crazy to where he couldn't play. And it was actually unbelievable because I'm assuming in that kind of a big-time game, you want your best player on defense out there. They actually moved him from the safety position to the nickel back because of how good he is in coverage. He can guard anybody on the field at any point. And take a look at Michigan's wide receivers, guys. Donovan McCulley. Outside of that, who do you got? Samaj Morgan. I mean, I guess you could say he's serviceable. He's fast out when the ball in his hand, but you also got to get the ball in his hands. Bryce Underwood been electric on the ground. This guy's can run with it. We know that. We know he's a good athlete. And you got Justice Haynes. I mean, Wayman Jordan and Justice Haynes, these two are two of the better backs in the Big Ten right now. 2 guys that will be playing on Sundays when it's all said and done. And Justin Haynes, I mean, this guy's doing all the right things too. I mean, averaging 7.7 yards a carry, 85 carries, almost 700 yards, 8 touchdowns on the ground. He was the number 2 running back last year for Alabama, coming over from Michigan. With that being said here, I think USC, this is a big get-right spot for him. Usually these kind of spots, they're not get-right spots. This is a get-right spot at home. Lincoln knows that. If he loses this game, I'm not saying he gets fired, but I mean, he's going to hear it even more from not just the boosters, from the fan base. When he goes to work every single day, when he's driving to work in LA traffic, this guy's going to get trashed. He knows how big. This is probably the biggest game, I think, of his career for USC, I'm going to say, because taking a loss to Champaign, Illinois, to me, isn't a bad loss by any means. But when you have high expectations, when you're paying a guy $100 million a year, you have access to a private jet, You buy him a mansion that he doesn't have to pay for. You give him ride service everywhere. You give him every NIL opportunity to go and get whoever you want in the country. You expect to go 12-0. They're not going to go 12-0. They're going to win this game, though. Michigan, I think, is a little bit overrated this year. They're the ranked team, and they're a dog for a reason. Michigan's shouldn't be a ranked team. I think USC is better than Michigan. They're playing at home. They're still thinking about that game from last year in Ann Arbor. They've got them at home at the Coliseum. Tough travel spot for some of these teams. People talk about it for the California teams going over to the East Coast. This is a tough travel spot for Michigan coming over to the West Coast. To LA, USC needs this win. Give me USC -2.5, and we're going to double up. Give me a money line -135 unit on each one. It's my biggest play of the week.
Biggest play of the week. And what is the official spot?
So I tweeted out the -2.5 at -110. I'm currently seeing a money line -135 right now. So I will give that out and I will tweet it. I will make it and then I will tweet it.
You are in business. USC -2.5, -110, and the money line at -135. You are in business here. Just before, I just want to say one last thing about it. This has nothing to do with whether you won or lost the bet, Gorky. I'm happy that you won it. And I know what I'll do in the future. You can make a statement. I'll just completely ignore it. And it's my fault. I just, you're on camera and you said this statement and I just called it out. And nothing to do with the bet, just the statement. And it's my fault. I've learned my lesson. You can say anything extreme, and I'll just completely ignore it, and it's all good. It's my fault. Okay, let's roll on. Our final spot on the board here for wine time, 10:15 p.m. Eastern. We have Arizona State Sun Devils. Arizona State Sun Devils 4-1, 2-0 in the Big 12 at the Utah Utes. We're in Salt Lake City, Utah, and we have a weather issue. 59 Fahrenheit, rain. 11-mile-per-hour wind. So rain is a real issue here in this one. It's not light rain, it's full rain. So we'll see how this affects things. We have both teams coming in off their bye week. Arizona State at home versus TCU, winning 27-24. Their third straight win. Went into Baylor, beat them 27-24, winning these tight, close football games. The Utes got embarrassed at home the last time they were here. 34-10 to Texas Tech. They got annihilated, and they took that anger out on West Virginia, beating them up 48-14, up 28-0 at the half. They were 12.5-point favorites, opened up at 9.5, and just stomped on them. So did that get all the anger out? Possibly, but now they're back home and probably want to make amends. Let's get into the cash flow and the line history here for this one. We have this is the late night Saturday action that is very helpful to calm our nerves before football Sunday. We need a little bit more action. 48.5 is the total. This opened up at 48.5, went up to 49, and then came back to 48.5. From a point spread scenario, we have this sitting here at 5.5. So we've gone through that crucial 6. This opened up with Arizona State +6, and it was only there for 42 minutes before it went to 5.5. So it's a big move. When we get to the cash flow for this one, we don't have any information on the total, but we know that big bets have been placed on Arizona State. The limits are probably lifted today, or at least late last night. 53% of tickets, 86% of the cash on Arizona State. Take it away for us here, Wine Time, Sun Devils Utes.
Guys, I mean, I can't remember the last time we saw an 8:15 p.m. Local time for a Utah start at home at Rice-Eccles Stadium. They did this on purpose, guys. This place is going to be rocking here, rocking and rolling all day, all night. The tailgate's going to be nuts. Been down to the stadium before. These fans, they love their football down there. They don't have a football team down there, professional team. So this is very much Salt Lake's team. The whole city really comes together on this day. They tailgate people that don't go to the games. The tailgate's nuts down there. You can't drink inside the game either. So a lot of these people don't even go in. You sit out there and watch TV in the parking lot with your boys, you know what I mean, with drinks in hand. Love all that. But ASU, a team that I talk about quite often, guys. There's my guy for the record. Hey, guys, we are at the corner of Kong's Clips and Wine Time Sports. This is a very, I love seeing that, Kongs. Whenever we're on the same side on one particular game in a week, I feel like we do well. I'm on Utah. I'm on the -5.5, -110. I moved on this last night. You can still get that same number here. Listen, this is a big get-right spot, I think, for Utah. They took a big loss to Texas Tech at home a couple weeks ago. It was really that fourth quarter, big letdown. And Dan Pierre really struggled in that game because his first initial thought is to always run with it, not really throw with it. I think he learned a thing about that game, especially Arizona State. This team has pretty much done everything wrong this year, and they're still ranked 21 right now and have a good record. It's a good team, but I mean, guys, this team gets, I mean, their flags are out of this world. The mistakes they make out of this world, how they're winning these games, kind of crazy. They're going to need some luck here at Rice-Eccles Stadium at an 8:15 local time here in Utah to win this game here. I don't think this is going to be particularly close. I think Utah's going to put their foot on the gas pedal and they're not going to stop. Not only that, I just don't think Arizona State's really going to be able to move the ball downfield, especially with this. You mentioned weather. I hope it is raining. I like the under in this as well. It's low for a reason. Arizona State, we know what they like to do. They like to run the ball and get the ball to Jordan Tyson. Listen, Jordan Tyson's the best football player on almost every single football field he stands on in college football. When he was on the same field as McAllister, I know McAllister didn't play. Jordan Tyson, I said it, he is the better receiver. It's probably not even close. Jordan Tyson's going in the first round without a doubt this year. Very explosive. At the same time, that's all Sam Levitt really likes to do is get the ball to Jordan Tyson and get the ball to these playmakers at the running back and tight end position. He doesn't throw the ball to really anyone else. His target ratio to everyone else is very low. And I think if Utah plays this smart, as I know they will, Kyle Whittingham's a very smart coach. He's been around the block more than once, more than twice. He's going to have this guy guarded. He's probably going to have him double teamed. You're not going to let him work in open space. Don't let him get any of these screen passes and see what he can do with the ball in his hands. You need to shut that down immediately and see if he can get the ball to anybody else. I think that's Utah's game plan here. Keep the ball out of Jordan Tyson's hand because he can beat you. He is one of those receivers that can single-handedly beat a team because he's just that explosive. You got to stop this guy. They haven't stepped down at the running back position from Cam Scatterbo, but they still have a dude back there, Rayleigh Brown and Kyson Brown. You also got Kanye Udolph, the transfer from Army, who I thought was going to probably step into that Cam Scatterbo role because of how big he is and how physical he is as a runner. Hasn't really gotten a lot of touches. Sam Levitt, we know he likes to run with it too. He's a really good athlete. I mean, you'd be kind of surprised at how good of an athlete this guy is out there. There's a reason why he was so high on NFL draft boards going into this year. I think he's going to stay another year, still develop. He still has a lot more developing, I think, left. It helps, though, when you have one of the best wide receivers in college football in Jordan Tyson. Utah, on the other hand, touched on it already. Devin Dampierre, he's got Wayshawn Parker to hand the ball off to. Nakari Rogers, another New Mexico transfer. Ryan Davis was his buddy that came over from New Mexico with him in the OC. These guys hang out 24/7. We also can't forget it's one of the best offensive lines in college football. I know they got pushed back against Texas Tech, guys. I know that. I know Dampierre was under pressure a lot. A lot of people are like, wait, what do you mean? Like Utah doesn't have that good of an offensive line. I just think I didn't even touch on it enough with Texas Tech. That's a really good defensive line over there. And I think Utah got embarrassed at home. They had a get-right spot against West Virginia where they blew the doors off them. Now they're back at home. Kyle Whittingham knows he needs this, not just for a Big 12 run, but for the fan base to get back behind him. Going into this year after last season, kind of having a struggling last year throughout the season, obviously had a losing record last year. The fan base was kind of saying, like, we got to get rid of this whole guy. You know what I mean? This guy's too old in the game, blah, blah. I don't think that's the case. I still think Kyle Whittingham's one of the smartest coaches in all of college football. I'd go to war for this guy any day of the week, honestly. And he's got good guys to throw it to. We touched on it, Ryan Davis. Tobias Merriweather, you got to get the ball in his hands as well in open space. This guy's good. He's explosive. Hasn't done that enough. Transfer from Cal, also was at Notre Dame. He's 6'5", 200 pounds. I think Utah takes care of business. This just seems like such a Utah spot. You've got an unranked team, pretty much almost a touchdown. I mean, 6-point favorite, 5.5, 6-point favorite right now against a ranked team. Utah needs this coming off a very disappointing loss against Texas Tech. I don't know how disappointing because Texas Tech is probably going to go to the Big 12 title and go to the college football playoff. But give me Utah -5.5. I think they take care of business. I think ASU is going to need a lot of bounces to go their way for them to win this game or even to cover.
The -5.5. Are you interested in the under?
I am. I'm right now. Are we getting 48?
Yeah, 48.5.
48.5. I am. I was pretty close on that as well. But again, like when you mentioned the weather, I kind of want to wait and see what the weather is going to be like in these next couple days. And it gets, I just don't want it to go down too much. If this gets down like a 46.5, that'd be too much. If it gets down to a 47.5, maybe I end up moving on it. I'll just pull the trigger there. But as of right now, I'm going to stay off the total. But I do expect a low-scoring game because both teams are going to want to run the ball and really burn the clock out. We know Kyle Whittingham likes to do that, and we know Kenny Dillingham likes to do that. I mean, that's how he beat TCU, was just keep your offense on the field as long as you can and keep their offense off the field. Get them a little bit off their game and work that defense. But I think we're going to both see teams running the ball, especially in this kind of weather. So this is definitely an under spot. I just want to see the best number I can get right now. 48.5 -110. I like it. I'm not going to move on it quite yet, but I like it.
I'm very interested in it. I probably want to get ahead of it.
Yeah.
But I'll be in touch with you about that. Great job, Wine Time Sports. Let's review Wine Time's action. Utah -5.5, USC -2.5, and the money line. Kansas +13.5, Iowa +2.5, and the under 42.5. Florida Gators +7.5, Kansas State +1.5, UCLA +8.5, Missouri +3, and Missouri money line for Wine Time Sports. Wine Time, thank you for all of your hard work today. I hope it pays out enormously for you. I'm going to pop your X handle here in the chat. Thank you for all that you do for us, Wine Time. Please, if you don't follow Wine Time, hit the link. The guy is as selfless as they come, asks for nothing in return, just wants you guys and him to beat the books. And here is his X handle. Please hit the link if you don't follow him already. Wine Time, any last words for the Capper Sport in the show?
Oh, I love doing this with you, Jim. I appreciate you giving me a platform to talk about these kinds of things on camera with people that, I know sometimes guys in the chat, we have disagreements on these games, but that's what makes it fun. I was talking about it with Cab, like me and Cab sometimes get in these like heated discussions, like through text, but it's all fun. It's cool to hear other people's opinions and see what people are on, because we all cap differently. We're all going to have a different opinion on something. So, I love doing this with you guys, man. Wouldn't want to do it any other way. And a little correction, Jim, is actually for that teaser. If you could change it, it was actually just a flat 42, not a 42.5. Apologies.
Oh, no worries. That was probably on me there. Flat 42. Was that a -110 or -120?
That was -110.
Okay, you're in business. Iowa +2.5 and the under 42. Thank you, Wine Time, my man. We are now going to get into the WNBA Game 3 of the WNBA Finals with Justin Mcelvy. But thank you so much for rocking with us, my man.
Oh, shout out to you. And shout out to Zoe. Great work, SoCal Commander. I like that right there. Shout out to TC. TC nice. Said Wine Time. Appreciate you guys. Love you guys, man. Good luck on all the action today. I'll be back with you guys Friday. We got some good Friday college football to talk about. We're going to have some playoffs too. We've got the Mariners pending right now. You guys know I'm on the under 2.5 with Jimmy in the first 3. Didn't make it official, but I am on that. Be on the lookout on Twitter. If I do tweet anything else out for today, I will do that, guys. Shout out to you guys. Love you guys.
Much love to you, Wine Time Sports. It is time to talk WNBA Finals Game 3 here. Let me get my action all back over towards the WNBA. I did set that up. Let's get the line history up and let's get to work. A great series has started, and I can't wait to see how our guest is going to be getting paid. Not only is he a star here on Pub Sports Radio, but he's one of the stars of Tony's Picks. He does the 2-3 zone alongside Ron Crawford and Rod Zawacki. Please welcome our guy, Mr. Justin Mcelvy.
Stacks, 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 stacks.
One time Justin, what's good, my man? How are you?
I'm all right. How are you?
I am good. I am excited to hear your plan of attack here with Aces Mercury. I don't like being on the other side of you here in this baseball game. But It is.
I don't like that.
I don't like that. Yeah, but long way to go. Will Johnson in our chat says Aces money line, throw the house on it. Let's talk about the situation here. Aces Mercury in the WNBA final. What a wild season it has been. The Aces take care of business on their home floor. Now it's up for the Mercury to answer back. We have Stacks play the day in this one here. Aces win 89-86 and then 91-78 to get rolling. And now Mercury come back home where they took out the Minnesota Lynx. The Mercury in game 2 shot 17.9% from 3, 40.8% from the field. It was an ugly performance. They were up 27-24 after the first quarter and then scored 10 points in the second quarter and never really could get back into the basketball game. Let's take a look at the line history here right now for this one. We have a move towards the Mercury. This opened up at 5:18 p.m. on Sunday with the Mercury -2. It took 20 minutes to get to 2.5. It took less than an hour to get to 3. Then an hour and 20 minutes later, we got to 4. Then we got buyback. That buyback lasted for about 12 hours until more Mercury action started coming in back to the 4 and then to the 4.5. It's a pretty legitimate move here to the Mercury. The total is a 163.5, opened up at 165, and it's only been dropping from 164 to 163.5, and it's now more juiced. We have yet to have any buyback whatsoever. No buyback whatsoever. Interesting that Will is so heavy believing in Vegas, because in a series, situationally, this is where I would want to be on the Mercury. 61% of the tickets and 69% of the cash are on the Mercury. It's possible that Las Vegas takes a breath. You know, they handled their job. It's a long series. If they lose one game here, what's the harm? They can win it back at home. 76% of tickets, 85% of the cash on the under, and it's moving towards the under. So right now, the market is following the action. Take it away here for us, my man. Absolutely, Ski. I would love to talk about it. It's my favorite. It's been my favorite bet for the last 2 weeks. It's been absolute magic. But yeah, absolutely, Ski. Take it away for us, my man. Aces Mercury Mortgage Matchup Center in Phoenix, Arizona.
Yeah, this series has been very challenging for me. And not even because I'm losing. Like on the 2-3 zone, I won the first game, I lost the second one. And the thing about it is, like, I hope he's still in the chat, because Ron Crawford gave us Mercury, like after the All-Star break, like shortly after the All-Star break, like Mercury plus 700 for the chip. And all year we was riding, like we pedaling. Then got in the playoffs, get through the Liberty, get through the Lynx. Now we heading towards Aces Island. I'm pedaling. Not only did Ron Crawford jump out the boat, but like he jumped out the boat and started laughing at me. Like him and Rozzy been hurting my feelings. I've been backing this Mercury team. I feel defeated. I feel like they should feel defeated. And I'm not giving up hope because I didn't hedge, because in the back of my mind, I feel like it's a Mercury spot. Like, not even it's a Mercury spot. Like, I feel like I don't want to embarrass myself. I feel like there's a small chance of hope. They can get it together, Jimmy. Like, I don't feel like yesterday when I recorded a 2-3 zone, I feel like there was not a chance. And then I slept on it. I don't think this shit over, Jimmy. But my stacks played in number 1, and I gave this out on 2-3 zone. And then when I slept on it and woke up on it, I loved it that much. I'm like, oh, yeah, that's going to be stacks. I'm on Alyssa Thomas over 14.5 points. And I got that at minus 112. Personally, I laddered at 19.5. I just feel like it's go time. So it's now or never. You're playing against Asia. You're at the crib. I said before the series starts, she's going to have 2 triple-doubles. She hasn't had none yet. She was one short of one, the first game one. But I'm on Alyssa Thomas like, you It's go time. You got to go ahead and get 20, 25 points. But in my second official play is I got the Mercury minus 2.5 first half, minus 115. And my whole purpose is I don't trust them full game. I do trust them to come out here throw the first punch. I do think they can hang on and win this game. I don't have a double result. If I had a double result option on the books where I'm at, I would do that. But I don't. So I'm on the Mercury minus 2.5 first half. And I endorse that. I love that play. I love Alyssa Thomas. It's just, I understand what everyone's saying about the Aces, but I just refuse to believe it's going to be that easy. Like, I feel like they're going to make a lot of adjustments, a lot of defense adjustments. I like the Aces team total under. I've been called the Aces hater in the 2-3 zone comments. Everyone think I hate the Aces. I do not hate the Aces. And I don't know. I just think this is a Mercury spot. Like, it's got to be a kitchen sink game. Like, if not, it's over. But what we talked about on 2-3 zone, it does seem that way. It seems like it's not fair right now. It feel like this is big sis beating up little sis. Like, it feel like the Aces just doing whatever they want. Like, last game's blowout. How you get blown out? How you get blown out like that? Like, that blew my mind to watch the Mercury just get blown out. And then I had the team total over, Jimmy. Over 80.5. They sat on 78 for the longest. Like, y'all quit? Like, I don't get it. And it's like I refuse to believe that this is how the story ends. I think the Mercury gonna stand up. I do like the Mercury first half full game. If I had double result option, I would be on it. If I was forced to make an option, if you gave me $1,000, like you always say, and I couldn't have first half, I'd put it on the Mercury. I don't know about 4.5. But this is a Mercury spot. Aces do not win this game. All you Aces, money line, and bugging. I'll sit here, and I know you've been going back and forth about what people say and don't say. I'm saying on camera, Aces money line, that's a bad bet. That's a bad bet. If you want to take the points, good luck. I think that's a bad bet too. I think this is a Mercury spot, but first half, come out here in a must-win game at the crib. Alyssa Thomas go crazy. I'm going to sprinkle her triple-double. I'm not making that official, but it's something that I said was going to happen twice this series, and I still believe that. I feel like she's going to go crazy tonight. I feel like Asia's going to have a lot of rebounds but lower points. So, like, if you could parlay that, I'm just giving you all my breakdowns. I am looking at because Bet Rivers give me a boost for same-game parlays. But if it's not correlated, it's less. But if I could do an Asia over rebounds and under points, or Asia over rebounds and Alyssa Thomas, but it's a Mercury spot. I feel like Aces did what they were supposed to do. You're supposed to win your first 2 games at home. Now the Mercury is supposed to win the next 2 games at home. So I like the Mercury. I bet what I'm giving official is first half minus 2.5, and Alyssa Thomas over 14.5 points. That's Stacks Play Today number 2. I love that. I love Alyssa Thomas over 14.5. That line is way too low. I don't know. I don't even know why it's that low. It's one of them lines where you look at it and make you feel like you're doing something wrong, but I'm trusting the cap. It's a clear spot of Alyssa Thomas. Like, you got to go crazy.
Well, I tell you what, in playoff series, especially when so much is on the line, but it doesn't always have to be so much on the line. Maybe it's a little different in the WNBA. Maybe the WNBA Finals is the equivalent of in the NBA or in the NHL or like an earlier series, the importance of it, meaning like, a divisional series or a conference finals. What happens is the home team holds the court. Everybody believes what they saw, and the lower seeded team answers back at home. Now, it doesn't happen all the time, but it happens extremely often. The double result here is minus 110. It's not enough money. You would think that it would be plus money, at least plus 100 or plus 115. It's minus 110. So I am, oh, that's great news, Coin. I am going to join you on the Mercury. I'm going to double down too. I'm going to take Mercury on the spread, and I'm going to take the double result. And again, like, will I be comfortable losing in this situation? I will be. The Mercury have shown so much character and so much heart this year. They're coming back home where they just dismantled the team everybody thought was going to win it all in the Lynx. I'm
And
going. Oh,
what
yeah.
I don't know if you, my fault. I don't mean to interrupt you, but a lot of people know. I don't know if you quite noticed. My sleeping schedule is wild. So like, I miss a lot of these games live. But then when I wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning and start texting you and Ron Crawford, like I'm getting up and catching game. And I watched this game because I missed it live. So I watched this game after the playback. And what I realized is I think the Mercury quit. That's why they didn't get the team total. I think in the end of the third, beginning of the fourth quarter, I feel like the Mercury quit. And why you quit, everyone can come up with their own theories. But I feel like they fought. And at some point in time, somebody was on the bench like, yo, chill out. Like, we got them when they come back to the crib. Because why else would you quit in that game? And maybe they didn't quit. Maybe the Aces is just that much better, and maybe I'm just capping this wrong. But when I rewatched the game because I missed it live and how I got to where I am now, I felt like the Mercury quit.
They outscored the Aces in the fourth quarter.
But if you look at it, like the last like 3 or 4 minutes, there's no way. And I start with that team total. There's no way they should not have got over that team total. So I feel like the Aces, they knew the game was in hand, but I feel like the Mercury outscored them, but I feel like they quit. You could outscore a team. Like, I don't feel like they put no fourth effort. I just look at it like, how is it like game one, you keep the whole game, you up at halftime, AT blows them free throws, and you blow the game, and you almost blow the cover, depending on where you got it at 3 or 3.5. But then, pretty much game two, the Aces is in control of pretty much the whole game. It's going down, it's going up, it's going down, it's going up. And then, like, the fourth quarter, like, I don't know. I feel like they quit. I feel like they're going to come out strong. You got to come out here and not just throw the first punch. You have to throw the first and the last punch. I feel like that. I really like this spot. I like the first half. I don't want to be there full game. And I also like Mercury team total. It's a little juice, so I didn't want to give it out, but I got a flat 83 over 83 for the Mercury at minus 118. And that's like would be the best, better than the stacks and everything. I just didn't want to give it out because of the juice, but I love that. Give me 84 points in a must-win game at the crib. And I ain't get the odds, but I'm gonna sprinkle AT triple-double. She's gonna get 2 this series, unless they lose this game.
I think personally that this is a great opportunity to back to Mercury. Anytime a team gets beaten badly and shoots horrifically, they get to switch cities and come back home where they know the rims. In the game 2, only Cleocopper and Sabali hit threes. Everybody else, McConney, Bonner, Westbeld, Whitcomb, and Laxa, were combined 0 for 11. They went 5 of 28 from 3. And every single person now, Dougie Wise is going to be joining us, but every single person saying the Aces go in and take care of business. We know the Mercury has character. It scares me when I hear that, you feel like they gave up. I'm going to have to go over some things here because I don't want that, but I don't really see that statistically. But I want them. I want them here. I want them to bounce back. They've shown that they're capable of that. They've shown that they got a ton of character. And I'm going to be moving on 2 spots. I might pay for the 4 because I'm also going to be on the double result. So I'm going to decide that afterwards.
Yeah, I'm on two spots. I'm on first half and I'm on AT, and I want more. Like I'm not done with this game. Like I wanted to talk it out. I talked it out with Ron and Rod yesterday, and yesterday, like everyone, I don't know if everyone knows. Like we recorded like 20 something hours before the game, so we recorded this yesterday, like a half hour ago. We recorded 3:30 Eastern yesterday. And when I got there and I already had bet AT, I felt defeated. I felt defeated, like back in the Mercury, but I didn't have a chance to wake up and watch the game. Then I woke up tonight and watched the game, and I'm looking, and I'm like, I don't feel that way no more. I feel like if you look at, like, I'm not looking at points, I'm looking at stats. I'm just looking at the way they playing that end of the third and fourth quarter. Maybe you need to watch that, or maybe I'm just bugging because I need a Mercury to win the cash plus 700. That could, maybe I'm, you know what I mean? Maybe my judgment is clouded. But when I watched that, I was like, I woke up everybody in the house. I took the dog for a jog. I was like, I got it. They quit. That's why they blown them out. They quit in the third quarter. Like they didn't, Aces, they was in control. The Mercury wasn't going to win that game. I'm not saying that. But I'm saying they could have made it respectable, which would have given me more reason to fight for them. That's why when I did the video yesterday, I felt defeated. Like I feel like it's unfair. It's an unfair fight. Well, I feel like they quit now, so I don't feel like it's unfair.
Let me tell you something that's going to give you confidence here. The Mercury to win one game in this series, which means they have to win one of the next two games, is minus 650.
Well, that means they're gonna win one of the next two.
It does.
It's best of 7 now.
Yeah. Minus 650. For the Mercury to win two games in this series, minus 145.
Oh, shit. Hold it. One more time. One game minus 600.
650. For the Mercury to win
two games is minus 145.
That tells you all we need to know.
I wonder if Ron and Rod is still laughing at me now.
So I'm right with you. I'm gonna double up with you. I'm double up with confidence, and it's gonna, 300 is my unit size for football. I'm gonna drop 250 on each. So just for honesty, it's not a full unit on each. It's 250 on each, but I'll have 500 on it. I'm right with you, completely and totally. And if it doesn't go our way, depending on how it doesn't go our way, I'm very likely to hit it again. But I don't think we'll need to. I think we're going to take the cashier. And look, every time I've been on the other side of Will Johnson, it's not gone my way. I mean, he's a very, very good capper, and but I'm still going to trust it. It's not a trifecta spot for me, Mally Mal. I'm going to. I handle it differently, here. But so I'm going to take I'm probably going to pay for the 4 because I'm doubling down on the double result. So that's my expectation, is to bet the double result minus 110.
And I'm gonna do the same thing.
Pay for the 4, and I feel if I wasn't adding a second unit on the double result, then I would take the 4.5.
And this might be my my Troy touring special. I might have to find another second leg and Mercury money line and find a second leg or a teaser.
Yeah.
Troy got me on that on the bankroll blitz. So this might be my my power leg, the Mercury money line. I really might have to do that.
Well, I would tie the Mercury with the Oilers money line.
Yeah, I got the regulation. I got to add the money line. Mercury Edmonton money line.
I think that'd be, unless, yeah, at this point, yeah. I love it. I love it. This is a great breakdown, and I love how sincere and honest you are with your capping. It's a lot of fun to cap with you. Thomas over 14.5 points, minus 112 is stacks. Mercury first half minus 2.5 is also for Justin. And then I am moving on the full game. I'm going to study, but I'll probably pay. I expect it just to be 10 cents. So I'm going to pay for the 4.5, 10 cents or less. I won't pay more than that. And then I'm going to add the double result. And now
there's no juice on wins.
Yeah, but it does change the implied probability and what you need to hit. I would prefer to not have to hit higher than 53% to turn a profit. It's important to be able to hit 52.5 or 6 to turn a profit. But Dougie Wise is considering parlaying the Dodgers with the Mercury. So different ways.
I don't trust the Dodgers that much.
Yeah, it's a funny line.
I don't want to mess up the Mercury, so I need something better, stronger than the Dodgers.
You guys feel better? I parlayed the Dodgers, the Mercury, and the Oilers together just now.
Oh, what did you get?
I think it was like plus 250. I'd have to do the math real quick.
I know I can't keep.
Wait, Mercury and Dodgers plus 250?
Oh, and Mercury. Mercury,
Dodgers, and the Oilers.
Oh, and the Oilers. Oh, okay. I'm about to say, there's no way that's 250. You don't trust the Dodgers? I like the Dodgers. It's just not one person in the chat said Phillies.
It's a good barometer.
Yeah.
It is
not one.
Plus 250, by the way. Plus 252 to be exact.
I know you've got to run, and I don't mean to make you late for 2-3 zone. They're shooting 2-3 zone right now.
No, I got practice, but I sent my nephew, so we're good.
Okay, dope. Dope. I wanted to answer the question quick from Gorky. I didn't explain it right, but when I was getting crushed in the first half of the year in WNBA, it was because I was treating it like the NBA. When a player was hurt, I thought the other players would step up. That didn't happen. So I was likening the WNBA Finals and how important it is for the players, how much they care about it, to a second round series in the NBA. Because in a first round or second round series in the NBA, I would know that the team down 2-0 is going to fight back at home for their fans. And I don't know that in the WNBA unless everything's on the line. The more that's on the line in the WNBA, then the more I can count on character stepping up. Not to say that a first round series isn't important in WNBA, but we see teams get run over in the first round and second round of WNBA, whereas I don't see that as much. I see more character at this point. And that's when I stopped expecting character from teams, when I started saying, oh, this team's just going to let go and they're going to get their throat stomped on, I started doing better. So I think the fact that this is the WNBA Finals, we can trust the character of the Mercury. That's sort of what I meant. But
and not like, I don't look at numbers and percentages and stuff like that. But I just think the public and anybody else who's not really digging deep is just looking at and going back to the Aces' huge win streak. This is the Las Vegas Aces. They just bombed the Mercury game to everybody. That's what everybody's looking at. And I feel like you can't cap the WNBA, especially the championship. You can't use regular season trends. You can't use the last game that you've seen. And the last few shows, I've had winning shows like from Jose, from Pistol. Like the last 3 shows been winning shows. It's like, it's easier for me to look into. Like, you can't do trends. You got to cap every game as it's a singular game. You can't cap like, well, the last 5, this team is 11-4, or Vegas coming off a win of 17 point. You can't cap the playoffs like that. You're going to get a win like that, but you're not going to cap every game like that and be successful, in my opinion. And that's not directed towards nobody, but I just feel like, because all day, all I heard was Aces. Aces money line, Aces spread, Aces money line, Aces this. Like, it's the last thing you've seen. Like, if that's the case, what, they going to just sweep these girls 4-0 and it's over with? Like, I don't see it that way. I don't see it that way. And those odds, you always look for something to build your confidence. And minus 650 and minus 145, that building my confidence. It built my confidence a whole lot.
Oh, huge.
Yeah,
Oh, my
it,
God. Are you kidding me? I was astonished to see that.
it was.
Astonished.
Yeah, that built my confidence a whole lot.
Yeah. And same with me. And I'm riding with you. Justin, thank you so much for making time for us, my man. Star here at Pub Sports Radio, also over on Tony's Picks, star of the 2-3 zone. Also putting all this action out on X, and I absolutely love seeing his work. Please support our guy, Justin McKelvey. If you don't follow him on X, please hit this link and support Justin. Thank you for rocking with us, Justin. And I can't wait to talk Game 4 after we catch Game 3, man.
I'll be here.
More relaxed. I love it. That's Justin's X handle chat. Please hit that link. Justin, my man, thank you for rocking with us. Any last words for the Cappers supporting the show?
Thanks for having me. Let's have a day.
Let's get it. There he is, Mr. Justin McKelvey in the house. Jose, I'm not sure if Ski is still here, but I've had so many people tell me I'm wrong. I've had so many people tell me that I'm making a mistake here. And I am in heaven. I'm in absolute heaven. I'm telling you over and over and over again. And then I've had, and Skis is a little different because he's like, he faded them the first games. He's not fading here. I don't need to go. The breakdown of our Chargers game, it's the longest breakdown of any of these games. So I don't need to go through it all. If and it's all good that Ski's not here now. But he's not the first or the fifth. I'm getting it nonstop from people saying that I've made that I'm just so wrong here on this one. And the fun thing is maybe I am, and it's okay. I mean, you're not, it is what it is. And we cashed so big last week. There are no bounce back spots for this football team. Now they did make the trade with the Ravens. Should help this pass rush. That's, if you look at the last 2 games, it's by far the worst in the NFL, but it's not the pass rush. Pass rush is part of it, but it's not the pass rush. And so if you want to check out the breakdown that we have that Jose worked on and cut out for us, check it out because it was a very, very long breakdown, and not one person is saying, "Oh, you're right." Not one. Everybody's saying you're taking this too far. Everybody's saying you're taking this too far. This isn't, whatever. So, and so Ski is, another one here. And Ron Crawford says, "Don't sleep on my home straight up against the spread favorite loss system." The thing here, and Ron, I know your systems are money in the bank, but the thing is that every trend, every angle, everything supports the Chargers. I'm telling you, now we could come next week and I take the L and feel the L and the L hits hard, or I can tell you this was the best gambling situation I've ever been in my history betting NFL, and I do believe it's the single best situation I've ever been in. That I've ever had, with so many people telling me I'm wrong. It's the Commanders aren't that good a football team. I'm fading the Commanders this week. It had nothing to do with the Commanders. I was just fading the Chargers, and I'm just going to fade the Chargers again heavily. I've added with the first half, which I don't like nearly as much as the full game. You want 60 minutes to beat down a depleted team, but it's a fun spot. So. I'm excited. I'm so excited about the game. Thank you guys for rocking with us. We have some problems here for this full game spot. It's gone dark here on the live bet. So let's see what happened. It doesn't look good. Robles was in a nice count against Finnegan, and it's gone dark. In play, and we got to run. So hopefully it was just a sack fly. Anybody watching here?
God, I have to go run to my TV.
Yeah, sack fly.
Yeah, 2-0.
Oh, but we have 2 out. How did we get 2 out?
I'm not sure. I saw 2 out as well. Maybe they got a strikeout and then.
Oh, a double play. It's a double play. Well, that was wonderful. That's wonderful for the underbetters.
Beautiful.
We ought to catch that first.
I'm happy too because obviously I have Mariners. We need some insurance.
Yeah, and I'm happy that I didn't go up against you guys. It took me so long. Baseball takes me so long. I mean, it's just insane. 643, love it, love it, love it, love it, love it. Thank you guys so much for rocking with us. Let's do a review of all action here on the show. Stacks play today, number 1, Polanco over 1.5 bases plus 150. Stacks play today, number 2, Alyssa Thomas.
By the way, Jack Eichel just got extended by Vegas.
You know,
8 years.
I mean, he could lead the league in scoring this year, or Marner could. One of the two. He's going to love playing with Marner.
8 years, 13.5.
Gets paid more than McDavid.
Yeah. I find that funny in McDavid taking pennies.
Oh, it's good. It's, you know, all you hear on social media. Oh, he's a leader. He's taking less money to build, and then, but think about all his colleagues who despise him.
Yeah, Jack Eichel was probably nonplussed. I'm surprised that they gave him more than McDavid as well.
Well, but I mean, how much should you have out of the inning? Beautiful. How much should you have paid McDavid? You can't pay him what he's worth.
Yeah. I was expecting, like, I don't know salaries much, but I was like, 15 at least, something like that. I don't know.
You'd think, yeah. But the 2-year extension is very clear. If they don't win the Stanley Cup in the next 2 years, he's going to be in LA or New York.
Yeah, that'll be fascinating. I like how he's just doing Wayne Gretzky's career right now. He's just doing the exact same thing. He's on path to do it right now. So we'll see if he does any winning in the process.
Well, Connor, you missed the in there. You missed the Will. Because, I mean, he's clearly the best player in the NHL. The only person who would, you know, be in that conversation for me is Cale Makar. And then the next level has a bunch of great players. But
shout out to Quinn Hughes.
Quinn Hughes is spectacular, but I mean, he's just you can't. I mean, McDavid is just, you know, he's one of a kind.
When did the Canuckleheads start their season?
Tomorrow, right? I believe it's tomorrow.
The Canuckles fade begins tomorrow.
I can't believe that never changed. The minus 135 not to make the playoffs. I'm shocked. I thought that'd be minus 180 by the time season came around. Let's talk about more action here. Judge over. This is from Talk Sports with JT. Judge over 1.5 bases minus 114. Horner over 1.5 bases plus 125. Julio Rodriguez over 1.5 bases plus 109. Philly, LA Dodgers under 8 minus 115. And Montreal, Toronto under 6. And Boston, Washington under 5.5. Andrew G says if he helps Edmonton win a cup because of his salary, they need to build a statue of him. They're building a statue of him. Don't worry about that.
Gretzky has a statue there, right?
Of course.
Okay, good. I mean, San Antonio, we don't do statues here for whatever reason, so I got to ask.
Why is the Admiral not? They'll build a statue of the Admiral in front of this one.
I hope so. I hope so. George Gervin, Tim Duncan, all those guys. David Robinson, obviously, all one. So, yeah, it'd be nice.
Gorky is on the Mariners minus 1.5 plus 140, and he's on Snorloki Oloj Chermets in European basketball.
Most beautiful pronunciation.
Oh, Quinn Hughes as fast as possible over Jack. Oh my God, there's no. Oh, come on, Jack's not in Quinn's class. I wouldn't even. It'd have to be to make that trade. It would have to be Jack Hughes and 2 first overall picks. Not first overall, sorry, 2 first round picks.
Yeah, Jack's the centerman, right?
Yeah, but he's just dealt with a ton of injuries and
yeah.
Quinn, a defender of Quinn Hughes' caliber. I mean, Quinn Hughes is the best player to ever put on a Canucks uniform. I mean, he's better than Bure, and that says a lot. I mean, would you say that Quinn Hughes that Jack Hughes is better than Bure? No. So then in the NHL, I'm close. Might add this under 5.5 in Boston, Washington. I'm pretty interested in it. It would be, if this was later in the year, I'd probably double up on it. I'd have a first period under 1.5 and a full game under 5.5, in which I'll start doing. I'll start hammering these spots, but I kind of want to get into it first before I start doubling up on these spots. It's very, very important to not, get off to a tough start, because then you start questioning your confidence goes away and you start questioning things. Oilers.
Bury, guy that shot a lot, huh? Fuck.
He got what?
She shot a lot. I'm looking at his hockey DB. Bold shots on goal. A lot of it.
He was a sniper of the highest quality. He was unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Yeah, Rocket Richard twice, back-to-back years.
Oh, 60 goals each year, right? 60 and 60, right?
58 and 59.
Really? I thought, wow, why did I think he went 60 back-to-back? God, 58 and 59. Oilers -1, and then I'm on the Kings first period at +140.
By the way, you thought he went 60 back-to-back because he did that in 21, 22 years old. He won the Richard in 99 and 2000.
So he did go 60 back-to-back with the knuckleheads.
Yeah, in his first 2 years, yeah.
But just 60, right? Flat 60.
Flat 60 both times, yeah.
A Gorky, Missouri State Dodgers money line parlay. Mike Wilkerson on the first 5 over 4.5 here in Seattle, Detroit. This was a perfect. I told you guys that. No, I could still lose the full game over under, but I really felt like this was the perfect storm here with the wind blowing out that heavy. Everybody's seeing the wind blowing out. They see these gas can pictures. Unfortunately, Jose, I still need a sign from the market.
On which game?
Just for any game. I need a sign.
Yeah. I agree. Yeah.
And if I don't get it, then it's I'm so brilliant that I'm going to beat the books. And maybe you can. I just don't think you can 55% of the time. Slow jams. Arsenal is on Detroit moneyline. Cubs, Phillies. Detroit, Cubs, Phillies, 3-team parlay. 9 Legacies flank stake play of the day. Brewers. He's also on the Bruins, the Golden Knights, and the Aces. Irish King on the Yankees, first 5 -1/2 in Milwaukee moneyline. Chapiadora play of the day is Vegas +4.5. DC Capper on the Capitals and the Vegas Golden Knights. Jose and Wine Time on the Mariners, and I'm on the first 3 under 2.5 and the full game under 8.5. Jose is on the Brewers money line here. That's popping off in less than an hour. I'm on the first 3 under and the full game under there. Will Johnson says Brewers clear to win today. Isn't that dope? Thinking of Troy and his pops watching the game, Cubs playoffs.
Yeah, yeah. Shout out to them. I can't wait for that game. I'm sure Troy is dreading that game market wise. Maybe it's a sharp trap. Who knows? But shout out to Troy. By the way, Jimmy, were you more of a? Let me pull this up one more time here. Were you more of a Kirk McLean guy or Kay Whitmore kind of guy?
Well, Kay Whitmore was a backup. But
that's crazy.
I'm
looking at, by the way, 92-93, 7th in the Vezina.
Who?
Kay Whitmore.
What was his record?
18-8. He had 31 games played, and he was 7th in Vezina that year. That's crazy.
He was the backup goaltender was 7th in Vezina voting?
Yeah, 31 games played compared to Kirk's 54. Yeah, I can't believe it.
That's absolutely ridiculous. You know, a funny thing about some of the backup goaltenders for the Canucks, I was given a Troy Gamble goalie glove.
Sure.
And his goalie glove. And within 5 years, it was just a goalie glove.
Nah,
you didn't even need to mention Troy Gamble anymore. I'll tell you this. I got my friend had a connection with the Canucks, his dad. And we got to go out for dinner with Kirk McLean. And Kirk McLean, Neil Young came on. And Neil Young is my dad's, was at the time, and still my dad loves him a lot, but at the time is my dad's favorite musician, you know. And so Neil Young comes on, and you know what Kirk McLean said? He said, let's get someone to turn this trash off. And I was like, oh my God. I was like, this guy's my dad's favorite. And so I stopped giving a fuck about Kirk McLean. It was stupid. I don't know why I was so harsh about it, but I was like, why?
By the way, he got 1 vote for the Vezina, 7th place vote, I guess, that year, along with Tim Chevadele, whatever, from Detroit. By the way, your 1992-93 Vezina winner was? Little trivia to get Jimmy's brain activated here on a Wednesday. He's going through his filing cabinet of his childhood memories right now. This person received 15 first place votes.
Dominic Hasek.
No. I can tell you a team if you want. He was 27 years old, so I guess I've passed my prime of goalie. Sucks. Gorky, that is not it either.
Richter, that's not a bad guess. Okay.
Andy Mogg got a fifth place appearance.
Moog.
Yeah, Boston Bruin.
Okay. Wow. Oh, was it? Because was it the Van Beesbrook?
No.
Okay.
I like to try testing Jimmy on a Wednesday afternoon here.
Martin Brodeur.
No. Who is a Chicago Blackhawk?
Oh, Eddie Belfour.
Yes.
Oh.
Yes.
I probably wouldn't have got there if you didn't give me that hint. And Ergo Costa guessing it, yeah. Toronto, New York. Are you moving on that?
No, I think I'm just gonna sit back and watch. Maybe I'll bet Toronto live. And I don't really have much options when it comes to pitching props to fade homeboy with. So I'll stay off, and I will be rooting like hell for the Toronto Blue Jays.
What is the spot that I'm most confident in?
The Edmonton Oilers.
Yeah, but it'd be a -1. I mean, there's a high possibility of pushing, and I wouldn't. Let me tell you here. Let me just see if something is moved here on this one. I would say let me just check this here. Oh, wow! You can get 7s again, and it's back to a 7. Wow, it was a 7 at a flat pick'em 30 minutes ago. Wow, so it's moving to the over in that game. Okay, let me sit on that for a second. We have the under for wine time, under 50 in Missouri State, Tennessee. Then we have the college football spots from wine time. He's on Missouri +3 in the money line, +140. UCLA +8.5. Kansas State +1.5. Florida +7.5. Iowa +2.5 in the under 42. Kansas +13.5. USC -2.5. Utah. Oh, and USC money line. Utah -5.5. I'm going to move on the under in that one. I guess I don't really have one anymore. I would say the Canadians team total over 2.5, but again, the VIG would have to be under -120. That's it, under -120. But I don't think I don't think there's a slam spot more than anything else here for me. So I do think that under in Arizona State, Utah, I predict it's Wednesday, October 8th at 4:27 p.m. When we close the show Friday, I predict that's a 46.5. I predict it's gone 2 points down. So I'm going to bet that tonight. And I'll probably double up first half and full game here. And then we had Thomas over 49 points and Mercury first half -2.5. Jose, another day in the books. I guess I didn't get off to the best start here. But now we're here 4.5 hours later. And I got to get action in. And I've got to finish off my college football records for my guests, and I'll hopefully have that done now. Thank you guys so much for rocking with us. Gorky, Just My 2 Cents, Big Zo, Jason Meyer, the Elder, Auto Custodian, the Wager Detective, Old E making his NFL Pub debut on Sunday. We have a few debuts on Sunday, AM as well, amongst others. DC Capper, Coin, Ergo Caustic, We Do. Steve G, thank you, my man. I was excited to bring out the Whalers hat. I love it. Looking at the Godfather, thank you. And then we have Kike Mally Mal. Looking at this here, honestly, having another person tell me that I'm so wrong about this Chargers Dolphins game is fucking heaven. It's just one after another after another. And I honestly think I'll never be in this situation again. Or maybe it comes every 10 years. Like, I don't know. But then, we'll have to take care of business here with the Dolphins. But I love Everybody telling me I'm wrong. It's just so funny to me.
It's if the Dolphins take care of business that Monday or Tuesday, my God.
I won't change anything. I won't say anything. I'll just, get back to work. I don't, you know me. I don't need to gloat in the wins.
I can imagine Jimmy's smile now, just creeping across his face.
It'll feel good, but I don't need to talk about it. It'll feel good. I just will focus on fading the Chargers again. But
the Bag household must have been thrilled last Sunday.
Oh, it was magic.
And then your dad leaving at like the third quarter.
There's 7 minutes left in the game.
He's like, oh, fuck this. I got my money. I'm out.
Thank you for all your hard work, Jose. Thank you to everybody in the chat. Jose, can you please bless our action and lead us into the future?
Yep, 3-0 Mariners now, so God bless them. Hopefully that came in the fourth inning for you, Jimmy. I didn't look.
Oh, yeah, we cashed the first 3 under.
Okay.
It's the fifth inning.
Fantastic. Good. So there we go. Good for all of us there. Seattle Mariners money hopefully coming soon would improve us to 7-2 in the playoffs in MLB, but we're not going to talk about that because I am superstitious. Shout out to Mikey M and Reverse Sweep Ramon, wherever that guy is right now. So shout out to them. But shout out to you guys in the chat, Crick Keys, Zoe, Dougie Wise, Mally, everyone, my guy, just my 2 cents. All you guys, shout out to you guys. Let's go make some money today, and together let's be los bookmakers.